Welcome, my dear family. Before we begin our spooky journey tonight, remember to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and share this video with anyone who enjoys bedtime scares. I'd love to know where you're watching from and what time it is, so leave a comment below and cheer me up a bit on YouTube. Now, relax, dim the lights, and let's dive into tonight's story. Chapter 1. The cabin was supposed to fix me. I have never told this story the way it actually happened. I have told the police version. I have told the shortened family version. I have told the version people can handle over coffee, where I pause in the right places and leave out the details that make them look at me differently afterward. In those versions, I was alone in a remote cabin. Something terrible happened, and I got lucky enough to survive it. That is the clean version. That is the version that fits into a conversation. It is also the version that makes the most sense if you want the world to stay arranged the way it was before you heard it. The real version is worse. The real version has too many things in it that sound like fear talking after the fact. Too many choices that make me sound stupid or weak or half out of my mind. It has details I left out because once you say them aloud, people stop listening to what happened and start deciding what kind of woman you are. Were you drinking? Were you on anything? Were you already unstable? Did you exaggerate? Did you imagine parts of it? Were you one of those people who needed something dramatic to happen so your life would finally make sense? I know those questions because I asked them to myself first. By the time I went up north to the cabin, my life had already started coming apart in ways that were hard to explain to anyone who had not had their sense of safety broken clean in half. From the outside, I probably looked mostly functional. I was paying my bills, barely. I was answering texts, eventually. I was keeping appointments when I had to. I could go to the grocery store if I picked the right time of day and parked close to the entrance and kept my keys threaded between my fingers all the way back to the car. I could smile at people. I could say I was doing better. I was not doing better. The year before, in a grocery store parking lot outside Grand Rapids, a man I had never seen in my life came up behind me in broad daylight and hit me so hard I dropped the paper towels and dog food I was carrying and went down on one knee without understanding what had happened. I remember the sound first more than the pain, which is strange, but that is how my mind kept it. A flat, ugly crack inside my own head, then my eyes watering instantly, then the taste of blood. He hit me again before I fully turned toward him. I saw a dark jacket, work boots, stubble, a face I would never be able to describe properly because he was already becoming motion and not a person. He did not say anything. He did not grab my purse. He did not ask for money. He did not touch me again after that. He just looked at me for 1 second with an expression so empty it still wakes me up sometimes, then ran. That was all. My nose was broken. My lip split open badly enough to need stitches. I had a concussion. I had bruising around one eye for weeks. But none of that was the part that stayed with me. The part that stayed was the pointlessness of it. I had not done anything. I had not argued with him. I had not been followed from inside the store, as far as anyone could tell. I was not robbed. I was not selected for any reason I could understand. He had simply looked at me and decided. After that, everything ordinary felt staged. Parking lots, sidewalks, apartment hallways, The little pause before automatic store doors slide open. Men standing too still near vending machines. Someone walking behind me on a wet sidewalk. A voice too close over my shoulder in line at CVS. I began noticing every reflective surface. Car windows, freezer doors, black television screens after I turned them off, because they let me watch behind me without turning around. At night, I could not sleep if I heard footsteps in the hallway outside my apartment. If a neighbor laughed too suddenly or dropped something heavy upstairs, I would be sitting bolt upright before I was fully awake, chest hammering, already sure somebody had come through the door. My boyfriend, Ryan, tried. I want to say that because it would be unfair not to. He drove me to follow-up appointments. He sat through the headaches and the mood swings and the nights I could not stand to have the blinds open after dark. He started texting me when he got home from work because he knew if I heard keys at the wrong door in the hallway, I would freeze until I knew where he was. But there is only so much one person can do when the thing that got broken in you is invisible and embarrassing and comes out in ways that sound ridiculous when you say them. He wanted progress. I wanted that too. I just did not know how to manufacture it. I had also been drifting at work long before anyone used the phrase performance concern. I missed deadlines. I reread the same emails 3 times and still could not make my brain hold on to them. I took unpaid days because I had not slept. Then there were staffing cuts, and after that I was piecing together remote work, seasonal work, and whatever small jobs came through friends of friends. I was behind on more than one bill. Ryan covered more than he should have. Every time he did, I felt smaller. So when my uncle called in late October and asked if I wanted to make some money helping winterize the old family cabin up in northern Michigan, I said yes before he was done explaining. The cabin had been in our family longer than I had been alive. My grandfather hunted up there. My uncle did too, until his knees got bad and his patience got worse. As kids, we went a few times in summer, when the place felt rough but harmless. I remembered mosquito coils burning on the porch, the smell of coffee and damp wood, playing cards at a scarred kitchen table while adults talked around us. There was nothing precious about the place. It was not a postcard cabin. It was a practical cabin, a hunting cabin, a place meant for mud on the floor, wet socks by the stove, old thermoses, cheap beer, and somebody cussing at a generator that never started on the first pull. That fall, according to my uncle, everyone else was tied up. One cousin had a new baby. Another was working 6 days a week. My uncle was not climbing ladders anymore and shouldn't be under a crawl space, even if he claimed he still could. The place needed to be shut down properly before the hard weather came in. Gutters cleared, exterior windows checked and resealed where the caulk had cracked, firewood stacked under cover, pipes insulated, generator run, crawl space inspected for animal damage, pantry cleared of anything mice would get into. It was a week's worth of work, maybe a little more if I took my time. He told me what he could pay, and I remember standing in my kitchen, looking at the unread final notice stuck under a magnet on my fridge, and feeling something almost like shameful gratitude rise in my throat. It was not a lot of money, but it was enough to matter, enough to stop one thing from sliding further. I told him I would do it. What I said out loud was that it sounded nice, actually. Quiet, a change of scenery. What I did not say was that a place far away from apartment hallways, grocery store parking lots, traffic lights, and strangers sounded less dangerous to me than normal life. I did not trust people anymore. Woods, I understood. Cold, I understood. A locked door in the middle of nowhere made more sense to me than a crowd. Ryan asked if I was sure. We were standing in our kitchen when I told him, and he leaned back against the counter with that careful expression he used whenever he thought disagreeing too directly would make me dig in harder. He said he could take a couple days off and go with me to get things started. He said he did not love the idea of me being alone that far out, not while I was still having trouble sleeping. I snapped faster than he deserved and told him I wasn't made of glass. I still remember his face settling after that. The way people's faces do when they realize kindness is not getting through, and they would rather absorb the damage than escalate it. He went quiet, then nodded and asked what I wanted him to pack. A few days later, we loaded his truck in a cold gray drizzle and headed north. The drive itself felt like a slow unwinding from one kind of country into another. The farther we got from the city, the more everything familiar thinned out. Big gas stations with bright coffee counters turned into older ones with hand-lettered signs in the window and racks of worm containers by the register. Chain pharmacies gave way to bait shops, feed stores, and hardware places that sold ammunition, furnace filters, and beef jerky within 10 feet of each other. The roads narrowed, traffic loosened, then nearly disappeared. The sky had that wide, metallic late fall look the Great Lakes get, where the clouds seem low enough to drag on the tops of the trees. Water sat in the roadside ditches, black and still. The pines looked wet even where it hadn't rained in hours. I watched small towns pass in pieces. A church with no cars in the lot. A diner with 2 pickup trucks outside. A shuttered fruit stand. A school football field gone brown for the season. Every mile north felt quieter than the last. Not empty, exactly. More like the human world was stepping back by degrees and letting the land resume its own proportions. By the time we turned off the county road onto the narrower blacktop that eventually became gravel, I had stopped checking my phone entirely. There was almost no signal anyway. The truck tires hissed over wet patches and crackled over loose stone. Woods pressed in on either side, broken now and then by low, wet clearings full of reeds and dark water. Once we passed a mailbox leaning at an angle near a logging spur, and after that there was nothing but trees for what felt like a long time. Then the cabin came into view, around a bend, exactly the way a memory returns. Not all at once, but in recognizable pieces. First, the roofline through bare branches, then the porch, then the low field stone chimney shouldering up beside the house like it had grown there. The place sat a little back from the road on slightly raised ground, with the tree line close on 3 sides and the land sloping off behind it towards swamp. It was a 2-story wood structure that had never been stylish a day in its life. The siding had darkened with age and weather. The porch sagged a little in the middle. One corner gutter hung lower than it should have. There was a stack of split wood under a tarp, an old metal fire ring off to one side, and a path worn down toward the back where people had walked for years to piss, dump wash water, or check the edge of the property. It should have looked lonely. It should have looked exposed. It should have scared me, at least a little, with all that wet forest hemming it in, and the dark, open stretch of swamp beyond the rise and back. Instead, when Ryan pulled the truck to a stop and cut the engine, I felt something in my chest loosen for the first time in months. The silence was not total. There was wind working through pines somewhere behind the cabin, water moving faintly in reeds, the ticking sound of the cooling truck, a crow calling from deeper in the woods. But none of it felt crowded. None of it felt human. No doors slamming in a hallway, no foot traffic overhead, no stranger coming up too fast behind me while I fumbled for my keys. I opened the truck door and stepped down into the cold, breathing in wet leaves, old wood, and chimney stone. The air had that clean, rotting smell northern places get in late fall, when everything is dying back but not gone yet. I looked at the porch, the windows, the narrow stretch of yard between the house and the trees, and I remember thinking with a kind of immediate, exhausted certainty, this is where I'm finally going to calm down. This is where I'm going to sleep. This is where, if I am still any version of the person I used to be, I'll be able to find her again. Standing there, with the gray sky pressing low over the pines and the cabin waiting in front of me, I believed, really believed, I had come to the right place. Chapter 1. The cabin was supposed to fix me. The first couple of days felt almost normal. That is one of the details that still bothers me, because when people hear the full story, they tend to imagine that the place announced itself right away, that there must have been some immediate sense of evil in the walls or some obvious sign that I should have turned around before I ever unpacked a bag. There wasn't. If there had been, I would have left. I need people to understand that. The cabin did not greet me like a nightmare. It greeted me like work. Cold work, ordinary work, the kind that keeps your hands busy and your mind occupied just enough to make you think you're getting better. Ryan stayed the first few days with me like he'd promised. We settled into practical things almost immediately, which I think helped both of us. He was the kind of man who believed most situations improved once there was a list on the table and a tool in your hand. In town, that sometimes made him seem emotionally clumsy. Up there, it made him useful in a way that comforted me. We stacked the split wood under the lean-to first, because the tarp covering it had come loose in one corner and a couple rows were already damp. Then we tested the old furnace, which coughed dust and hot metal smell through the vents before it steadied out into a low, workable hum. We replaced cracked weather stripping around the front door and the kitchen side window where you could feel the draft with the back of your fingers. Ryan climbed the ladder to clear needles and half-rotted leaves from the gutters while I handed things up and tried not to think about how isolated we were every time I looked toward the tree line. Boone adapted faster than either of us. He was a mutt, mostly shepherd with something heavier in the chest and shoulders. Smarter than he looked, and usually calmer than I deserved. At home, he had become too tuned to my moods, shadowing me from room to room when I was bad, lifting his head at every sound in the hallway, the same way I did. Up at the cabin, for the first day at least, he seemed relieved. He ranged the yard with his nose down, mapping all the smells. He checked the wood pile, the rusted fire ring, the weeds by the side of the porch. He stood with one front paw lifted at the edge of the back slope where the land softened toward the swamp, then came trotting back when I called him. At night, he slept in the mudroom doorway, facing the kitchen, as if he had assigned himself a post and intended to keep it. Inside, the cabin was exactly the kind of place that makes sense only after you have spent time in old Michigan hunting properties. Not charming, not rustic in the glossy magazine way, just used. Just worn into shape by weather, men in boots, wet gear, and too many winters.
When you came through the front door, you stepped first into the kitchen, which was bigger than modern kitchens but less functional, the way old cabins sometimes are. There was a scarred wooden table near the window, mismatched chairs, open shelving that bowed slightly in the middle, and counters that had been replaced in sections over the years, so none of them quite matched. The sink sat under a front-facing window that looked out over the porch. To the left, the room opened into the living room, without any real separation except a change in flooring and the placement of furniture. That back half of the cabin held an old couch, 2 hunting chairs, a television that still sat in a bulky entertainment stand, and a wood stove we didn't need to use unless the furnace quit. The staircase rose along the inner wall where both the kitchen and living room could see it, which meant there was almost no place downstairs you could stand without also being aware of the stairs. Off the kitchen was a narrow mudroom with exterior access and a run of pegs for coats, boots, contractor bags, a folding shovel, old lanterns, and an oil-stained toolbox all ended up there. Upstairs, there were only 2 rooms and a hall that felt tighter than it should have. A narrow bedroom in front with 1 sloped window facing the road, and a storage room in back where the ceiling pitched lower and the air always seemed stiller. The whole place had the smell old wood gets when it has dried and dampened and dried again for decades. Dust, pine resin, mouse droppings somewhere inside the walls, cold iron from the stove, and underneath all of it, a stale sweetness I couldn't identify until much later. At night, the windows turned strange. During the day, they were ordinary enough, wavy in places, old panes giving the outside world a slightly uneven look. But once the dark settled outside and the lamps were on inside, the glass stopped feeling transparent and started behaving like black mirrors. You could still see through them if you got close enough, but what came first was always your own reflection layered over the dark. A room floating on night. A person looking out and being looked back at by herself. I noticed that the first evening while I was wiping down the counter after dinner, and caught my own movement pass across the living room window before my brain recognized it as mine. It made me flinch hard enough that Ryan turned around from the stove and asked what happened. "Nothing," I said. That answer became a habit quickly up there. Nothing, just the house settling. Nothing, just Boone hearing something outside. Nothing, just me not sleeping well. The cabin was full of small memory traps too. I had not spent enough time there as a kid for it to feel like a second home, but I had spent enough for pieces to come back without warning. Standing at the sink one morning, watching gray light over the porch, I suddenly remembered my cousins and me coming in, sunburned from the lake with cheap plastic tackle boxes. My aunt making us leave our muddy shoes outside because Grandpa would start cussing if we tracked the place up again. Walking past the wood stove, I remembered the smell of venison stew thickening on the burner while adults talked over each other and somebody played cards at the table. One evening, when Ryan was outside bringing in another armload of split wood, I stood on the porch and remembered my uncle sitting exactly there years ago, telling some story about lights in the swamp that he swore weren't poachers or lost campers, while all of us kids listened too hard and then pretended not to be scared when it was time to go brush our teeth.
The porch itself looked smaller now. That happens with old places from childhood, I know. You come back as an adult, and everything has shrunk to human scale. Railings lower than you remember, doorways tighter. The distance from porch steps to yard shorter than it once felt when you were 8. But there was something else in it too that I didn't have words for then. The house had not just gotten smaller, it had gotten more specific. Less like a setting, more like a structure with angles, blind spots, access points, places something could stand without being seen from somewhere else. Ryan left on the 3rd morning. By then we had made a decent dent in the work. The gutters were clear, most of the wood was stacked. The worst of the drafts around the downstairs windows had been handled. He'd checked the generator and replaced a fouled spark plug. We'd made one supply run into town for caulk, furnace filters, and groceries that would last me the week.
The weather forecast looked cold but manageable. Everything about his leaving was practical and ordinary in the way departures often are right before something turns bad. He packed his duffel into the truck. I stood on the porch holding my coffee, and Boone stood beside me, ears moving at every small sound in the trees. Ryan looked at me over the open driver's side door and asked one more time if I wanted to come back with him, just for a couple days, and maybe we could finish the rest together next weekend. The way he asked it was careful, not patronizing, not pushy, just giving me an out. I remember forcing a smile and shaking my head before he even finished. I told him I wanted the quiet, that I'd be fine, that, honestly, staying busy up there was the best I'd felt in a while. All of that was true, which is probably why I said it with so much certainty. He looked at me for another second, then nodded and came around the truck to kiss me. He told me to keep my phone charged.
He told me to lock up early. He told me to call if Boone started acting weird, or if I just got spooked and wanted someone on the line while I checked around outside. I remember that, because later it would sit in my head like one of those little cruel jokes reality tells after the fact. Then he got in, backed out, and drove off down the gravel road between the trees. I watched until I could no longer hear the truck. Only after the sound was fully gone did I realize the silence had changed. It was not louder, exactly, more complete. When Ryan was there, every other sound had something to measure itself against. His boots on the porch, the ladder shifting against the gutter, the scrape of wood against wood, the truck doors, his voice carrying in from outside. Once he left, the quiet stopped being background and became the main thing. It sat over the property and between the trees. It made every little noise stand separate and clearer than it should have. Boone felt it too. He did not get anxious right away. At first, he just became more deliberate, as if he had promoted himself from companion to guard. He followed me through the downstairs rooms while I worked. When I went outside, he came to the edge of the porch and watched if I stepped out of sight. He ate normally. He drank water. He barked once at a squirrel and then looked embarrassed about it. But he would not go under the porch. I noticed that the first afternoon alone, when I was gathering up debris from around the foundation.
There was a gap on one side where the old lattice had warped and pulled away, enough for a dog Boone's size to at least nose under and investigate. Any other day he would have. He loved sticking his head where it didn't belong. Instead, he came up to the opening, lowered his nose, inhaled once, and backed away so fast his nails clicked against the dirt. I thought maybe there was a raccoon under there, or a porcupine, or even just a carcass some animal had dragged in.
I crouched and looked, but from that angle all I could see was shadow and old leaves packed against the foundation.
"All right," I said, like I was humoring him. "You found something gross." That night, after I locked up and sat on the couch with the television on low, more for company than attention, I heard scratching beneath the floorboards. Not dramatic scratching, not the kind from a horror movie where something claws once, loud and deliberate, to announce itself. This was thinner than that, more annoying than frightening at first. A dry skittering, then a brief pause, then another. I muted the TV and listened harder. The sound came from somewhere under the front half of the cabin, maybe the kitchen, maybe the wall by the stairs. Animal, I told myself immediately. Mouse, squirrel, raccoon. Old cabins always have something. Boone lifted his head from the mudroom doorway, listened for a second, then lowered it again without barking. And that reassured me more than it should have.
The next day I went upstairs to change the bed linens and noticed the storage room smelled muddy. That is still the best word I have for it. Not damp exactly, because the room itself was dry. Dry enough that old cardboard in one corner had gone brittle and split when I picked it up. But there was a smell in there, like wet soil turned by a shovel. A dark, fresh earth smell that did not belong above ground and definitely did not belong on the second floor of a cabin after 2 clear days of cold weather. I stood in the doorway with the fitted sheet in my hands and sniffed again, trying to place it. I checked the window, closed. Checked the ceiling for staining, nothing. I even looked at Boone, who had followed me up halfway and then stopped in the hall, as if he might confirm by expression what my nose was telling me. He just stared into the room and wagged his tail once without conviction. "Probably mice," I said out loud. That was another habit that formed fast. I kept explaining things to an empty room, as if hearing the explanation would nail it in place. Mice in the walls, a raccoon under the porch, old smell trapped in insulation, my own nerves making everything feel sharper. Later that afternoon, while walking the perimeter of the porch with a tube of caulk and a putty knife, I found an old rusted hook driven into one of the outer beams. It had been hammered in low, just below knee height, on the side of the porch nearest the trees. Too low for a lantern, too low for hanging tools unless you wanted them dragging in the dirt. Rust had thickened around the base of it, and the wood there was darkened, as if something had hung from that spot for a long time. I stood looking at it longer than the thing deserved, trying to imagine any practical reason for it. Deer processing hook, maybe, except it was far too low and too close to the house. Old dog tie-out point, maybe. Though why there, and only there? In the end, I put the caulk gun down, gripped the hook with a rag, and tugged to see if it would come loose. It didn't move. I let it stay. By then, I was annoyed at myself for noticing every stupid detail. That was part of what the attack had done too, turned my attention into a searchlight with no off switch. I was tired of assigning meaning to things that might just be old house junk,
tired of feeling my body tense before my mind had decided anything was wrong. So I made myself keep working. One lattice section under the front porch was cracked and half detached, and I decided to fix it before dark. I set a bucket of tools beside the steps and knelt in the dirt to pull the warped panel away. The ground beneath the porch was packed with old leaves, pine needles, bottle caps, a lost fishing sinker, and the usual filth that collects where nobody cleans because nobody has reason to look.
I was reaching in to clear a handful of soggy debris away from the frame when I saw something pale in the dirt under the front steps. At first, I took it for a stick. Then I thought maybe it was a deer fragment, the kind of sun-whitened bone animals drag around and leave where they don't belong. That would have made sense up there, more sense than most things. I leaned closer. The pale shape curved in a way wood doesn't. One end disappeared down into packed dirt and roots. I remember brushing leaves away with my gloved hand and seeing a smooth arc come into view under the soil. Bone. I told myself that even then it was probably nothing unusual. A coyote drag, a raccoon nest, some old hunting remains kicked under there years ago and forgotten. I hooked 2 fingers around the exposed end and pulled. It resisted, not the way a loose object catches on dirt. This felt tethered, held. The resistance had give in it, a buried drag, as if what I was pulling was snagged by cord or roots deeper under the porch. I shifted on my knees and pulled harder. Something came free all at once with a soft, sucking release of wet soil. I almost dropped it immediately, not because I understood what I had in that first instant, but because of the feel of it. Smooth in some places, gritty in others, heavier than I expected, with dirt packed into hollows that should not have been hollow. Then I turned it in my hand and saw the teeth. Not all of them. A few were missing. One was chipped, but enough remained, small and stained and fixed in place for my mind to reject the image before accepting it. The curve of the bone, the sockets, the dirt wedged deep where the roots of teeth had once sat. It was a section of jaw, not deer, not anything I could lie to myself about for more than half a second. Around one end of it, tied tight enough to have left a dark line where it bit into the bone, was a strip of faded red nylon cord. I stared at it stupidly, kneeling there in the cold dirt with my hand out like I'd been handed something and forgotten how hands worked. The cord was the detail that made my stomach turn over. A bone might have had explanations, horrible but explainable ones. Animals drag things. Hunters do strange things. Old properties collect ugly leftovers. But the red nylon was clean in the way intention is clean. Not tangled, not caught accidentally, tied. A knot that had been made by fingers. A smell rose off the thing then, as the wet dirt shifted in its crevices. Not the smell of decay, exactly, that part was long gone, but a sour, underground smell, cold and mineral and wrong. I gagged hard enough my eyes watered. Boone, who had been standing a few feet away watching me, made a low sound I had never heard from him before, not quite a growl, more like the beginning of one that he thought better of. He backed up until his body hit the porch step and would not come closer. I looked from the jawbone to the dark space under the steps where it had come from, and in that instant, before I had formed any plan, before I had even stood up, I knew with perfect certainty that whatever this was, it did not belong there, and I let it fall. Chapter 1. The cabin was supposed to fix me. I stayed there on my knees longer than I want to admit, staring at the thing in the dirt like if I kept looking at it, it might rearrange itself into something less specific. The jawbone had landed half in dead leaves, half on the hard-packed strip of ground under the porch steps. One side was caked with damp soil the color of coffee grounds. The other side showed the slick, pale curve of old bone where my glove had smeared mud away. 3 teeth were still fixed in place. One of them, one of the front ones, was chipped at an angle that made it look strangely recent, as if damage should still hurt. I remember that detail with an almost sick kind of clarity. The broken edge, the dirt pressed into the sockets, the red nylon cord tied around one end in a knot so clean and deliberate it looked newly made, even though the cord itself had faded from red to a washed-out rust color. The smell coming off it was not the smell of flesh. That part was gone. It was worse in a quieter way. Damp soil, old rot, mineral cold. The smell of something that had been underground too long and then brought back into open air. Every time I inhaled, I caught some version of it, and it seemed to settle at the back of my tongue. Boone had backed off to the edge of the porch and was whining under his breath, a thin, unsettled sound I had only heard from him at the vet. He would not come near me. He would not come near the steps.
He kept licking his nose and glancing from the bone to the dark gap under the porch, as if he expected something else to come sliding out after it. I should have stood up right then, taken my phone out, and called the sheriff's office. That is what a decent version of me would have done. That is what the version of the story I wish were true would say I did. But fear does not always make you do the right thing. Sometimes it makes you delay. Sometimes it makes you start negotiating with reality, because reality, in its first shape, is too expensive. I remember whispering, "What the hell is that?" even though I knew exactly what it was by then. I tried to force other explanations over it anyway. Maybe an animal had dragged it there. That was the first lie I offered myself, because up north animals drag all kinds of things. Coyotes, foxes, raccoons. You find ugly leftovers in ditches and woodlines sometimes. But even in the moment, I knew that didn't fit. Animals do not tie nylon cord in neat knots. Animals do not tuck something under porch steps like it was placed or hidden. Then I thought maybe it had come from some medical skeleton set, a school display, an old anatomy model, something tossed out years ago and scavenged by raccoons. That explanation lasted maybe 3 seconds. The bone looked too real, too weathered in the wrong ways, and again there was that knot, that awful, calm, human knot. A prank crossed my mind next, but that was somehow even more nauseating. A prank by who? For who? The property had sat mostly unused. No nearby kids, no regular foot traffic, no reason anybody would be setting up some grotesque joke beneath a family cabin in the middle of nowhere. I even tried the broadest category of denial, old hunting camp weirdness. Men do strange things at hunting properties. They nail bones to sheds, leave deer spines in wood lines, save skulls, hang things where they shouldn't. Maybe this was some ugly relic from the bad old days, some forgotten camp trash from before I was born. But those explanations all broke on the same 2 facts: the red nylon and the placement under the porch. Not tossed in the weeds, not pinned to a tree, not left in a burn pile. Under the front steps, partly buried, tethered. I reached toward it again, then stopped before touching it. My hands had started shaking, not violently, just enough to make me angry at myself. The day around me had stayed exactly the same, while my mind was trying to split in two over that thing in the dirt. Wind moved somewhere high in the pines. A crow called once, and then not again. From the backside of the property came the faint, wet hush of reeds rubbing together near the swamp. Everything looked normal. The porch, the yard, the stacked wood, my own bucket of tools beside me. It made the jawbone seem even worse, because it sat there in the middle of ordinary life, like a sentence someone had begun and not finished. I looked toward the road out of sheer instinct, as if someone might be standing there watching me discover it. There was no one. My phone was in my coat pocket. I remember feeling the rectangular shape of it against my ribs when I shifted. I could have taken it out in one motion. I could have called 911, or the county sheriff, or even just Ryan. I could have said the words out loud and forced the situation into the open. Instead, I sat back on my heels and began thinking like a coward. If I called, the cabin would become a crime scene. Even if it turned out to be old, even if it turned out to be nothing current, deputies would come out, then more people, then questions for my uncle and cousins and anyone else connected to the property. The place could get taped off. The winterizing job would be over. The money would be gone. Maybe the whole property would get a reputation that would never leave it. Under normal circumstances, that might not have mattered. But my circumstances were not normal. I needed the money. That is an ugly thing to admit in connection with a human bone, but it was true. I was close enough to the edge financially that I had started doing that silent arithmetic people do when they're trying not to panic. If this bill waits another week and that one gets paid partial, and I stretch groceries and Ryan covers the electric one more time. The money from the cabin was not abstract to me. It was attached to specific fears. There was something else too, and maybe this was the worst part. I did not want to sound crazy. Not to police, not to family, not to Ryan. For months, I had been the woman who startled at footsteps in hallways. The woman who slept with the bathroom light on after a bad day. The woman who checked locks twice, then checked them again. Because maybe the first check didn't count. I had worked too hard to sound stable lately. Useful. Capable. I had come up north partly to prove I could still be alone without unraveling. If I called the police my third day there and told them I'd found what looked like a human jaw tied with cord under my uncle's porch, some part of me believed they would hear not evidence, but me. And once that thought took hold, it made the next one possible. I told myself I would not ignore it. I told myself I was only containing the situation until I had thought clearly. I told myself I would bag it, put it somewhere secure, sleep on it, and decide in daylight whether it really needed to become a whole ordeal. That is how people step over lines, I think. Rarely by announcing it to themselves, usually by narrating it as temporary. I went to the mudroom and got one of the black contractor bags from the shelf. My legs felt unsteady in a way that embarrassed me. Boone followed only as far as the kitchen and stopped, watching. When I stepped back outside with the bag and a pair of work gloves, the yard looked so normal that for one stupid instant I felt almost annoyed at the bone for still being there. I crouched again, opened the bag, and picked it up. The sensation of it in my gloved hand was horrible in a way that has never really left me. Bone is lighter than you expect and heavier than it should be, both at once. The teeth made the shape intimate, indisputable. Dirt flaked off and pattered into the bag. The cord dragged wetly across the plastic with a faint rasping sound. I was careful not to look too closely, and then looked too closely anyway, because revulsion pulls your eyes back even when you want away. The chipped tooth, the tiny root-dark line at one gumless edge, the knot dug tight into the bone. Whoever tied it had tied it with intention. I sealed the bag fast, twisting the top down hard, then twisting it again. And for some reason that made me feel worse. Like I had handled evidence. Like I had participated. Back in the mudroom, there was an old metal toolbox under the bench. Olive green once, but mostly rust now. Full of things no one wanted, but no one had thrown away. Fuse packs, bent nails, a broken tape measure, mouse-chewed rags, loose screws, and old tobacco tins. I dumped half the junk out on the floor, shoved the black bag into the bottom, then piled the rags and tins back on top. When I closed the lid, the latch snapped with a clean, ugly click that sounded final. That sound is the moment I crossed the line. Not when I picked the bone up, not even when I decided not to call. When I hid it. Because hiding it meant I already understood on some level that it should not be hidden. I stood there with one hand still resting on the lid, breathing through my mouth, because I could swear I could still smell damp soil through the contractor plastic. Boone came as far as the mudroom threshold and would not step in. He stared at the toolbox, then up at me, and gave one soft, confused whine. "I know," I said to him. I don't know what I meant by that. The rest of the afternoon went on in a warped imitation of normal. That was maybe the strangest part. I put the lattice section roughly back in place without really fixing it. I washed my gloves twice at the sink. I made coffee and forgot to drink it while it was hot. I texted Ryan something bland about clearing the porch and checking supplies. I almost typed, "I found something weird under the steps," then deleted it before sending. Once or twice I caught myself glancing toward the mudroom, as though a contractor bag inside a metal box might somehow shift or announce itself. As daylight drained away, I kept telling myself the morning would make the decision for me. Morning had a way of shrinking things back down. Maybe I'd wake up and call the sheriff immediately. Maybe I'd call my uncle first. Maybe I'd dig under the porch farther and find some explanation that made all of this less human. That evening, I made a frozen casserole from the freezer and barely tasted it. Boone ate his food, but not near the mudroom door where his bowl had been set. He carried mouthfuls of kibble away from it, dropping pieces across the kitchen floor in his hurry to retreat. After dark, he took up position facing the front door instead of the mudroom, his body still and his ears forward. I noticed that, and then tried not to notice it too much. The television was on low in the living room, some cable rerun with bright studio laughter that only made the cabin feel emptier. The windows had gone black with reflection. Every lamp inside floated back at me in the glass. My own movement doubled faintly every time I crossed the room. I kept pausing whatever I was doing to listen, because the quiet had grown so complete that even the house seemed to be waiting on something. The sound came a little after 9. One slow thump from outside. Not a sharp knock, not branches scraping. Something heavier and duller. A single solid impact from the front side of the house, close enough that I felt it before I fully placed it. Boone sprang up so fast his nails scraped the floor. He didn't bark. He just stared at the door. I muted the television and sat absolutely still, listening. Nothing. Then the furnace kicked on, making me jump so hard I swore out loud at myself. I stood, went to the sink window over the porch, and peered out between my own reflection and the dark beyond. The porch boards shone faintly under the outside bulb. The railing, the steps, wet leaves plastered against one corner. Nothing else. I unlatched the front door and opened it just enough to look. Cold air touched my face. No footsteps, no voice, no movement in the yard. Just the porch and the black tree line beyond it. As I closed the door again, the porch light flickered once. Only once. A short, dim blink, then steady again. I stood there with my hand on the lock, looking at the light through the glass panel, waiting for it to happen a second time so I could call it bad wiring and move on. It didn't. Behind me, Boone still had not moved. He was aimed toward the front of the house like a compass needle. I locked the door and said to no one, "Tomorrow." I said it more than once over the next hour. Tomorrow I'll call. Tomorrow I'll look under there better. Tomorrow I'll tell Ryan. Tomorrow, when it's light. It was a bargain with myself, and I knew it even then. Before bed, I went through the cabin one room at a time, locked the mudroom door, checked every downstairs window latch, drew the curtain over the kitchen sink window, looked up the staircase, and saw only the dark upper hall. In the bedroom, I stood for a long time and decided I did not want to sleep upstairs after all. I brought my pillow and blanket down to the couch instead. The 9mm came out of my duffel and onto the coffee table, within reach. I had owned it for protection after the parking lot attack, but mostly it lived as an idea in my apartment, loaded, legal, reassuring by its presence. Up there, with the contractor bag hidden 10 feet away and Boone rigid at the front of the house, it felt less like reassurance and more like admission. Eventually, I turned off the kitchen light last, so only the lamp by the couch remained on. For a second, standing between the kitchen and living room, I looked toward the dark window over the couch and saw a person inside the house. That is what my body believed first, a full electric jolt of certainty. Someone standing there in the living room, just beyond the lamp glow. I stopped breathing. My hand went halfway toward the gun before my mind caught up and recognized the shape as my own reflection in the black glass. My shoulders, my hair, the pale blur of my face, all of it thrown back at me from the window at an angle I wasn't expecting. But that half second was enough to flood me with cold, enough to make the room feel less mine, enough to let guilt settle in properly. Because by then, I knew the truth of what I had done. I had found something under that porch that no decent person should have hidden, and instead of bringing help to the door, I had locked myself in with it. I stood there, staring at my reflection until it became only me again. Then I sat on the couch with the gun nearby, Boone watching the front door, and the uneasy knowledge lodged in me like something swallowed wrong. Whatever I had put in that toolbox was not random, and by choosing silence, even for one night, I had already made myself part of it. Chapter 2: The Thing in the Tree Line. I did not sleep. That sounds dramatic, but I mean it literally. I lay on the couch under an old quilt that smelled faintly of cedar and dust, with the television off, the living room lamp left on low, and the 9mm on the coffee table close enough that I could touch it without sitting up. I never fully closed my eyes for more than a few seconds at a time. Every noise reset me. The furnace coming on, pipes ticking as heat moved through them, wind pressing briefly at one side of the house and then slipping away. Once, around 11 maybe, something small skittered under the floor, and I sat upright so fast the blanket tangled around my legs. Boone did not help. Usually, if he settled, I settled. That had become one of the few reliable systems left in my life. Dogs know when something is wrong, people say, and the comforting lie hidden inside that idea is that dogs also know when nothing is wrong. Up until then, Boone had functioned as a kind of borrowed nervous system for me. If he barked at a hallway sound in the apartment, I took it seriously. If he ignored it, I forced myself to do the same. That night, he never really settled at all. He stayed by the front door for a long time, sitting rigid, with his chest lifted and his head angled slightly, as if he were listening to something too faint for me. Then he moved to the living room window and stood there, looking at his own reflection in the glass, nose almost touching it. Then back to the front door, then to the mudroom threshold, where he stared toward the closed toolbox under the bench and gave a low, unhappy rumble before leaving again. He was not barking, not pacing wildly, not doing anything obvious enough that I could point to it and say, yes, there, that is what is wrong. He was simply too alert, too present, as if the whole house had become one problem and he could not decide which part of it he was supposed to watch first. Around midnight, I made the mistake of checking my phone and saw there were no new messages from Ryan. Not because he was ignoring me, he was asleep like any reasonable person. But seeing the dark screen and the time, 12:07, made the isolation of the place feel more complete. Everyone I knew was elsewhere, indoors, inside ordinary lives with streetlights and neighbors and other people stacked above and below them in apartment buildings. I was in a 2-story cabin with a contractor bag hidden in a toolbox and something under the front porch that had either once belonged to a person or had been arranged by one. At some point, Boone started whining. It wasn't loud, just a thin, restless sound that kept catching under his breath every few minutes. He went to the door, looked back at me, circled once, went to the door again. I told myself he probably needed to go out. He had barely touched his water, and I realized with a flush of guilt that in all my own nerves I'd disrupted his routine too. It was late, but not so late that letting him out for a quick walk would be reckless. People do that kind of thing all the time. You open a door, let your dog relieve himself, come back inside. The fact that I argued it that hard in my own head should have been a warning. Still, the alternative was worse. Staying trapped in that bright little island of cabin air while Boone grew more agitated, and I sat there, listening to every board and pipe in the house until dawn.
Motion felt better than waiting. Work had felt better than waiting. Maybe a short walk down the drive and back would reset both of us.
I stood up, shrugged on my coat, and slipped my feet into boots that were still damp at the seams from the day before. Boone was at the door before I even reached for the leash. When I clipped it to his collar, I noticed my hands were colder than they should have been. I took the flashlight from the mudroom shelf and, after a second's hesitation that tells you everything about the state I was already in, picked up the pistol too. I had started carrying it after the parking lot attack, the way some people start carrying pepper spray or a whistle or one of those little keychain alarms. Mine just happened to be heavier and more final. Most of the time I hated the weight of it in my pocket because of what it implied. Not safety exactly, but preparedness for the idea that safety might fail. Up there, in the middle of the night, with Boone already straining toward the door and my nerves rubbed thin as exposed wire, leaving it behind felt stupid in a way I could not justify. So I tucked it into my coat pocket, took a breath that did nothing, and opened the door. Cold met us all at once. Not deep winter cold, late fall, northern Michigan cold, the sharp, damp kind that gets under sleeves and through the fronts of jeans. The air smelled of wet leaves, ditch water, old bark, and the distant metallic trace that comes before frost fully settles. Wind moved in quick, uneven bursts instead of steady currents, carrying the smell of swamp one second and pine the next. Above the trees, the moon kept appearing and disappearing behind fast-moving clouds, so the whole property seemed to breathe between dim silver and deeper dark. Boone went out first, but not with his usual confidence. He stepped onto the porch, paused, and lifted his nose. I swept the flashlight once across the yard, catching the wood pile, the sagging edge of the porch rail, the pale track of the gravel drive curving toward the road. Nothing looked wrong. Nothing moved except bare branches twitching in the wind. We went down the steps. The gravel drive ran out from the cabin in a slight curve before meeting the road, with ditch water along one side and thicker brush along the other. In daylight, it was ordinary enough, just two worn tire tracks with grass trying to claim the middle. At night, it felt narrower, as if darkness had mass and was pressing inward from both sides. My boots crunched frost where the ground had stiffened in patches, then sank softly where mud still held water beneath. The beam from the flashlight picked up glittering, wet stones, a broken beer bottle neck half buried near the ditch, the silver flash of old spiderweb on dead weeds. Farther out, beyond the ditch, the cattails rose black and motionless against darker water, their seed heads blown ragged and damp. Somewhere off through the trees an owl called once, a low, hollow sound that seemed to travel farther than it should have in the cold. For the first minute or two, Boone acted almost normal. He moved ahead of me just enough to keep the leash taut, nose dipping toward the ground, investigating scents left by deer or raccoon or whatever else used the property when people weren't there. I followed the familiar track of the drive, keeping the flashlight mostly down because every time I lifted it and caught nothing but branches and trunks, my own imagination had too much room to work. I remember thinking, almost with relief, that this was good. This was ordinary. Dog needs out, woman takes dog out. Cold night, weird day, nerves running high. Nothing more than that. Then Boone stopped so abruptly the leash snapped tight in my hand. He did not bark, he did not crouch.
He froze in the exact posture he had when he first scented something under the porch. Body locked, one front paw lifted slightly, tail gone rigid. His ears stood hard forward.
Then, before I could even say his name, he started pulling backward with sudden, panicked force. Not toward the house exactly, but away from whatever he had found. "Boone," I hissed, more sharply than I meant to. He dug in harder. I followed the line of his stare and raised the flashlight. At first, I saw nothing. Just brush, wet stems, the pale trunks of young birch. Then the beam shifted half an inch and caught 2 points of reflected light low to the ground. Eyes. Every animal country person knows that quick, ugly moment of translating shine into shape. Deer stand high and often give you a soft, broad reflection. Raccoons are smaller, more nervous. Coyotes move in a way your body recognizes, even before your mind names them. These eyes sat too low and too still for any of that. They were not spread wide like a deer's. They were closer together than that. Low, yes, but not tiny. And behind them, this was the part that made every muscle in my back tighten. I could make out a suggestion of bulk broader than the clean, narrow line I would have expected from a dog or fox. The beam shook slightly because my hand did. For 1 second, maybe 2, the eyes looked straight back at us without blinking. My first thought was mountain lion. I don't even know if that was rational. People in Michigan argue endlessly about whether they've seen one, whether there are really enough of them around to matter, whether every glimpse in the dark becomes a cougar once fear gets involved. But that is the shape my mind reached for immediately, because it fit the height, the stillness, the broadness of the shoulders I thought I was seeing in the dark. Not a deer, not Boone's imagination. Something with weight in it. I slid my free hand into my coat pocket and wrapped it around the pistol without drawing it. Boone was whining now, a tight, breathy sound between his teeth, pulling hard enough that his collar pressed deep into his fur. I remember trying to think through the half-remembered advice you hear about big cats. Don't run. Make yourself big. Don't crouch. Don't give them your back. Absurd thoughts to be having on a gravel drive at midnight with a flashlight and a dog and the taste of adrenaline already turning metallic in my mouth. Then the eyes closed. Not disappeared, blink. A small, precise movement that was somehow worse than if they'd simply gone dark. And when they opened again, the beam caught only empty brush. Whatever it was had moved sideways or lowered itself completely out of the line of light so fast and so cleanly that I almost doubted where I'd been looking. I snapped the flashlight left, then right, catching weeds, trunks, reed heads, a glisten of ditch water. Nothing. Boone was trying to drag me backward now in earnest, claws scrabbling for traction on gravel and frosted mud. "Easy," I whispered, though my own voice sounded thin and wrong. Then I heard it. Movement through brush to our right, deeper off the drive. Quiet, but heavy. Not a crash. Not the reckless, explosive sound deer make when they spook and decide speed matters more than stealth. This was more controlled than that. A few dense, rustling steps, a branch giving somewhere low, then another measured disturbance as if something with real weight had turned and moved off through undergrowth while trying not to advertise itself. It was the trying not to advertise itself that got me. If it had bounded away loudly, I think I would have felt almost better. Startled, sure, but
better. An animal doing an animal thing. Instead, what I heard sounded deliberate enough that my mind took a step it did not yet deserve to take. It made the dark feel occupied. I did not go looking for it.
Any version of me that says otherwise is lying. I backed up first, then turned as Boone nearly pulled me off balance in his urgency to get away. We moved fast down the drive, not quite running because the footing was too bad for that, but fast enough that I could feel panic trying to climb into my throat. The flashlight beam bounced violently over gravel and porch posts in the bottom of the front steps. Once, I glanced over my shoulder and saw only darkness and the wet shine of weeds. I heard nothing following us. That did not help. It only made me more aware of how little sound there had been to begin with. By the time I got Boone up the porch steps and inside, my hands were shaking badly enough that I fumbled the lock twice. The cabin, with all its stale, warm air and yellow light and old wood smell, felt absurdly small after the outside dark. Boone pulled free the second I unclipped him and went straight to the living room window. Not barking, just staring out into the black glass. I locked the door, checked it again immediately, then stood there, listening with the flashlight still in one hand and the pistol in the other, like I had carried back pieces of the dark with me. Nothing hit the porch, nothing scratched at the siding, no shape crossed the yard. Eventually, I made myself put the gun on the kitchen counter and turn off the flashlight. My pulse slowed by degrees. The ordinary sounds of the house returned. Furnace, fridge, the soft tick of cooling metal somewhere in the mudroom. With walls and lights around me, I was able to start building a reasonable explanation over what had happened. It was an animal. That had to be the answer. Maybe not a mountain lion. Maybe a large dog gone half wild. Maybe a coyote seen at the wrong angle. Maybe Boone's fear had infected mine, and I'd turned eyeshine into a body larger than it really was. The brush sounds had been an animal moving off. The stillness had only felt wrong because everything at night feels more intentional when you're already scared. I repeated some version of that to myself while I filled Boone's water bowl again and tried to get him to settle. He wouldn't. He drank, but in short, distracted laps. He paced from the front door to the window and back again. Every few minutes he would stop, stare toward the yard, and lift his nose as if testing the air inside the house for a scent that should have stayed outside. I told myself it was over. I told myself we had just surprised something on the drive. I told myself the cabin was still safe. The property was still only woods and swamp, and old family land. And the thing I had found under the porch had nothing to do with whatever had looked back at us from the brush.
Boone, however, did not calm down, and because of that, neither did I. Chapter 2. The Thing in the Tree Line. Once we were back inside, I did what people do when they are trying to make fear obey ordinary rules. I turned on every downstairs light, the kitchen overhead, the lamp by the couch, the smaller lamp near the television, even the weak yellow bulb over the sink that made the front porch look flatter and more exposed than it did in daylight. Light did not actually make the cabin feel safe, but it made it feel occupied, and at that point, occupied was close enough. I set the flashlight on the table, put the pistol on the counter within reach, and filled the kettle, because boiling water felt like the kind of domestic action that could drag me back toward normal thought. The stove clicked, then caught. The low blue flame looked absurdly cheerful under all that tension.
Boone paced a tight line from the front door to the living room window and back again, nails ticking over the floorboards, every so often stopping to stare into the black glass as if something beyond it were standing just outside his range of certainty. I took out my phone and texted Ryan. Saw something outside with Boone, big eyes low in the brush, maybe coyote or maybe something bigger. We're back inside, probably nothing, but it freaked me out. I stared at the message a second before sending it, almost editing out the phrase, "It freaked me out." Because even alone in the cabin in the middle of the woods, some part of me still wanted to sound reasonable. In the end, I sent it as written and slipped the phone onto the table beside the kettle. No signal bars showed for a moment, then one weak bar appeared. The message went through. I sat down on the couch and tried to regulate my breathing the way a therapist had once shown me after the parking lot attack. In through the nose, hold. Out slower than in. Notice the room. Name 5 things you can see. Lamp, couch arm, cast iron stove, Boone's leash on the chair, reflection of the kitchen in the living room window. 4 things you can touch. Blanket seam, cold mug handle, cushion under my thigh, ring on my finger. The exercise almost worked. Then something cracked outside the living room window. It was a small sound, but in a cabin that quiet it landed with the sharpness of a snapped bone. Not loud enough to be a branch falling, too crisp for wind alone. A twig under weight. The unmistakable brittle break of something stepped on close to the house. Every part of me went still. Boone stopped pacing so abruptly it was like someone had pulled a string inside him. His head snapped toward the window. The fur along the back of his neck rose in a line. I did not move at first. I just listened. The kettle had not started singing yet, but I could hear the faint gathering hiss of it on the stove. The furnace was off. The refrigerator hummed in the kitchen. Outside, after that crack, there was a pause so complete it felt intentional. Then came the porch board, one slow, low creak from the front porch. Anyone who has spent time in old houses knows boards talk for all kinds of reasons. They swell, shrink, shift, settle. But this was not that. Settling sounds belong to the structure itself. They come with the confidence of things merely being what they are. This sound had sequence in it. Pressure, complaint, release. Like weight placed on one board and then partially lifted. Boone let out a growl so low I felt it more than heard it. I stood up slowly without deciding to. The room had gone wrong around me in an instant. Not dangerous yet, exactly, but rearranged by attention. The front of the cabin no longer felt like a wall with windows and a porch outside it. It felt thin. Then something dragged across the siding. Just once. A rough, dry scrape traveling sideways along the outer wall near the living room window, as if a branch had been drawn across it, or fingers, or metal, or some object being trailed along the boards without enough force to gouge, but enough to be heard. The kettle started to shrill at the same moment, and I nearly screamed. I lunged toward the stove and killed the burner with shaking fingers, cursing under my breath, half angry at myself and half angry at the sound for happening at all.
Boone had turned now, not toward the stove, not toward me, but toward the living room window again, teeth just visible under a tense curl of lip. The cabin was too brightly lit to see outside properly. That was the part I hated immediately. The living room window had become exactly what old glass becomes at night when the room behind you is bright. A dark mirror holding the room and everyone in it. Lamps, couch, staircase, kitchen light behind me, my own pale face floating faintly over the black.
If there was anything outside, it stood behind layers of reflection. I picked up the flashlight from the table, then realized switching it on inside would only make the reflection worse. So I kept it off and crept toward the window instead, moving slower than I needed to because some primitive part of my body was trying not to be seen before it knew whether there was anything there to see me. Boone followed 2 steps, then stopped. I noticed that because he should have come all the way to the window if that was where the problem was. Instead, he planted himself halfway between the couch and the kitchen and began growling in a direction that was not the glass. At first, I thought he was just triangulating badly from the sound. Then I realized he was facing the staircase. I put that aside because I had no room for 2 fears at once. At the window, I pressed myself close enough that my forehead nearly touched the glass. The cold radiating off it was startling. I shaded one side of my face with my hand and peered into the dark beyond the reflected room. Nothing. Porch rail, one of the vertical posts, wet boards silvering faintly under the porch light. Beyond that, yard. Beyond that, the black clutter of brush and trunks. No person, no animal. No movement except branches shifting high where the wind could reach them. I stood there another few seconds, trying to force the darkness to resolve into certainty. The problem with reflected windows is that they create false depth. Every lamp behind you becomes a faint ghost out front. Every chair doubles. Your own shoulders appear to stand several feet outside your body, and the room stretches into itself in layers that make distance unreliable. I kept thinking I saw a taller, vertical shadow near the porch rail, only to realize it was the reflected line of the coat rack by the mudroom door. Then something pale near the yard edge became only the refrigerator's chrome handle ghosted in the glass. "See?" I whispered, but only to myself. When I stepped back from the window, Boone let out a harsher growl. Not at the porch, at the stairs. I turned. The staircase rose along the inside wall, plainly visible from where I stood, each step catching some spill of light from the kitchen. Nothing was on it. Nothing stood at the landing. The upper hallway beyond was dark, but that was normal because I had not turned on any upstairs lights. Boone's gaze remained fixed there anyway, unblinking, as if something I could not see had just passed out of view at the top. Then came one soft impact overhead. Just one. A muted thud from somewhere upstairs. Not a footstep, exactly, more as if something had been set down carelessly, or bumped against the floor, or shifted its weight where no weight should have been. My whole body reacted before thought did. I felt the cold wash through my back and arms, that instant, draining sensation of adrenaline deciding for you that this matters. "No," I said out loud. And I'm not sure whether I meant, "No, that wasn't upstairs," or "No, this is not happening," or "No, I am not doing this again." Because that was part of it too. The humiliation built right into the fear. Even with a bone in a toolbox and Boone growling at a staircase in an isolated cabin after midnight, some part of me still heard an accusing voice in the background. You are overreacting. You are making patterns. You are letting yourself become the woman who hears one sound and turns it into a threat. I did not call 911. I wish I had. That would make the story simpler and me easier to defend. But standing there between the window and the stairs, with my phone on the table and my pulse punching at my throat, I could not make myself be the hysterical woman calling law enforcement because of porch noises and one sound upstairs in a family cabin full of old wood and bad insulation. Instead, I called Melissa. She was one of the few friends who had survived the version of me that came after the attack without getting awkward or quietly drifting away. She had seen me on bad days. She knew the difference between my ordinary nerves and the tone my voice took when I was truly not right. If I called her and said I was spooked, she would not immediately think I had lost my mind, or at least she would hide it. She picked up on the third ring, sounding groggy and instantly alert. "What's wrong?" That was all it took. Hearing another person's voice at that hour, hearing concern arrive before explanation, made my own voice turn embarrassingly thin. "I'm at the cabin," I said. "I think something's outside." Or was. Boone saw something on the drive, and now I'm hearing things on the porch and upstairs. And I know how that sounds. It sounds like you shouldn't be there by yourself, she said, sharp now. "Do you need me to call somebody?" "No." I said it too fast. "No, I don't know that it's anything. It could be an animal. The house makes noise. I found something weird under the porch earlier, and I think I'm just..." I stopped. "What did you find?" she asked. "Nothing," I lied, because I had already lied too much by then, and apparently the next lie was easier. "Just old, gross cabin stuff. I'm probably scaring myself." Boone growled again, and this time Melissa heard it through the phone. "What is that?" "Boone. Why is he doing that?" I looked at the staircase and then, against my better judgment, back toward the living room window. "I don't know." "Call the police." The simple directness of it irritated me because it made sense. I'm not calling the police over one noise. You said porch noises and upstairs, and your dog is losing it. My dog is not losing it. Even as I said it, Boone moved backward 2 slow steps from the stairs without ever taking his eyes off them. Melissa exhaled hard into the phone. "Stay on with me." So I did. I kept talking because talking made me sound normal to myself. I told her it was probably raccoons under the porch or a branch scraping the siding. I told her old cabins echo strangely. I told her the thing on the drive had almost certainly been some kind of animal, and that seeing eyes in the dark when you're already on edge is enough to contaminate every sound after. She did not argue much, which somehow made me feel worse. After another minute passed without any new sound, I decided the only way to puncture the fear was to check the porch from a different angle. The sink window in the kitchen looked out over the front steps and gave a more direct view than the living room glass. I told Melissa what I was doing, as if narrating it would make it safer, then crossed the kitchen slowly, aware of Boone staying where he was instead of following. At the sink, I leaned over the counter and looked out. The porch was empty. The boards, the railing, the square of yard beyond, empty. No shape tucked against the wall. No person crouched below the window. No animal on the steps. The porch light cast that weak, fixed cone every rural porch light seems to cast, revealing just enough to make the darkness beyond it look thicker by contrast. "I don't see anything," I said. "That doesn't mean there's nothing there," Melissa replied. I almost laughed at that because it was the exact wrong comfort. I stayed at the sink a few moments longer, letting my breathing slow. Maybe that was it. Maybe all I had needed was the second angle, the cleaner sight line. Proof that the porch was only a porch, and the staircase only a staircase, and the sound upstairs had been some old house nonsense amplified by lack of sleep. Then I turned back toward the living room, and in the black reflection of the living room window, I saw a standing shape. Not clear enough to describe in details, just upright, human height. A darker, vertical presence where I did not expect one, slightly off to the side of my own reflected body. My brain accepted it before it examined it. Someone in the room. Someone near the couch. I gasped and spun so hard my hip hit the counter. There was nothing there. No one by the couch. No one near the window. Only the room itself. Lamp on. Couch arm lit. Boone now staring at me because of my movement. The staircase still empty behind him. "What happened?" Melissa said, loud in my ear. I couldn't answer immediately because my body had already completed the whole cycle. Recognition, terror, turn, nothing. My skin felt hot and cold at the same time. I swallowed. I thought I saw someone. Inside? In the reflection. I was still staring at the living room window as if it might produce the figure again. I don't know. It could have been me. It could have been the coat by the mudroom. The shape did not reappear. That was almost worse than if it had. If there had been a man outside the window or inside the room, then at least the world would have chosen a version of itself. But the fact that the figure vanished completely when I fully faced it left me hanging in the ugliest middle ground possible. Something had been there for one split second, either outside the glass, layered through it, or born entirely from the angle of my own reflection. Melissa was telling me again to call the police. I heard her and did not hear her. Boone had returned his attention to the staircase. The downstairs lights still blazed warmly in every fixture, but warmth had nothing to do with safety anymore. The cabin no longer felt like shelter. It felt like a small lit container surrounded by dark on all sides, with too many surfaces that reflected me back wrong. I stood in the kitchen, trying to decide what I had actually seen, and could not. That was the worst part. Not the porch sound, not even the thud upstairs. It was that I no longer knew whether I was watching the house from inside it, or whether the house, with its black windows and reflected rooms and old wood sounds, had started watching me back. Chapter 2: The Thing in the Tree Line. Morning did what morning always does after a bad night. It made everything look smaller and me feel foolish for letting it grow. I had slept maybe an hour total, and not all at once, more like slipping under and jerking back up every time the house shifted, or Boone changed position, or my own body remembered, before my mind did, that something had felt wrong. By the time gray light started coming through the kitchen window, I had that hollow,
overused feeling behind my eyes that comes from too much adrenaline and not enough actual rest. The cabin looked ordinary again in daylight. The porch boards were just weathered wood. The living room window was only glass. The staircase was a staircase.
Even Boone, who had spent most of the night rotating between the front door, the living room window, in the spot where he could keep one eye on the stairs, looked a little embarrassed by morning, the way dogs sometimes do after a storm that frightened them more than it ended up deserving. I clung to that. Embarrassment can be useful. It can make you clean up after your own fear. It can make you move around with purpose, as if enough normal activity will press the irrational parts of the night back down where they belong. So I got up, made coffee, opened the front door to cold, clean air, and told myself I was going to take control of the place again. That was the phrase I used in my head. Take control. As if the property had shifted hands during the night and daylight alone entitled me to reclaim it. The sky had gone the color of dirty aluminum, but it was dry for the moment. The kind of northern morning where every sound carries farther because the air feels thin and tight. I took my mug out onto the porch and stood there looking over the yard, trying to reconstruct what had scared me so badly after midnight. The gravel drive curved out toward the road, pale against the darker ground. The brush line where Boone had frozen looked smaller from the porch than it had in the flashlight beam. Nothing moved. No tracks obvious from where I stood. No signs that anything had come close to the house except my own memory of hearing it. That memory irritated me now. I hate admitting that, but it's true. Fear had turned overnight into a kind of private humiliation. I was a grown woman standing on family property with a loaded pistol inside, a contractor bag hidden in a toolbox, and no witness to any of it except a dog who couldn't testify to tone or sequence. The more the place looked normal in daylight, the more unstable my own reactions began to feel in retrospect. I started wanting evidence not because I expected to find it, but because I needed something external to prove the night had not only happened inside me. So after coffee, I pulled on gloves and started making a slow circuit around the cabin. At first, it was all practical, almost comforting in its ordinariness. I checked the porch rail where I thought I'd heard the creak. Nothing. Looked at the siding where the dragging sound had seemed to travel. A few old scratches, weathered and pale, nothing fresh enough to matter. I crouched near the edge of the front steps and examined the dirt, half hoping to find tracks and half afraid of what kind. There were impressions everywhere, but most of them belonged to me, Boone, and the countless blurred little paw marks that come standard with any semi-rural property. If something larger had approached the porch during the night, the ground wasn't willing to say so now. I moved on toward the wood pile. It sat under a patched tarp at the side of the yard, with split logs stacked in 2 long rows and a scatter of bark and wood chips ground into the mud around it. Boone came with me, but stayed close, not doing his usual yard-looping exploration. He kept glancing toward the tree line behind the woodpile, in a way that made me aware of it without wanting to be. I was halfway to the stack when I saw the first strip of red nylon. It was tied low around a thin sapling just past the edge of the stacked wood, no more than 1.5 feet off the ground. Faded almost pink where weather had bleached it, narrow, frayed slightly at one end. If I had not already seen the cord tied around the jawbone, I might have overlooked it entirely as old trail trash or survey tape or some kid's leftover camping debris. But because I had seen the knot under the porch, my eye recognized this one instantly. Not by logic, but by a kind of internal recoil. I stopped walking. The strip moved once in the breeze, then settled. For a moment, I just stared at it from where I stood, my coffee cooling in my hand, my whole body doing that tense little recalibration fear performs when coincidence starts trying to become pattern. "No," I said, quietly, as if contradiction alone could put the world back. I walked closer and crouched. Same general material, not brand new, but not ancient either. The knot was simple and functional, tightened by someone who wanted it to stay. It was too low to be ordinary trail marking, and too far off any real path to make sense that way anyway. Boone made a small sound in his throat and turned his head toward the trees. I straightened too fast, sloshing coffee onto my glove. There was nothing there. I told myself it could still be nothing connected. People use bright cord for all sorts of practical things. Hunters tie markers. Campers leave. Kids make little forts in the woods and decorate them with whatever plastic garbage they have lying around. One strip tied to a sapling did not mean a system. Then I found the second one. This one was behind the shed. A little collapsing structure my uncle still called a shed, even though it functioned more like an old storage lean-to with delusions of importance. There was rusted fencing wire back there, near a line of junk half swallowed by weeds. An axle, a busted wheelbarrow tray, a stack of chicken wire gone reddish-brown with age. Looping from one strand of fence wire was another short piece of faded red nylon. This one had weathered more than the first, darkened by dirt and stiff at the edges. But it was the same material, same width, same cheap synthetic shine where it hadn't fully dulled. It had not blown there. It had been looped and pulled tight. I looked back toward the house from where I stood. The cabin had shifted on me again, not physically, visually. A place can become wrong just by acquiring context. 20 minutes earlier, it had been the site of one ugly, isolated discovery. Now, with one strip by the woodpile and one behind the shed, it was something else. A place that had been handled, marked, approached more than once with purpose. The third piece was the one that settled it. I found it by accident while checking the porch support nearest the corner where the light had flickered the night before. There, tucked partly beneath the head of an old nail driven into the beam, was a faded scrap of the same red nylon, flattened by weather and so blended into the dark wood I might never have seen it if I hadn't already been looking. It was less a ribbon than a remnant, only 2 inches maybe, but enough to show deliberate placement. Someone had fixed it there and left it. I stood with one hand on the porch post, feeling the blood beat hard in my throat. 3 separate pieces, 3 different locations, same cord as the jawbone. At that point, I should have gone inside, taken pictures, called the sheriff, and started saying words out loud that would make this belong to other people too. Instead, I did what I had already trained myself to do once. I kept the thing private by pushing deeper into it alone. The strip near the woodpile bothered me most because it sat closest to the trees. It had the feeling of an edge marker, though edge of what I couldn't have said. I told Boone to stay, though of course he didn't listen, and stepped past the stacked wood toward the line where yard gave way to brush. The ground there softened quickly. Pine needles, matted leaves, dark wet soil beneath. The air changed too, cooling by a degree or two under the cover of branches.
I found another piece of red nylon, maybe 20 feet in, this one tied to a deadfall branch at ankle height, almost invisible unless you were already searching for that exact color. I followed that one farther, not far, farther.
There is a difference, and it matters. I did not commit to a deep search. I took a few careful steps, then a few more, scanning ahead and down. What I found first was a patch of shallow, disturbed soil near the base of a scrub pine, as if something had been dug there once and then tamped back down carelessly. No neat hole, no fresh pile, just a looseness to the ground that didn't match the undisturbed mat around it. Beside that, half filled by old rain and leaf rot, was the impression of a boot print. Not fresh enough to date cleanly, but not ancient either. The tread pattern had blurred at the edges, yet the heel shape was still visible under the partial collapse of mud back into itself. Then I saw the vertebrae. Small ones, maybe from a deer or some medium animal, threaded together crudely with twine and one short length of that same red nylon. They hung from a broken low branch no higher than my knee, bone white and dirty at once, clicking faintly against each other when the air moved. I stopped so hard, Boone nearly bumped into my leg from behind. I remember staring at the little spinal pieces because my mind preferred them over the whole picture. One vertebra, then another, then the stained twine between. The red nylon tied in with the same ugly confidence as the knot around the jawbone. Not random remains, not an animal den, not one bad object under one porch. Repetition. Hunters, I thought immediately. Hunters do weird things. People nail antlers to trees, hang bones, mark trails. Maybe kids. Maybe some grotesque local ritual made by bored people who'd watched too many horror movies and wanted to leave trash in the woods. Maybe poachers. Maybe drug people. Maybe anything except the wordless, growing thing my body was beginning to understand. I looked past the little bone marker into the deeper trees and felt, with no evidence at all, that I had reached the point where somebody else's intentions began. That is why I stopped. Not because I became wise suddenly. Because some part of me recognized a threshold and did not want to cross it without daylight, backup, or a reason stronger than my own disbelief. I almost took out my phone then. I even had it in my hand. The camera opened. The image on the screen showed the vertebrae hanging there in flat, disappointing daylight, less sinister than they felt in person. I almost photographed the boot print too, the disturbed soil, the red nylon strips. A sane person, a smart person, would have documented everything immediately. But making a record would have made it real in a way I was not ready for. As long as it stayed mostly in my eyes and memory, I could still argue with it. The second I filled my phone with pictures of tied bones and marked trees, and the scrap under the porch support, I would be acknowledging that the property had not simply unsettled me. It had shown me something, and once shown, it would demand action. So I lowered the phone without taking a single picture and backed out the way I'd come. I called Ryan around noon. I tried to sound casual and failed halfway through. I told him I'd found some red cord tied around different places near the cabin, and that it looked like the same material that had been wrapped around the bone under the porch. I left out the contractor bag in the toolbox, at least at first, because I could hear how deranged the conversation already sounded to my own ears. By the time I admitted I'd hidden the jawbone instead of reporting it,
There was a long pause on the line that told me everything about how this was landing.
"Okay," he said finally, using the careful tone people use when they don't want to trigger a bigger reaction.
"If it's serious, call the sheriff." I hated the phrase, "if it's serious," instantly, even though I knew he meant well. "I'm telling you there are bones and markers in the woods." "I know what you're telling me." "No, you're hearing me as scared. I'm telling you what's there." Another pause. Then, "Could be poachers. Could be local kids screwing around. Could be old hunting markers somebody never cleaned up. You're already on edge. Don't spook yourself into making it bigger before you know." That should have calmed me. It did the opposite, not because he was cruel. He wasn't. He was trying to supply ordinary categories to a situation that had started slipping outside them. But ordinary categories only work if they arrive before your body has already decided the world is off. Once that happens, reassurance sounds thin.
It sounds like somebody talking from a place where your evidence does not exist. By the time we ended the call, I felt more alone than before I'd made it. The rest of the day dragged. I kept working because movement was better than sitting still, but every task had a layer under it now. When I sealed a draft along the kitchen window, I noticed how the yard beyond it could be approached from the trees without much exposure. When I carried in another armload of split wood, I found myself glancing toward the sapling with the red strip tied low around it. Once, while passing the mudroom, I opened the toolbox just enough to look at the black contractor bag inside, then shut it again immediately, as if checking on a sleeping thing. That evening, Boone refused to eat by the back door. His bowl was usually set there because it was out of the way and the floor was easier to wipe if he spilled water. He approached it, lowered his head, then stopped and backed off. I moved the bowl 3 feet toward the kitchen table. He ate then, but fast, keeping his body angled so he could watch the shadowy rectangle of the mudroom and the darkening windows at the same time. At dusk, I stood by the living room window, with the lamp off, trying to see out before full dark turned the glass reflective again. The tree line beyond the yard was becoming a single dark mass, with individual trunks barely holding themselves apart. The red strip near the sapling was still visible if I knew where to look. For a long moment it hung perfectly still. Then it moved, once, lightly, side to side. I looked at the branches nearest it. They did not move. Maybe the breeze touched only that low patch. Maybe the angle made the motion look isolated when it wasn't. Maybe there was some small current of air I couldn't read from the window. Or maybe I was looking at a marker that had been waiting there before I arrived, tied low enough to be missed until somebody needed it to matter. I stood there until the last of the usable light drained out of the yard and the window began giving me my own face back. By then I understood something I had not wanted to say even in my head. The red nylon was not random, and whatever had been placed around that cabin had been placed there before I ever set foot on the property. Chapter 3. The house started answering back. The next morning I decided I needed town. Not because I was out of supplies in any urgent way. I still had enough coffee, canned soup, bread, dog food, batteries, and furnace filters to last several more days if I used things carefully. What I needed, more than anything practical, was contact with the world that behaved like the world was supposed to. Fluorescent lighting, receipts, people complaining about weather,
The ordinary American choreography of small errands and small talk and parking lots and shopping baskets. I needed to put my body somewhere that would force it to remember scale.
A county road, no matter how isolated, was still connected to a gas station, which was still connected to a highway, which was still connected to everyone else. That mattered to me that morning. I also needed an excuse, so I made a list on the back of an old envelope. More caulk, extra insulation wrap for the pipes under the kitchen sink, paper towels, another tube of wood glue, coffee I didn't technically need yet, and dog treats Boone absolutely could have survived without. The list made the trip sound responsible. Maintenance, supply run, a normal reason to leave a cabin and come back to it. Before I left, I stood in the mudroom with my hand resting on the lid of the toolbox for a long moment, and then did nothing. I did not open it. I did not take the jawbone with me. I did not finally call the sheriff. I just stood there, listening to Boone breathe behind me, and then reached for my keys instead. He did not want to stay behind. That had never really been a question. Once I started moving around with purpose and picked up my coat, Boone was at the door immediately, tense but eager in the way dogs get when motion promises relief. I brought him along partly because I didn't trust leaving him alone in the house, and partly because I didn't trust leaving the house unwitnessed at all. Even that thought would have sounded absurd to me a month earlier. By then it passed through my head with barely any resistance. The drive into town should have helped more than it did. At first it did. The farther I got from the property, the more my body unwound by small degrees. The tree line broke now and then into marsh and utility cuts, then into a few scattered properties with mailboxes, propane tanks, faded American flags hanging limp in the cold, then into signs of a county trying to remain legible in spite of weather and distance. A church with a hand-lettered board out front, a garage with 3 lifted pickups parked crookedly, a diner already open though it was still early enough that the windows glowed more than they reflected. At the gas station on the edge of town, I bought coffee I didn't even want that badly, just because, hot paper cup in hand, felt like membership in something human. The woman behind the counter had bleached hair going silver at the roots, and a sweatshirt advertising a bait shop farther north. She asked if I wanted cream, and I nearly laughed from gratitude at the banality of the question. I took the coffee outside and stood near the pump for a minute, while Boone nosed at old gum wrappers and salt grit near the edge of the lot. The sky was low and colorless. Trucks came and went. Somebody in hunting camo carried 2 breakfast sandwiches back to his car. There were no mysterious markers, no tree line breathing at the edge of vision, no reflected figures in old glass, only cold air and gasoline and the burnt smell of coffee sitting too long on a warmer. By the time I drove over to the hardware store, I almost had myself convinced the cabin could still be managed through routine. The store was one of those local places that sells a little of everything: PVC fittings, gloves, bait buckets, furnace parts, extension cords, deer corn, dog food, and suspiciously old candy by the register. I bought more caulk and insulation wrap than I needed because making practical decisions in a lit store with other customers around felt like medicine. The cashier was a man maybe in his 60s, with a weathered face and careful hands. He looked over the items, asked if I was trying to close up a place for winter, and when I told him I was working on my family's old cabin out on that road, he nodded like he knew exactly which one I meant. "That old road floods bad in spring," he said while scanning the caulk. "Gets all tore up if they don't grade it right." It was such a harmless local comment that for one absurd second, I almost answered with the truth. I almost said, "Have you ever heard anything strange about that road? About the properties back there? About red nylon tied to saplings and bones under porches?" The words rose right to the surface and stopped. Because what was the follow-up if I said them? Was I asking for gossip? Was I filing an accusation? Did I want him to laugh or frown or tell me some old story that made everything worse? Standing there at the register under fluorescent lights with Boone waiting in the truck and a bag of insulation wrap under my hand, I suddenly could not bear to drag what I had seen into that normal room. So I only smiled and said something about hoping to finish before the weather changed. He nodded, handed me my receipt, and told me to drive safe. That was all. I should have felt steadier on the way back. Instead, the return did something mean to me. Leaving town had become easy in one direction. Coming back was different. Every mile north seemed to remove a layer of witness. Gas stations gave way to empty stretches. Stores gave way to fields gone yellow-brown, and then to scrub and pines. The cell signal thinned. Mailboxes spread farther apart. The road narrowed again. By the time I turned back onto the gravel spur leading toward the cabin, I felt the same sinking awareness I used to feel approaching my apartment at night after the attack. When I'd realize all over again that once I shut the car door and started toward the building, I was on my own. The relief I'd gotten from town faded almost instantly once the tree line closed in around the road, and the cabin, when it came into view, no longer looked like family property. That is hard to explain without sounding melodramatic, but it changed on me in a very specific way. Before, I had seen history there. Childhood fragments, my uncle's voice, coffee on the stove, wet socks drying near the furnace. Now, pulling into the yard with hardware store bags in the passenger seat and Boone shifting uneasily beside me, the place looked like a structure waiting to be occupied by whoever knew how to use it. The porch sagged exactly as before. The fieldstone chimney sat exactly where it had always sat. The windows reflected the pale sky, yet something in the balance of it had tipped. It looked less inherited than available. I hated that thought so much, I forced myself out of the truck immediately. Movement, unload, carry things in, resume tasks, the old trick. But fear, once it gets into your routines, does not leave them intact. Every room I entered after that had a pause built into it. Not dramatic enough to call it paralysis, just a beat. A half second at each doorway, where my body checked the space before my foot crossed fully through. Kitchen, living room, mudroom, bathroom, upstairs hall, even the bedroom. I would reach a threshold, and something in me would tighten, scanning corners, sight lines, window reflections, the stupid black gap under the bed frame, as if threat had become one more item to inventory, along with work supplies and cleaning rags. I started checking places that did not deserve checking. Behind the shower curtain, though no one could have stood back there without me hearing them. Inside the narrow storage closet off the mudroom. Behind the bedroom door when I entered upstairs. Even though I knew the hinges groaned loud enough to betray any use. Once, I opened the cupboard beneath the kitchen sink because a shape in peripheral vision made me think for one humiliating instant that someone was crouched there. The pistol stayed visible now. That was another change I told myself was practical. It sat on the kitchen counter most of the time, not pointedly, not staged for drama, just present, next to a folded dish towel or beside the bowl of apples, as if a firearm belonged among ordinary household objects. I hated the way that looked, hated even more the way leaving it within reach made me feel fractionally steadier. Boone remained restless in ways I could not chart cleanly. Sometimes he fixated on the front of the house again, the same way he had after the thing on the drive. Other times he would stop dead in the middle of the living room and stare beneath the couch, as if something had gone under there that I had missed. I got down on the floor with a flashlight once and looked. Dust, a dropped pin cap, one of his old chew toys half flattened by the frame. Nothing else. More than once I caught him in the mudroom, with his nose pressed close to the toolbox. He never pawed at it, never barked. He would just stand there, sniffing in short, intent pulls, then step back and look at me with an expression that felt unnervingly close to accusation. "Don't start," I said to him once, which was unfair because he had not started anything. I had. The afternoon passed in fragments of work, constantly interrupted by awareness. I re-wrapped a stretch of pipe insulation under the sink, re-caulked a seam around one of the front windows, swept grit and bark from the mudroom floor. Every task seemed normal until I noticed myself listening harder than I was doing it. By dusk, I was exhausted in that wired, unnatural way that doesn't lead to rest. The house changed again after dark. It always did, but now I was cataloging the change. The windows turning reflective, the rooms seeming shallower and more exposed at once, the staircase becoming less a functional object than a black vertical problem connecting me to an upper floor I had not yet fully searched. I kept lights on in both the kitchen and living room and turned the television low again, not to watch, but to damage the silence. Boone ate only after I moved his bowl away from the mudroom for the second night in a row. Then, sometime after 10, I heard the tapping. Soft, so soft I thought at first it had come from outside. 3 little sounds from somewhere in the wall near the living room. Tick, tick, tick. So evenly spaced they didn't register as house noise right away. I muted the television and sat still, listening. Boone lifted his head but did not get up. Nothing followed for several seconds. Then, 3 more. Tick, tick, tick. From the kitchen side now, or maybe only seeming to be from the kitchen side. The problem with old houses is that sound takes liberties in them. Pipes carry it, stud bays redirect it, wind presses one wall and a board answers from another. I knew that. I told myself that immediately. Pipes, I thought, or a branch, though there were no branches close enough on that side to touch the wall. Or the house, settling as temperature dropped. The explanation should have held. It didn't, because when I got up and moved into the kitchen, the taps came again. Not from where I had been sitting, but from farther down the wall ahead of me, as though sound were relocating by one room at a time. I froze. 3 taps. Pause. 3 taps. Not loud, never loud. That somehow made them worse. Loud sounds invite response. They can be confronted, named, blamed on something obvious. These were intimate, close enough to feel directed, too small to justify panic, too patterned to dismiss easily once heard. I put one hand on the counter and listened until my ears rang with effort. Nothing. Then, back in the living room, Boone let out a low warning rumble I had learned not to ignore, but he was not staring at the window this time. He was staring at the base of the wall beside the staircase. I walked over with the flashlight and crouched, feeling immediately ridiculous. I put my ear near the paneling and smelled only old wood, dust, and the faint mechanical breath of the furnace duct under the floor. No scratching, no movement, no voices. Just my own pulse and the pressure of the house around me. When the taps came again, they seemed to answer from farther, toward the kitchen. I stood too fast and banged my shoulder on the stair rail. For the next hour, I tried to trap the sound logically. I turned the furnace off to see if duct expansion was causing it. Still heard it. I stepped outside onto the porch and listened along the siding. Nothing. I checked the kitchen pipes. Dry. No hammering, no rattle. I stood in the mudroom with the outer door cracked, trying to decide whether branches in the wind could be finding some part of the house and producing a rhythm.
The taps came once more while I was there. So faint, I almost missed them, and seemed to originate from the wall between me and the kitchen. At some point, the pattern itself became the problem. Not proof of haunting, not anything grand or supernatural, but proof that I was beginning to wait for repetition, to listen in a way that gathered unrelated sounds into intention. 3 taps, pause, 3 taps. Once your mind locks onto a sequence, every house becomes capable of speaking it. And yet, Boone heard something too. I kept coming back to that. He would raise his head a second before I heard them. Sometimes he followed the sound with his eyes along the downstairs wall, as if tracking movement behind it. Dogs do not understand narrative. They do not make themselves feel clever by turning random noises into dread. If he was reacting, something existed for him to react to. That thought got me nowhere useful. It only left me with 2 bad options. Either something real was moving through or within the walls, or I had reached the point where I was using a dog's uncertainty to validate my own. By midnight, I gave up on both answers. I left the downstairs lights on. Not every single one, but enough. Kitchen overhead, lamp by the couch, lamp near the television, pools of yellow light holding back the edges. I brought my blanket and pillow down again and laid them on the couch without even pretending I might sleep upstairs. The pistol stayed on the coffee table, closer than before. Boone made one last circuit of the room, sniffed the mudroom threshold, stared at the wall by the stairs, and then finally lay down where he could see both the front door and me. The tapping did not come again while I was still fully awake, or if it did, the house had so many small noises inside it by then. Furnace, settling wood, Boone's breathing, my own pulse, that I no longer trusted my ability to separate them. I only knew this. Daylight had not fixed anything. It had merely given me enough practical tasks to carry fear around in my hands without looking directly at it. By the second night, the cabin no longer felt like a place I was repairing. It felt like a place I was waiting inside, with the lights on, hoping routine might hold until morning. Chapter 3. The house started answering back. By late morning, I was angry enough to go upstairs. Not brave. Angry. There is a difference, and it matters, because bravery suggests clarity. It suggests a person weighing risk against principle and moving forward anyway. What I felt was uglier than that. I was tired of being managed by sounds, tired of pausing in my own kitchen because some part of me expected 3 quiet taps from inside the wall. Tired of watching Boone stare at corners and thresholds as if he knew one version of the house and I knew another. Most of all, I was tired of the upper floor existing above me, like an unfinished sentence. The sound the night before had come from upstairs first, or had seemed to. The smell in the storage room had been bothering me since the first day. The staircase was visible from nearly everywhere downstairs, which meant I had spent too many hours seeing it in the corner of my eye and waiting, however irrationally, for something to appear on it. So I made coffee I barely drank, put on gloves, tucked the pistol into the back of my jeans, took the flashlight, even though it was daytime, and told myself I was simply doing what should have been done already, inspecting the upper floor thoroughly. I said it out loud to make it sound practical. Boone followed me as far as the bottom of the stairs, then stopped. He had done that before, lingering as if deciding whether he was invited or not. But this felt different. His head was low, ears turned slightly outward, not pinned in fear, but not relaxed either. I stood with one foot on the first stair and looked back at him. "Come on," I said. He didn't move. That made me want to turn around immediately and pretend I had changed my mind for some good, sensible reason. Instead, I tightened my grip on the flashlight and climbed. The stairs had always been steeper than they looked from below. As a kid, I remembered running up them 2 at a time without thinking. As an adult, especially with my nerves already sharp and raw, I became aware of every pitch and creak. The wood under the runner had a tired give to it. Dust lay along the edges where no one's foot had reached in a while. Halfway up, the smell changed, not all at once, but enough that I noticed I was no longer breathing only old wood and stale cabin air. Something damp sat above the ordinary house smell. At the top, the upper hall looked narrower than I remembered, in the same way the porch had looked smaller when I first came back. But this wasn't just childhood scale correcting itself. The hallway really did feel constricted. The ceiling sloped slightly on one side, the roofline pressing inward in a way that made the whole passage look like it had been built for people who expected to move through it quickly and with their shoulders tucked in. The wallpaper, which had once probably been some pale floral pattern, had peeled away in long curled strips where age and seasonal moisture had lifted it from the wall. In the weak daylight from the bedroom window, those strips hung like old skin. The bedroom door stood open. The storage room door at the far end of the hall was shut. I stared at it for a few seconds before moving. During the first days in the cabin, I had thought of that room in the usual practical terms people use for rooms like that. Junk room, overflow space, where old traps and spare paint cans and broken things go to die. Now it looked less like storage and more like a sealed idea. The door was swollen slightly in the frame, the way old doors get after too many damp seasons, so it never sat quite square. The paint around the knob was chipped from years of use, but the lower edge of the door had a rubbed dark line on it I didn't remember noticing before,
as if something had dragged against it more than once. I took one step farther into the hall, and the smell intensified. Wet earth came first. Not garden dirt under sunlight, not clean potting soil. This smelled like earth brought up from somewhere deep and shaded. Cold, damp, mineral. There was iron under it too, the flat metallic edge of something oxidized or exposed. Then mouse urine, sharp and stale. Under all of that was another note that took my body a second to understand before my mind named it. Something faintly sweet and faintly rotten, not strong enough to make you gag right away, but strong enough to make the back of your tongue seem to know more than you wanted it to. I stood there, listening. Nothing. That was the other thing about the upstairs. It had a different quiet than the rest of the cabin. Downstairs, there were always little house noises somewhere. The refrigerator hum, the ductwork shifting, the occasional sigh of wind around the front windows. Up there, in that hall, the silence felt denser, the kind of silence that seems to absorb your presence instead of meeting it. I looked back down the stairs. Boone had not followed. He was still at the bottom landing, staring up at me with a fixed unwillingness that made me feel suddenly foolish for being there alone. "Seriously?" I said, keeping my voice low for no reason I could justify. He did not blink. I turned back to the storage room door and reached for the knob. It resisted at first, the swollen wood holding to the frame. Then it gave with a soft, tacky release. Not a squeak exactly, more like damp paint unsticking from itself. I opened it a few inches, and the smell came out stronger. For one ugly second, I nearly stepped back and shut it again. Instead, I raised the flashlight and pushed the door wider. The room was exactly what a storage room in an old hunting cabin should have been, at least at first glance. Rolled insulation stood in one corner, like pale, sleeping bodies. There were rusted steel traps hanging from nails on the far wall, long unused but still mean-looking. An old deer shoulder mount leaned crooked against a shelf, one glass eye intact and the other cracked, so that it seemed to be watching from two different eras at once. Boxes sagged open under the weight of damp. A broken folding chair rested upside down beside a plastic bucket full of unidentifiable hardware. In the back corner, half under the low slope of the ceiling, was a tarp folded over on itself in a stiff, dirty heap. Nothing moved. I stayed on the threshold longer than I should have, waiting for some clean reason to feel ridiculous and go back downstairs. When none came, I stepped inside. The floorboards creaked differently here than in the hall, more isolated somehow. Each sound had a drier, hollower quality, as if there was more empty space below this room than below the bedroom. Dust and old insulation fibers had collected along the baseboards, but not evenly. There were interruptions, smudged places, disturbances. The room had not been left untouched the way a real junk room usually is. I began noticing things one by one. The first was on the floor near the center of the room. Scuffs in the dust that didn't make sense if this space was only used for forgotten supplies. Not one set of footprints. More like repeated shifting, dragging and turning. The kind of abrasion made by weight being moved, or by someone working in a crouch and pivoting on their heels. I crouched and traced one of the marks with the flashlight beam. Fresh wasn't the right word because there was still dust across it,
but it was recent enough that it hadn't settled back into the same neglect as everything around it. I stood slowly and let the beam travel farther. Near the back wall, one floorboard looked wrong. It was only a subtle difference at first, slightly lighter wood around the nail heads, cleaner edges where it met the neighboring boards. I moved closer and saw that 2 nails near one end had not rusted the same way the rest had. They were newer, still dulled, but not old enough to match. Whoever had hammered them in had not set them perfectly either. One sat a little proud of the surface, another had chewed the wood around it slightly.
That alone might not have meant anything. Cabins get patched, boards get replaced. But seeing a recently re-nailed board in a room that smelled like wet soil and rot made something in my body tighten so hard it bordered on pain. I swept the flashlight down along the baseboard beside it and saw the streak. It was narrow, maybe the width of 2 fingers laid together, dark against the painted wood and easy to miss if the light wasn't angled right. At first I thought oil, then old varnish runoff. Then I crouched closer and saw where the line had thickened near one knot in the wood and thinned again farther on, as if it had moved while wet before drying part way. I should not have touched it, but I did. I had my gloves on, and that gave me a stupid sense of protection, as though latex or leather or canvas could turn a bad fact into a manageable one. I pressed 2 gloved fingers lightly to the darkest part of the streak. It was tacky, not soaked, not fresh enough to smear bright red, but tacky, with just enough give left in it to make my hand recoil before my mind could finish naming it. I stared at my fingers, dark reddish brown, not paint, not old wood stain, not mouse dirt, blood. The word arrived whole and immediate, so plain it seemed obscene in that room. I swung the flashlight toward the inner side of the door frame and saw more. Smears, smaller than the one by the baseboard, partly wiped or transferred by contact. One at shoulder height, another lower, near the latch side of the frame where a hand might have caught itself passing through. The color was wrong for rust and wrong for old house grime. Too dark in the thick spots, too brown-red at the thinned edges. For a moment, I forgot to breathe. All the explanations I had been feeding myself for 2 days, old camp weirdness, local kids, animal remains, overactive nerves, did not vanish exactly. They just lost authority all at once. A room can keep your imagination at bay until it contains something active enough to belong to a body. Blood does that. It narrows the field of possible stories brutally. I took 1 step backward and bumped the folded tarp with my heel. The sound it made in the quiet, just a dry crackle of stiff material shifting against floorboards, hit me with such force that I nearly shouted. I spun the flashlight toward the corner where it lay, convinced for a sick half-second that something under it was about to move. Nothing, just the tarp. Dirty gray-brown, creased and folded over on itself. One edge darkened, as if it had once soaked up water, or something worse. My pulse was so hard now, I could feel it in my mouth. I backed toward the doorway, carefully, never taking the light off the room for long. The deer mount with the cracked eye looked different on the retreat. less like junk and more like something propped there to watch. The rolled insulation seemed too human in shape. Even the traps hanging on the wall took on that waiting quality certain ordinary objects can get once fear has taught your vision how to use them. At the threshold, I looked down the hall and saw Boone. He had crept partway up the stairs at some point without my hearing him, but no farther. His front paws rested on the top step, and the rest of him held back. He was staring straight into the storage room, body stiff, ears forward. When I made a small sound to call him, he did not enter. He didn't even shift. He just kept looking into the room past me, as though he expected something there that had not yet shown itself. "Come on," I said, and this time my voice cracked. He remained where he was. I backed out fully, pulled the door toward me, then stopped with it halfway shut because some old, stubborn, disbelieving part of me wanted one more look, one more chance to reinterpret what I had seen. The smell rolled out around the narrowing gap. Wet earth, iron, mouse urine. That faint sweetness beneath. No new sound came from inside. No movement. No confirmation beyond what was already there. I shut the door hard enough that the latch clicked, then stood there with my hand on the knob, looking at the wood grain as if the room behind it might press a shape through. Then I did the most helpless, practical thing I could think of. I dragged the narrow chair from the bedroom into the hall and wedged it under the storage room knob at an angle. It was not a strong barricade. The chair was old and light, the kind of thing that would splinter if anybody truly pushed the door with force. But setting it there mattered to me in that moment because it changed the problem from invisible to physical. There, a door, a chair, a line, something I could point to and say I had done at least one rational thing. Boone backed away as I came toward the stairs, then turned and went down fast without looking behind him. I followed, one hand on the rail, not trusting my knees. At the bottom, I looked up once more. The hall was empty. The chair stood braced under the knob. The wallpaper hung in peeled ribbons. Daylight from the bedroom window reached only partway down the passage, leaving the storage room end already grayer than it should have been. By then, I knew enough that not knowing the rest no longer mattered. Someone had been in that room recently, or something had, and whatever explanation I might still have preferred, the cabin had finally given me one piece of proof that did not depend on how brave or frightened or unreliable I sounded when I tried to describe it. Chapter 3. The house started answering back. I did consider leaving. I want that on record, if only because there is a version of this story people like to tell themselves about other people in danger, and it goes like this. There were signs, she ignored them, and after that everything was just consequences. That version is satisfying because it makes horror feel avoidable. It makes survival look like a matter of good judgment. But real fear, especially the kind that arrives in pieces, does not hand you one clear exit and then stand politely aside while you take it. After I found the blood in the upstairs storage room, after I came down shaking and left the chair jammed under the knob like a child's idea of a barricade, I stood in the kitchen with my keys in one hand and seriously thought about loading Boone into the truck and driving away that minute. Not forever, maybe, just away. Back to town, to a motel, to a gas station parking lot where there would be lights and vending machines and people slamming car doors and doing nothing more sinister than pumping gas.
I imagined the relief of fluorescent lighting over a front desk, a room with white sheets and a deadbolt, and televisions murmuring through neighboring walls.
I imagined calling the sheriff from somewhere public and making the whole problem belong to daylight and institutions instead of one half-rotten cabin breathing around me in the woods. I even walked to the mudroom and picked up my coat. Then practical things started speaking all at once. Money first. A motel would cost money I did not really have. Driving back south immediately would mean abandoning the job and probably never seeing the rest of what my uncle had promised to pay me. And if this all turned out to be old blood, animal blood, some strange but ultimately explainable mess in a room no one had bothered to inspect properly in years, then I would be the woman who panicked, walked off a needed job, and dragged everyone into a scene built on fear and assumptions. Then, pride. Pride is a stupid thing to let into survival decisions, but it gets in anyway. I had come north partly to prove something to myself, that I could still be alone, that the attack in the parking lot had not permanently changed the shape of my life, that I was not fragile in the way fear had been trying to convince me I was. Leaving in broad daylight because of one room and one smell and some blood no one else had yet seen would have felt, to the most punitive part of my mind, like surrendering to exactly the identity I had been fighting. Then, the worst reason of all, I did not think I would be believed cleanly, not without more. That sounds paranoid even now, but the logic of it was simple. I had a hidden jawbone I had failed to report immediately, red nylon markers in the woods I had not photographed, nights of bad sleep, twitchy nerves, and a dog whose anxiety I might have been infecting with my own. If I called people in now, what I had was ugly, but not neat. It did not organize itself helpfully. It arrived as details, smells, impressions, and one dark streak I believed was blood in a room full of hunting junk and old neglect. I did not trust my own voice enough to carry all of that convincingly on its first attempt. So instead of leaving, I made coffee again. I did not want it. I just needed the ritual of water, kettle, mug, something hot held in both hands. Boone stayed close while I moved around the kitchen, but not close in a comforting way. He kept glancing toward the stairs. I kept not looking at them. Around noon, I called my uncle. I tried to frame it carefully, lightly, not the way a woman calls when she is already more frightened than she wants to sound. I asked whether anybody had been using the cabin recently without telling him. Friends, neighbors, old hunting buddies, cousins, some local guy he still trusted with a key. I asked whether there had ever been break-ins, trespassers, people cutting through the property to camp or hunt. He answered no, too fast. Not angrily, not yet, just quickly. The kind of quick no that arrives before thought has done any visible work. Then he asked why. I looked at the stairs while he asked it. I could still smell that upstairs room in my head, even from the kitchen. Just wondering, I said. Boone's been weird. I found some old stuff around the property. What kind of old stuff? I should have told him then. The jawbone, the red cord, the blood in the storage room. Instead, I did what I had already begun doing with everyone else. I trimmed it down into something survivable. Just junk. Markers, maybe. Animal bones. He was quiet for a second. Then, in a tone that was almost dismissive, but not quite casual enough to be harmless. He said, "That place always had junk around. Don't go making a mystery out of old camp trash." There was irritation in it, not surprise. That mattered to me right away. "I'm not making a mystery," I said. "I'm asking if anyone's been up there." "No." Another too fast answer. I hesitated, then said, "The upstairs back room smells off, like something got in." "Then don't fool with it," he said. "Finish what you can and leave the rest. And stay out of the crawl space unless you absolutely have to." That line came out of nowhere. I felt myself go still. The crawl space? It's old, that's all. You fall through something under there and nobody's finding you till spring. He gave a short, dry laugh that sounded like it was trying to make itself normal and missing. "Just finish the job, all right?" We got off the phone a minute later, and I stood in the kitchen staring at the dead screen. Stay out of the crawl space and just finish the job. It was such an oddly specific instruction that it lodged in me immediately. I had not mentioned the crawl space. He had supplied it on his own, unprompted, as if there were places in that house he did not want approached, or had already categorized privately as not worth discussing. Maybe it meant nothing. Maybe older men who have spent years around cabins simply think first in terms of structural hazards and sagging foundations. But the line stayed in my head because it did not feel like caution. It felt like redirecting attention. By late afternoon, the weather had changed. You could feel it before you could name it. Pressure dropping, a heaviness in the air. The pines behind the cabin beginning to move in longer, more deliberate sweeps instead of scattered little gusts. By the time the sky darkened toward evening, clouds had layered over fully, and rain began in short, cold spits against the windows. Stormlight is bad enough in ordinary houses. In the cabin, it made every room seem like it was being looked at through dirty water. The windows went reflective earlier than usual, and because the sky outside stayed half lit for a while instead of going fully dark, the glass became worse. Neither mirror nor clear view, but some shifting compromise between both. I turned on lamps before I really needed them and immediately regretted it. Reflection deepened. The living room window began layering the room back over itself in overlapping planes. My own shoulders drifted beside me, where there should have been empty dark. The lamp by the couch appeared to hover outside in the yard when I crossed the kitchen. Once, carrying a load of split wood in from the porch, I caught what looked like a second face over my left shoulder in the glass near the front window and swung around so hard that bark spilled from my arms onto the floor. Nothing. Just the doubled reflection of my own face and the pale oval of the kitchen light behind me, briefly aligning the wrong way. That happened more than once. Not always a face, sometimes just a shoulder shape where no shoulder should have been. Once the impression of someone standing at the top of the stairs, which turned out to be the reflected line of the hall wall and the shadow from the lamp by the couch. But each mistake cost me something. Each one trained me to distrust my first look and my second look both. Boone had grown quieter as the rain built. That, somehow, was worse than if he had been barking. He moved from window to window sometimes, but more often he sat in the center of the living room, with his ears working and his eyes shifting between the front glass and the staircase, as though he had accepted both as sources of possible trouble. Every now and then he would look at me with a kind of impatient strain, as if I was failing to understand instructions he was trying to give. The power flickered just after dark. Not enough to fail outright, just one sudden dimming so complete that the whole downstairs inhaled and held itself for a second. The lamps thinned to amber. The refrigerator hum cut out. The television screen went black, and for one terrible instant, the window reflection changed faster than my eyes did. In that instant, I saw someone standing outside the living room window. I say someone because shape came before detail. Human height, vertical, too close to the glass, not moving. The image was there in the dark pane just long enough for my stomach to drop through itself. Then the power steadied. The lamps brightened back up. The television rebooted into a blue input screen. The window became only a reflection again, layered over yard and storm-dark brush. And there was nothing standing outside. I stood there with one hand braced against the couch and realized my knees had bent slightly, as if preparing to run or duck. Boone barked once, just once, and then stopped, staring hard at the same section of window. I did not go closer to check. That mattered. Even then, even trying to preserve some version of control, I knew that not going closer meant I had started accepting the glass as enemy territory.
I crossed instead to the kitchen, where brighter light and different angles made the room feel less vulnerable, and stood with my back to the counter until my breathing stopped sounding loud in my own ears. Then, because fear had begun making me behave in loops, I went to the mudroom and opened the toolbox. The contractor bag was exactly where I had left it. The air inside the box had that shut-in smell of rust, oil, and old damp fabric. I lifted the bag out and set it on the bench, then hesitated, with both hands resting on the twisted plastic top. I don't know what I was expecting, that the bone would have changed, that looking at it again in better light would make it less specific. Maybe I only wanted to test reality against myself one more time, to put my hands on the original fact and confirm that at least one part of this whole mess was not reflection, stormlight, or nerves. I untwisted the plastic and opened the bag. The smell was immediate, damp earth, stale and mineral, less intense than when I first pulled it from under the porch, but still there. The jawbone lay at the bottom, exactly as before, curved and pale under smeared dirt, the chipped tooth catching what little light came through the mudroom doorway. The red nylon knot looked even worse indoors. Too neat, too specific. I put on gloves and lifted it again, turning it carefully this time. That was when I saw the soil, packed deep inside the inner crevices. Not just surface mud. Damp dirt lodged in the little recesses around the remaining teeth and in the deeper hollows of the bone, where dry weather should have shaken it loose if the thing had been exposed long. I used one gloved thumb to touch one of those packed places and came away with a smear that was still dark and faintly wet. Fresh enough. Or fresh enough compared to what I had been telling myself. Not some relic sitting under the porch for 10 years. Not something bleached clean by seasons of exposure. Whatever had placed it there had not done so long ago. I stood there with the bone in my hands and the open contractor bag beneath it, and the whole shape of the property seemed to shift 1 degree further away from explanation. Markers in the woods, blood upstairs, jawbone under the porch with damp soil still clinging in its depths. Not old camp junk, not one bizarre leftover.
a sequence, a handling. I sealed the bone back in the bag with fingers that were less steady than before and shoved it into the toolbox again too quickly, as if getting it out of sight could slow down what it meant. Rain had strengthened while I was in the mudroom. I could hear it now against the roof and the porch boards. Not violent yet, but steady enough to erase smaller outside sounds. The sort of rain that makes a house feel cut off by force instead of distance. I returned to the kitchen and stood for a moment, listening to it. Boone had gone still again. He was not facing the window this time. He was facing the stairs. I followed his line of sight. The chair I had wedged under the storage room doorknob upstairs remained where I'd left it, at least as far as the staircase angle allowed me to tell. The upper hall beyond was dim. Rainwater tapped at some part of the roof above it. Nothing moved. Then, from upstairs came one heavy, dragging sound. Not a thump, not the little tapping from the walls. A single, dense scrape, as if something with weight had been pulled across the floor in the room beyond the hall. I felt all the blood leave my face at once. The chair was still wedged under that door. I know it was, because I was looking right at the staircase when the sound came, and there had been no movement before it, no creak of someone descending, no door opening, no collapse of the chair. Just that one awful dragging noise overhead, unmistakably physical, unmistakably inside the house. Boone let out a low growl that seemed to vibrate up through the floorboards, and standing there in the kitchen, with rain sealing the cabin off from the rest of the world, I understood the next thing I had been avoiding since I found the blood. This was no longer only a question of nerves, trauma, or old fears wearing new masks. Something real had happened in that upstairs room. And if the sound I had just heard meant what I thought it meant, then whatever had happened there might not be over. Chapter 4. The night the windows turned into mirrors. By the time that night fully settled in, I had crossed into the kind of exhaustion that no longer resembles tiredness. It felt chemical. Not because I was drunk or out of my mind, though I know how this part sounds when people try to arrange the story neatly afterward. I had taken one of the anti-anxiety pills my doctor had prescribed after the attack, earlier in the evening, because my nerves had gotten so tight I could feel them in my jaw and shoulders. Later, when that only seemed to flatten the edges without loosening anything underneath, I poured half a glass of whiskey from the bottle my uncle kept above the fridge and drank it too fast. Not enough to blur the room, just enough to make the next hour feel a little less exposed. Add that to too little sleep, too much adrenaline, rain rising and falling against the house, and the constant pressure of waiting for something you cannot name, and you get a state that is not exactly impaired so much as overprimed. Every sound lands too hard. Every pause means too much. Boone had not settled once all evening. He wore a path from the front door to the living room window and back again, occasionally stopping at the base of the stairs to stare upward with his body held stiff as wire. The rain came and went in restless fits. Sometimes it ticked lightly against the porch rail and roof line, making the cabin seem wrapped in static. Then it would stop so completely the silence afterward felt staged, as if the woods had decided to hold their breath and listen with us. I left every downstairs light on again. The kitchen was warm and yellow. The living room lamp cast that same soft domestic pool over the couch, the coffee table, the edge of Boone's water bowl. The television was on low but muted, nothing but changing pictures in cold blue commercial light skipping across one wall. With enough light behind me, the living room window had become nearly impossible to read as a window at all. It was a black plane full of the room floating back at me. Lamp, couch, my own movement, the pale line of the kitchen doorway, all of it hovering over whatever darkness lay outside. I had Melissa on the phone. At some point, after the dragging sound upstairs, in the way Boone refused to leave the center of the living room, I had given up pretending I wanted to sit there alone with my own thoughts. Melissa had answered immediately this time, voice lower, steadier, fully awake. I could hear her moving around her apartment while she talked to me. Drawers opening, water running, some ordinary life soundtrack I clung to as if background noise from another person's kitchen could anchor mine. She kept telling me to leave. That was the practical answer, and we both knew it. Get in the truck, drive into town, sleep somewhere with other people nearby. Let daylight and distance sort out what belonged to fear and what belonged to evidence. I kept saying I would, maybe in a minute, as soon as I checked one more thing, as soon as the rain eased, as soon as I got Boone calmer, as soon as I felt less like bolting in a panic and more like making a decision. The truth was uglier. I did not want to step outside into that yard at night unless I was absolutely forced to. I was standing in the kitchen with the phone tucked between shoulder and ear when I heard movement outside the living room window again. Not one sound, repeated movement. A brush of something along the siding, pause. Then a soft board complaint from the porch. Then a small crack, like a wet twig under shifting weight. None of it loud, none of it dramatic enough on its own to justify what my body did in response. But sequence matters. Repetition matters. Once you have spent enough nights training yourself to distinguish between house noise and not house noise, you feel the pattern before you fully identify it. Melissa heard my breathing change and stopped mid-sentence. What? There's something outside again, I whispered. Call 911. I did not answer. Boone had frozen with one paw lifted, head angled toward the living room window. Then he moved, not rushing the glass this time, but pacing sideways between the window and the stairs, as if he couldn't decide which direction held the greater threat. The sound came again, a slow pressure creak from the porch boards directly in front of the house. I moved toward the sink window first because that had become my safer angle. From the front-facing kitchen window over the sink, I could see the porch more directly, without having to stand fully exposed in front of the living room glass. Melissa kept asking what I saw while I crossed the kitchen, and I kept saying, "Hold on," as if language itself might disturb whatever was outside. At the sink, I leaned carefully and looked out. Nothing. The porch was empty under the weak exterior bulb. Wet boards, the railing slick with rain. The yard beyond a wash of dark brush and reflective puddles. No person on the steps, no animal huddled against the wall. No face at the glass. I don't see anything, I said, and my own voice sounded thin and unreliable to me. Then get out of there anyway, Melissa said. I stayed 1 second longer, scanning left and right, trying to force some visible shape to match what I had heard. The rain had stopped again, leaving only drips from the roofline. Water slid off the porch rail in slow, bright runs. The bulb hummed faintly in the damp. Then I turned toward the living room and froze. There were two men at the window. I saw them first as silhouettes in the black reflective glass, but not vague ones, not the loose tricks of light I had been arguing with for 2 nights. They were too close, too formed, too suddenly complete. One stood almost centered to the pane, shoulders squared and head slightly lowered as if peering in. The second was just behind and to one side of him, taller by a little, enough that his outline rose above the first man's shoulder line.
Because the room behind me was so brightly lit, their bodies appeared layered with reflected furniture and lamplight, but the human shapes cut through that confusion with awful clarity. Too close to the window, that is what I remember most. Not figures out in the yard, not movement in the tree line. Men right up at the glass, close enough that if the room had not been so reflective, I should have been able to see details. For one suspended instant, nobody moved. Then both silhouettes shifted. The nearer one lifted his arms. The second one did too. Not dramatically, not in some exaggerated movie way, just a clean upward motion from the chest, elbows out slightly, as if each man were bringing something into line. Guns. My mind named them before my eyes fully confirmed them. 2 men, window, raised arms. The whole scene locked into one terrible, familiar shape with no room for interpretation.
Melissa was still speaking in my ear, but her voice had fallen so far away I couldn't make out words. I didn't think. That's the cleanest truth I can offer about what happened next. There was no strategy in it, no sequence of wise defensive choices. Only reaction, as fast and stupid and absolute as pain. I dropped the phone. My hand hit the counter for the pistol. I turned and fired through the window. The shot inside the cabin was deafening. You think you know what a gun sounds like because you've heard them at ranges, outdoors, in videos, in empty fields. Inside a wood-framed house with low ceilings and hard surfaces, it is something else. It did not sound loud. It sounded total. A concussive crack that took up the room and punched straight through my head and ribs. The muzzle flash reflected in the glass at the same instant the window burst inward. Safety glass and old pane fragments and splintered trim erupted into the living room in a glittering wave. Boone went insane, barking. I fired again without aiming, then again. Both shots lost immediately inside noise and flying glass and the violent shock of my own action. Somewhere, through it all, I heard Melissa screaming my name from the phone where it had hit the floor. I dropped behind the couch, not gracefully. I half threw myself sideways and hit the floor hard enough to drive the breath out of me. Glass skidded across the wood around my hands. Boone was barking so hard it no longer sounded like a dog and more like a machine coming apart. I brought the pistol up in both hands and pointed it toward the broken window from below the couch back, waiting for return fire that, in my mind, had already begun. For a second I thought I heard it. Not gunshots exactly, more impacts, hard cracks outside, something slamming into the porch post or railing. Maybe bullets, maybe wood reacting to the window blast. Maybe my own thoughts racing ahead of sound. Then came a scattering crash off to one side of the porch, and what might have been feet hitting wet boards, or might have been broken glass still dropping loose from the frame.
Somewhere beyond that, from the yard or brush line, something crashed once through wet growth. I could not sort any of it. All enclosed violence sounds like more violence. I remember the smell, too. Burnt powder, cold, wet air pouring through the broken window, the sharp mineral odor of shattered glass and old rain, and the sour heat of my own fear. Melissa was still yelling through the phone, though I couldn't process the words. I crawled one hand across the floorboards blindly until I touched the phone with my fingertips and dragged it toward me without taking my eyes off the ruined window. "There are men outside," I heard myself shout, though even as I said it, I could not actually see them anymore. Boone lunged toward the living room opening, barking at the dark beyond the broken frame, then skidded back as if checked by something I could not see. I screamed at him to get back, and whether he obeyed me or his own terror, I don't know, but he retreated to the space beside the couch, still barking, body rigid and shaking. Then came the jump that has replayed in my head more times than any of the gunshots. On the jagged edge of the remaining window frame, against the black outside, a hand-shaped impact appeared. Not a full hand I could swear to under oath, more the wet, blunt impression of something hitting the glass frame from outside. 5 spread suggestions, palm-sized, momentary, unmistakably human in the pattern it made against the moisture and shattered edges. It landed there so suddenly that every nerve in me locked. I brought the pistol up higher, aimed directly at it, and when I focused on it fully, it was gone. Not slowly, not slipping away, gone, as if it had never been there at all. I have tried to explain that to myself ever since. Rain, reflection, my own shattered perspective in the broken pane. Maybe the shape had been a cluster of cracks catching light at the wrong angle. Maybe a branch tip striking and bouncing away. Maybe my own brain, already detonated with fear, presenting me one more thing to fear before I could recover from the first. But in the moment, it was a hand. I know what my body recognized. The porch went quiet after that, in a way I trusted even less than noise. No more immediate movement at the window. No faces, no clear footsteps. Just drips from the roof and the sound of Boone's barking, falling ragged, and then starting up again every few seconds. I stayed crouched behind the couch with the gun aimed at the opening and my pulse kicking so hard through my wrists that the sights trembled. "Did you hit them?" Melissa shouted through the phone. I looked at the broken window and saw, on one jagged remaining edge of frame and the lower sill, a darkness I took for blood. That may have been rainwater and shadow. It may have been wood stain torn up by the blast. But at the time, with the room full of powder smell and broken glass and the memory of those 2 raised silhouettes burned into me, I believed it was blood. "Yes," I said, barely recognizing my own voice. "I think I hit one of them." The sentence changed everything in my head. Until then, I had been reacting. After I said it, I began understanding the scene as a gunfight I had survived by luck and speed. 2 men had come to the window. They had raised guns. I had fired first. At least one of them was down or wounded. The other was somewhere outside the cabin, moving or waiting or trying to find another way in. That belief settled over me with terrible conviction. Still crouched behind the couch, glass under my knees and Boone panting beside me, I no longer thought of the property as eerie or wrong or marked. I thought of it as occupied by intruders, close enough to touch the house.
And I was now certain, absolutely certain, that I had just shot one of them. Chapter 4. The night the windows turned into mirrors. After the shooting, everything went quiet so fast it felt artificial. Not calm, not relief, the kind of silence that arrives after a violent noise and makes your body keep listening for the rest of it, convinced more is coming because the world cannot possibly just stop there. My ears were ringing from the gunshots. The living room smelled like hot metal, powder, wet wood, and broken glass. Cold air poured through the blasted window in a steady draft that moved the curtain edge and carried the damp outside into the room, as if the house had been cut open. Melissa was screaming through the phone, not words at first, just my name, over and over, sharp with panic. Then finally, "Call 911. Call them right now. Right now!" I had already started moving without deciding to. Not away from the window exactly, but back and sideways, keeping low, dragging myself from behind the couch toward the kitchen island, because the couch no longer felt like cover once the glass was gone. Boone barked wildly, then bolted toward the front door and spun back toward the stairs, claws skidding on the floor as he tried to fix on one threat and couldn't. My knees and palms slid over broken glass and wood splinters. I got behind the kitchen island, crouched low with the pistol in both hands, and tried to aim at everything at once. The torn open living room window, the front of the house, the staircase, the dark upper hall beyond what little I could see from there. Melissa was still shouting to call 911. I remember looking down at my phone on the floorboards and realizing I would need one hand free to do it. That felt impossible, because in my mind, the surviving man was still outside. He had to be. I had seen 2 silhouettes. I had fired. I believed I had hit at least one, which meant the other one was somewhere just beyond the broken window, or circling the porch, or running for a better angle, or already at the side of the cabin trying another door. And then the sound came from upstairs. Heavy, a dense, dragging impact from above the kitchen, followed by another. Not footsteps exactly, not the clean rise and fall rhythm of a person simply walking. This was wrong in a more intimate way. Drag thump, pause, drag thump. Something with weight moving across the upper floor, as if it had to haul part of itself or something else with it between each point of contact. The first noise froze me. The second one convinced me I had not imagined it. Ceiling dust sifted down into the kitchen light. Just a little, but enough to see. Pale powder and old insulation grit drifting from one seam in the boards overhead and settling across the counter edge. Boone heard it too, and wheeled toward the stairs with a sound I had never heard from him before. Not barking now, but a raw, torn-off snarl that collapsed into whining. He ran 2 steps toward the staircase, stopped, spun, looked toward the broken window, then back toward the stairs again, trapped between directions the way I was. Melissa was still yelling from the phone on speaker, but her voice had been pushed to the edges of the room by that sound overhead. There was someone upstairs. That was the shape my mind gave it immediately. Not maybe. Not a house noise, not branches or settling wood. A person. The surviving intruder had gotten in somehow while I was firing through the window, or maybe one of them had already been inside the whole time. That thought hit so hard it almost made me sick. The storage room blood, the dragging noises earlier, the smell upstairs, the chair jammed under the knob. All of it rearranged in one terrifying line. I looked toward the front door. I could have run. That is the part people always picture clearly from the outside. Get the dog, get out, leave the cabin, run for the truck, or run into the yard, or just move away from the structure. Because if the danger is inside and outside both, then open ground at least gives you direction. I thought of it very clearly. I pictured grabbing Boone by the collar and bolting through the mudroom door. I pictured slipping in wet leaves, fumbling the keys, exposing my back to the broken window and the yard and whoever was above me all at once. Then another drag thump sounded overhead, closer to the hallway than before, and something changed in me. I wish I could make that change sound noble. It wasn't. It was rage. Not movie rage, not courage sharpened into action, the exhausted, poisoned kind that comes when fear has been eating pieces of your life for too long and suddenly presents you with a target. Months earlier, in that grocery store parking lot, a man I had never seen before had decided my body was available for terror. He had hit me, broken me open, and run. He had made me afraid of hallways, parking lots, footsteps, glass, and my own nervous system. Since then, I had been careful, embarrassed, apologetic, regulated, medicated, grateful for small improvements, ashamed of setbacks. I had been made manageable by fear. Now there was someone in my family's cabin. Whatever else was true, whatever I had imagined, whatever I had misread, whatever still belonged to bad sleep and nerves and stormlight, there had been real blood upstairs. And now there was real movement over my head. Something in me simply refused the idea of fleeing, crouched and half blind into the yard while it stayed in the house. The cabin mattered to me too, in a way I had not admitted cleanly until then. It was old and plain, and not beautiful in any polished sense, but it belonged to us in the messy American way land and structures sometimes do, where history isn't elegance, it's use. Coffee rings on the table, fish guts in the bucket by the back steps, venison stew, cousins sleeping head to foot on old mattresses upstairs, ghost stories on the porch, my grandfather's hands on the rail, my uncle's boots by the stove. Whatever had been using that place now, whatever had been tied under the porch and marked in the woods and bled in the upstairs room, had no right to it. That was the thought that steadied me, not safety, not logic. Offense. I snatched up the flashlight from where it had fallen near the kitchen table and shoved the phone toward the island edge so Melissa could still hear me. She was shouting to stop, to get out, to wait for police, to do anything except what I was obviously about to do. I don't remember what I said back. Something short. Maybe, I have to check. Maybe only her name. Then I stood up. The gun felt heavier now that my hands had started trembling in earnest. Not broad shaking yet, but the fine, unstable vibration of muscles pushed past the point where adrenaline helps, and into the place where it begins to corrode precision. I tightened both hands around the grip, took one breath that burned cold in my chest, and moved toward the stairs. Boone followed as far as the bottom step, and then refused to go farther. He barked once up the staircase, then fell silent again, whining under his breath, body stretched between following me and staying where instinct said the floor was still negotiable. The first stair creaked under my weight, not loudly, just enough that in the silence after gunfire and shouting and all the gathered panic of the room, the sound felt exposed. I paused halfway through the motion, listening for response from above. Nothing. Then I climbed another. Each step announced me. Old wood, dry in some places and softer in others, complaining at different pitches as I shifted upward. The flashlight beam shook across the stair rail, then the wall, then the upper hall. The beam made things worse as much as better. It did not reveal a whole space. It sliced one trembling tunnel through it, leaving everything just outside that tunnel free to remain what fear wanted. My heart was hammering hard enough that I could hear it in my ears over the ringing from the shots. Somewhere in the house, maybe the living room, maybe only inside my own head, Melissa was still calling my name from the dropped phone. Boone was below me, claws clicking once on the floor, then not moving again. Rain had started lightly on the roof. The smell grew stronger the higher I went. Wet earth, iron, that same sour-sweet undertone from the storage room, now sharpened by the opened house, and the gunpowder and the cold air moving through everything. By the time I reached the top 3 steps, I was no longer breathing normally. I was taking short, shallow pulls through my mouth because deep breaths made the smell more distinct, and I didn't want anything more distinct than it already was. The upper hall was dark except for my flashlight beam. The bedroom door stood open to my left, the inside dim and harmless looking in a way that felt almost insulting. The wallpaper in the hall peeled in pale strips along the wall. The sloped ceiling pushed the air down close. At the far end, where the storage room waited, the beam found the chair first. Or rather, the place where the chair was supposed to be. It was not braced under the doorknob anymore. For one confused second, my mind refused the sight because it expected resistance and found absence. The chair lay on its side against the wall, several feet away, one leg twisted under itself as if it had been shoved or kicked clear. I know what I saw. Even now, with all the other parts of the story clouded by sequence and fear and noise, I know that. The storage room door stood half open, not wide, not enough to show me the full room, just enough that the flashlight beam slid into a black wedge between door and frame and vanished there. I stopped at the top landing with the gun up and my whole body suddenly aware that whatever had made that dragging sound was no longer merely above me. It was right there, behind a half-open door I had barricaded myself. And the door was open anyway. Chapter 4. The night the windows turned into mirrors. I do not remember deciding to enter the room. I remember standing at the top landing with the flashlight in one hand and the pistol in the other, looking at that half-open door and the chair knocked aside. And I remember understanding in a single sick rush that whatever line I had tried to draw with that chair had meant nothing to whatever was on the other side of it. I remember my mouth going dry so fast it hurt. I remember Boone whining below me, a strained, desperate sound from the bottom of the stairs that made him sound younger than he was. I remember the cold draft from downstairs moving past me up the stairwell because the living room window was still blown open. And I remember one thought, very clear
and very stupid. If I turned and ran without seeing what was in there, it would still be in the house. That thought got me moving. I took one step down the hall, then another. The flashlight beam shook hard enough that it made the wallpaper seem to crawl where it peeled away from the plaster.
The smell coming from the storage room was worse with the door open. Wet soil, iron, mouse waste, and that sweet rot undertone, now stronger, as if air trapped behind the door had finally been allowed out. It hit the back of my throat and seemed to coat my tongue. The hall itself felt too narrow to breathe in. I could hear the rain again on the roof, lighter now, and below that the thin, faraway sound of Melissa still shouting through the phone somewhere downstairs. Boone barked once and then cut himself off as if he had heard something answer from inside the room that I couldn't. When I reached the door, I stopped with my shoulder against the frame and angled the flashlight in before I let the rest of me follow. The beam cut across the floor first, dark smears. Not a pool, not some dramatic slick mess, but dragged streaks and interrupted marks crossing the boards near the center of the room and toward the back corner. In the flat white of the flashlight, the color read almost black until the beam steadied and the brown red came through. More of it along the lower edge of the wall. A hand-width smear on the inside of the door, a thinner line across one of the boards, as if something wet had been pulled over the grain and partly wiped away. I stepped inside. The room was exactly the same as before, and completely different. The rolled insulation in the corner still looked like bundled bodies at a glance. The old deer mount still leaned against the shelf with its cracked eye turned the wrong way. Rusted traps hung on nails, boxes sagged. The tarp lay where I had last seen it, but not quite the same. One edge had shifted, only an inch or two maybe, but enough that I could see the floor beneath it more clearly. The scuffs I had noticed earlier made sense now in the worst possible way. They weren't random storage room wear. They were concentrated around the tarp and the section of floor beside it, as though somebody had been kneeling there repeatedly or dragging weight across the boards. I should have backed out then and gone downstairs. Instead, I moved toward the tarp. I did not kneel. I did not touch it with my hands. I used the tip of my boot because that tiny layer of distance felt meaningful to me at the time, like a smart precaution rather than the pathetic symbolic gesture it actually was. I nudged one corner first. The tarp made a dry, sticky sound as it shifted over the boards. Dust and old insulation fibers lifted into the flashlight beam. Nothing lunged out, so I hooked the edge with my boot and pulled harder. The tarp folded back. Underneath it, the floor had been cut. Not cleanly, not by a careful carpenter, but by somebody doing practical, ugly work where appearance didn't matter. A rectangular section of floorboards had been opened and set back roughly in place before, then covered. Now, with the tarp moved aside, the gap lines around that section showed clearly. One board had splintered at an edge. The newer nails I'd noticed earlier fixed only part of it down. There was a cavity beneath, black at first, until the flashlight found it. I still don't know how to describe that first second, honestly, without making it sound either worse or smaller than it was. What I saw was not arranged like in a movie, not neat, not theatrical. That made it more horrible. A skull lay turned partly on its side beneath the opening, one side of it lit hard white by the flashlight, while the other stayed in shadow.
Behind and below that, I caught the shape of a rib cage collapsed inward on itself, not intact enough to feel human at first glance, and then suddenly impossible to read as anything else. Long bones lay at odd angles, some stacked against one another, some crossing over scraps of rotted fabric, denim, flannel.
Something that might once have been a jacket lining or shirt cuff. More of the red nylon strips threaded through or tied around pieces of things I did not let myself identify fully in that moment. Not everything down there was human. That may have been the most nauseating part. Animal remains mixed among the rest. Vertebrae, smaller bones, antler fragments maybe, all jumbled together in a way that made it impossible to tell where one kind of death ended and another began. It suggested repetition without explaining it, use without ceremony. A place beneath the room where things had been put because they needed to be out of sight, not because anyone cared how they lay once hidden. I remember the flashlight beam drifting over a small line of teeth and jerking away before my mind had time to ask whether they belonged to an animal or not. My body knew before my thoughts did that what I was looking at was too much. I stepped back so abruptly, my heels struck one of the scuffed boards behind me. The room tilted for a second. My skin went cold and prickly all over. I had enough awareness left to think, stupidly, I need to remember this. I need to be able to tell someone exactly what's here. But even while that thought formed, another part of me was already breaking under the sheer wrongness of the hidden space under the floor. The cabin had not merely been marked. It had been used. Then something moved inside the room. Not under the floor. Inside the room with me. I swung the flashlight so fast the beam streaked uselessly across the wall, the deer mount, the hanging traps, and landed on the back corner where rolls of insulation had been stacked upright near the slope of the ceiling. One of them shifted. No, that is not right. A shape rose from behind them so slowly at first that my mind tried to read it as insulation settling, tarp sliding, shadows moving with my light. Then it kept rising. A man unfolded himself from the corner. He was thinner than I would have believed a living man could be and still move like that. All angles and ropey tension under layers of filthy clothing. Beard down his jaw and throat in uneven mats. Hair dark with wet or grease or blood. I couldn't tell which at first. One side of his face was smeared with fresh blood along the scalp line and down across his cheek. Not poured there, but streaked, as if something had cut or grazed him and he'd wiped at it with the back of his hand. His coat or overshirt hung open at the throat over several layers of stained fabric that looked slept in, worked in, never truly removed. He smelled like the room. Earth, old sweat, damp insulation, blood, but stronger, concentrated into a human source. He did not rush me. That is what has always unnerved me most when I think back on it. He didn't spring, didn't scream, didn't come low and fast like some animal from a horror story. He rose and looked at me with a focused awareness so direct it made my stomach drop harder than any charge would have. His eyes were clear, not wild in the way I would have preferred, not vacant, watching, assessing. And then, very quietly, in a voice roughened by disuse but steady enough to sound almost intimate. He said, "You weren't supposed to look under there." I fired before he finished the line in my memory, though maybe he had already finished it in reality. Panic erases sequence and keeps impact. I know the muzzle flash lit the room white for one brutal blink. I know the shot inside that small space was even worse than the ones downstairs, the sound slamming off the walls and low ceiling until it seemed to happen inside my skull. I know I pulled the trigger again almost immediately after, whether because I meant to fire twice or because my hand spasmed with recoil and terror, I honestly cannot say. The man jerked. One shot hit the wall or floor. I saw splinters jump near the baseboard. The other caught him somewhere high in the chest or throat or shoulder line. Even now I can't place it exactly because he was turning at the same time. He made a raw, wet sound, not a yell, more like air tearing loose where it shouldn't, and staggered backward into the dark corner behind the insulation rolls. For one impossible second, I saw him clutch at himself and keep looking at me. Then the flashlight beam shook off him, and when it found the corner again, he was folding down out of sight. I did not wait to confirm anything. I ran. Not heroically, not efficiently. I turned so hard my shoulder hit the door frame, almost dropped the flashlight, caught myself, and half stumbled into the hall. Boone exploded into barking the second I moved, backing down the stairs as I came toward him, then whipping around and sprinting for the living room. I followed so fast I nearly went down on the top steps. One hand on the rail, gun still in the other, flashlight jerking over wallpaper, treads, wall, shadow. Melissa was shouting from the phone downstairs. The blown-out window poured cold into the whole first floor. I hit the bottom of the stairs and shouted for Boone, though he was already at the front of the room. Broken glass crunched under my boots. The couch, the kitchen island, the lamp, the black opening where the window had been. All of it looked unreal, like a set after the actors had fled. I grabbed the phone from the floor without understanding what Melissa was saying and shouted, "There's a man inside! He was upstairs!" Then I dropped the phone again because it was useless weight in my hand. The front door felt too exposed. So did the broken window. I yanked open the mudroom door instead, and cold, rain-sour air hit me full in the face. Boone shot through first, then wheeled in the yard, barking toward the house as if he couldn't stand to turn his back on it. I slammed into him with my leg, caught the porch rail, and half fell down the side steps into mud. My keys were in my coat pocket. The truck was only yards away. Those are the kinds of distances people imagine as simple, from the safety of telling a story later. In reality, every foot of yard felt lit, open, offered up to whatever might still be at the broken window, or above me inside the cabin. I expected another man from the trees, expected a shape to rise from behind the wood pile, expected something from the porch. Nothing did. That did not help. I got Boone to the truck by yelling his name twice and grabbing his collar when he veered back toward the house. I yanked open the passenger door, shoved him up hard enough that he yelped, circled to the driver's side, nearly dropped the keys in the wet dark, missed the lock once, then got in and slammed the door so hard the whole cab shook. For 1 second, I just sat there, with both hands locked around the wheel, breath sawing in and out, rain ticking lightly on the roof, Boone standing on the passenger seat with his front paws braced against the window, still staring at the cabin. The house sat there, in the dark, exactly where it had always sat. Porch light on, one downstairs lamp still glowing through the front.
The living room window a shattered black hole. No figure in it. No one on the porch. No movement I could name. Then, from somewhere inside the house, upstairs maybe, or maybe only in my memory of the room, I thought I heard one dull impact. That broke whatever remained of my ability to hesitate. I started the truck, backed out too fast, fishtailed in the mud, corrected, and tore down the gravel drive toward the road, with the headlights throwing the trees at me in violent white fragments. I did not stop until I hit pavement. Only then, with Boone panting in ragged bursts beside me, and the cabin gone behind the tree line, did the whole sequence begin breaking apart inside my head. The men at the window, the shots, the broken glass, the figure upstairs, the hidden cavity under the tarp, the bearded man rising from the corner, my own gun in my hands, the shots in that room, him falling back. Everything after that existed inside one shaking, violent blur. But one thing was certain, even then, even through the shock and noise and the ugly possibility that parts of the earlier shootout might not have been exactly what I thought they were in the moment. The man upstairs had been real. Chapter 5. The police believed part of it. I don't remember much of the drive after I hit the county road. Not in sequence, anyway.
I remember pieces the way people remember a fever dream afterward. Headlights washing over wet pavement. Boone panting so hard his breath whistled. My own hands locked on the steering wheel, tight enough to make my fingers ache. And the terrible certainty that if I slowed down too much or pulled over or even let myself think clearly, something from the cabin would catch up to me, in whatever shape it had decided to take. The first place I stopped was a gas station on the edge of town, because it was lit. That was the only qualification my brain cared about. Light, open parking lot, vending machines humming outside, a pickup truck at one of the pumps, somebody visible through the front windows. Civilization in the smallest possible rural form. I pulled in too fast, braked crooked, and sat there for a second with the engine running, while Boone barked once at nothing and then collapsed into shaking silence. My phone was on the passenger seat where I had thrown it. Melissa was still connected. When I picked it up again, she was crying and furious and trying to talk over herself. "I'm calling them," she kept saying. "I'm calling anyway. Where are you? Tell me where you are." "I'm at the gas station in town," I said, though my voice sounded wrecked, far away from me. "I shot him. He was upstairs. I shot him." "Call 911 right now." This time I did. I remember the dispatcher's voice more clearly than almost anything else from that hour, because it was so practiced, so trained into steadiness, and I needed that more than I knew. She asked where I was, asked whether I was safe, asked whether the suspect was still at the property, asked how many shots had been fired, whether anyone was injured, whether there were other occupants in the cabin. I answered as best I could, but even while I was speaking, I heard how my own version sounded. Broken glass, 2 men outside, shots fired, someone upstairs, blood, hidden bones under the floor. The dispatcher did not say I sounded crazy. That almost made me cry. She told me deputies were on the way to me first and that I was not to return to the property alone. She told me to stay inside the vehicle if I felt safer there. She told me to secure my weapon and not have it in my hands when officers arrived. I set the pistol on the passenger side floor mat
and watched it there like it belonged to someone else. The deputies met me not at the gas station, but a few minutes later near a small sheriff's substation, a low county building with 2 cruisers outside and a sodium vapor lot light that turned everything sickly gold. There were 2 of them at first, one older, broad through the middle, face unreadable in that way some rural deputies master. The other younger, leaner, with the kind of attentive expression that looks almost compassionate, until you realize it's also how people listen when they expect inconsistency. They approached slowly, palms visible, voices measured,
Asked whether the gun was still in the truck. Asked me to step out. Asked if I was injured. I said I didn't think so. That answer made the older one look at me differently. Not suspicious exactly, more as if he were moving me from one internal category to another. They had me sit in the back of one cruiser while they took the pistol and asked me to explain everything from the beginning. I tried. I really did. The attack in the city months earlier, my nerves, the family cabin, the jawbone under the porch, the red nylon markers, the blood upstairs, the men at the window, the shooting, the man in the storage room, the hidden space under the tarp. Every time I heard it out loud, the whole structure of the story seemed to strain under its own weight. The younger deputy, his name was Klein, I learned later, kept asking clean, practical questions that made me feel briefly steadier. How many shots at the window? How many upstairs? Where was the dog during each part? Did I ever see the 2 men outside directly or only through the glass? What side of the room was the man in when he stood up? Did he say anything else? The older deputy, Barnes, asked fewer questions and watched me over his notebook with the kind of face that tells you he has already met fear in all its forms and doesn't particularly trust the way it narrates itself. By the time 2 more deputies arrived and they decided to go back to the property before dawn, I had repeated the story enough times that parts of it had begun flattening under repetition. That happens fast, I think. Not because memory fails immediately, but because language starts choosing the most survivable route through an event. 2 men at the window, shots fired, intruder upstairs, hidden remains under floor. Each pass made it sound cleaner than it had felt, and somehow less believable for that. They let Boone stay in the truck with me while we followed the lead cruiser back out. The road looked different behind law enforcement lights. Every turn and tree and wet shoulder that had felt predatory an hour earlier now existed inside alternating blue and white flashes that made the woods look both more theatrical and less knowable. I remember pressing my hand flat against Boone's side to feel him breathing. I remember wanting dawn so badly it felt physical. When we reached the cabin, the place looked smaller than I remembered. That has stayed with me more than it should have. Not safer, not less horrible, just smaller. The porch sagging under weak light, the chimney lower against the paling sky, the yard tighter, meaner, more ordinary in its proportions. Fear had made the place vast in the night, roomy enough for multiple threats, layered enough for any number of hidden things. Under cruiser lights and pre-dawn gray, it became an old cabin with one shattered window and wet boards, and too many shadows still hiding in corners. The deputies cleared the exterior first. Guns drawn, beams cutting across the porch, the wood pile,
the side of the house, the back slope toward the swamp. Their voices stayed low and clipped, procedural. Boone whined in the truck but did not bark. I sat in the passenger seat of the lead cruiser with the door shut and watched them move around what had, only a few hours earlier, felt like the entire world. No one came out. No one ran. No shape detached itself from the trees. Eventually, they signaled and moved inside. I was not brought in immediately. That part took time, and time in those circumstances becomes its own cruelty. You sit with your own memory while other people enter the place where it happened and either confirm it or quietly begin disproving it room by room.
I watched the broken living room window glow under flashlights, watched silhouettes move across the kitchen, watched one beam angle up the stairs and disappear. At some point, dawn began in earnest, not a sunrise so much as a slow admitting of color back into the world. Wet gray siding, dark green pines, rust on the porch nail heads, mud around the truck tires. Ordinary things, the kind of details my body still wanted to use as evidence that reality had not completely detached from itself. When they finally brought me inside, the first thing I saw was the window. From outside, it had looked blown out. From inside, in daylight, it looked ravaged. Glass scattered across the living room floor and couch cushions, jagged edges remaining in the frame, bullet damage in the wood trim and wall near the window more visible now, each impact suddenly a fact instead of an event. The room smelled stale and burnt. All the warmth had gone out of it. The kitchen island, where I had crouched, still had a crescent of glass dust around the base. My phone lay on the floor, near where I had last dropped it. One of the deputies had kicked it aside to avoid stepping on it. Barnes stood near the living room, with his notebook open. Klein was upstairs. "There's blood up there," Barnes said before I could speak. The sentence hit me with absurd relief, not because blood solved anything, but because it meant I had not imagined the entire second half of the night. I asked about the man. Barnes looked at me for half a second too long. "No body." That answer felt like a hand closing over the back of my neck. I went up the stairs with Klein and another deputy behind me, slower this time, daylight filling enough of the hall to make it merely shabby instead of unreal. The chair I had wedged under the storage room knob lay exactly where I had seen it last, kicked or shoved aside. The door stood wider now. Inside, under morning light and flashlight spill, the room looked uglier and smaller than before. The blood was there, dark smears on the floorboards, the mark on the inside of the door frame, a larger stain near the back corner where the gaunt man had staggered or fallen. But no man. The tarp had been fully pulled back by the deputies. The cut section of flooring and the hidden cavity beneath had been confirmed. That, more than anything, was the point at which the room stopped belonging to my credibility and started belonging to evidence. The skull was there, the collapsed rib cage, long bones at terrible, unceremonious angles, cloth remnants, red nylon, the mixed remains. The deputies' faces changed when they saw it in full. You cannot keep a certain professional neutrality in your mouth once a hidden pit of bones enters the room with you. And yet, even with all of that, the night was already slipping out of alignment.
There was no intruder body.
No obvious set of tracks outside either. The rain had worked against clarity, and by the time multiple deputies had moved across the yard and porch in the dark, any marginal signs that might have been there had been trampled into general disturbance. The ground around the living room side of the house was wet and confused. Prints layered over prints, boot marks, dog marks, wash from runoff. Nothing clean enough for certainty. Downstairs, Barnes and one of the other deputies began talking quietly about the window shots. Trajectory. That word still bothers me. They were looking at the bullet impacts in the frame and wall, and then at the shell casings on the floor. Most of the casings they found were from my gun. That part made sense to me. Of course they were. I had fired it. But the way they kept returning to the positions of the impacts, the angles, the fact that there was not much obvious evidence of shots coming inward from outside, those details began shifting the ground under my story almost immediately. "Did you actually see muzzle flash outside?" Barnes asked at one point. "I saw them raise guns." "That's not what I asked." I hated him a little then. "I saw two men at the window," I said. "They raised their arms. I shot first." Barnes wrote something down. Klein, to his credit, asked it differently later. "When you saw them, was it through the glass only?" "Yes." "With the room lit up behind you?" "Yes." That question landed like a soft accusation, even though he didn't mean it cruelly. I tried again, explained the shoulders squared to the pane, one taller than the other, too close to the glass, arms lifting, the speed of it, the certainty I had in the moment that they were aiming at me. As I spoke, I heard how much that certainty belonged to the moment, and how poorly certainty survives transport into daylight. Klein listened. Barnes looked skeptical. Another deputy said nothing at all. And standing there, in my family cabin with shattered glass underfoot, blood upstairs, a hidden pit of bones under the storage room floor, and no body where the man should have been, I felt myself becoming a type. The unstable woman alone in the woods with a gun. Not officially, not in paperwork yet, but in that subtle way institutional belief starts withdrawing from a person by degrees. They did not think I was inventing everything. The pit made that impossible. The blood upstairs made part of my fear undeniable. But the shape of the attack itself, two men at the window, gunfire from outside, a perfect siege tightening around the cabin, already sounded larger and less cleanly provable than the room would support. By full morning, the cabin smelled like wet leaves, gunpowder residue, and disturbed earth. Crime scene tape went up. More personnel were called in. Photographs were taken. The hidden cavity under the floor became the center of the house's meaning, as it should have. But for me, the cruel split remained. The pit was real, the blood was real, the room was real. And still, when I tried to tell them exactly how the night had unfolded, I could feel parts of it becoming unbelievable in my own mouth. That was the shape of the morning. The cabin had given up proof enough to horrify anyone who saw it, but the attack itself, the sequence of silhouettes, shots, movement, and intrusion, had already started drifting into that terrible category where something can be true in experience and still sound impossible when arranged into words. Chapter 5. The police believed part of it. They put me in a motel 15 minutes south of town because there was nowhere else reasonable to put me. That's the practical way to say it. The less practical way is that they removed me from the property because the cabin had become evidence. and once a place becomes evidence, it stops belonging to the people who slept in it. It belongs to gloves, cameras, sealed bags, numbered markers, and voices kept low in rooms where everybody suddenly steps more carefully than they did before. The motel was the kind built for hunters, road crews, and people passing through counties that don't get enough traffic to justify anything nicer. Exterior doors, ice machine at one end, a humming soda machine under a yellow bulb, thin curtains that didn't close quite flush in the middle. The bedspread had that motel stiffness from too much bleach and not enough replacement. The carpet smelled faintly of old heat and industrial cleaner. Under any other circumstances, I would have hated it. That night, and the night after, it still felt safer than the cabin. Safer didn't mean safe.
Boone would not settle there either. The second I got him inside, he made a full perimeter circuit of the room with his nose low, checked behind the drapes, sniffed the bathroom threshold, then stationed himself between the bed and the door. Every time footsteps passed outside on the concrete walkway, his ears rose. Every time a truck changed gears on the county road beyond the lot, he lifted his head. At one point, a man in the next room coughed hard enough to set off Boone's growl, and I found myself gripping the edge of the sink with both hands, waiting for the sound to turn into something else. I barely slept. When I did drift off, it was not real sleep, but those short, shallow collapses where the body gives up without ever granting the mind full permission to leave. I kept waking, certain I was back in the cabin, certain the motel curtains would open onto that same wet yard and tree line instead of a line of parked pickups and the glowing ice machine.
Once I woke with my hand reaching for the coffee table where the pistol had been, and found only the motel nightstand and a Bible in the drawer. That moment of disorientation, motel room, bleached sheets, Boone lifting his head in the half-dark, felt almost worse than the nightmares because it contained the split exactly. I was somewhere ordinary, but my nervous system had already chosen the cabin as its permanent address. The sheriff interviewed me again the next morning, not at the motel, at the sheriff's office, in a room too beige and official to hold a story like mine without making it feel exaggerated. There was a table, 2 chairs, a tissue box placed with institutional optimism, and a wall clock that ticked loud enough in the pauses to make me aware of how often I stopped answering before a question had technically ended. The sheriff himself was not Barnes or Klein. He was older than both, with a face worn into patience and the kind of professional softness people cultivate when they are used to talking to victims, liars, the grieving, and the unstable without announcing which category they think you're in. That softness irritated me immediately because it made room for every kind of doubt. He started gently enough. Timeline, arrival at the cabin, work done, the jawbone, the markers, the upstairs room, the shooting, the man, the hidden cavity. Then the questions shifted. Had I consumed alcohol that evening? Yes, 1 drink, maybe a little more than 1. I told him exactly because lying would have made everything worse later. What medication was I taking? I told him about the anti-anxiety prescription, the occasional sleep aids, the dosage, the timing. Had I mixed them before? Sometimes, not often, and never enough to black out. Again, exactly. Had I used any other substances? No. Had I ever experienced panic-related visual distortions or hallucinations after the attack in the parking lot? I remember the heat that question brought into my face. Hallucinations? I repeated. Misinterpretations under stress, he said in that careful, practiced tone. Seeing movement where there isn't any. Mistaking a reflection for a person. That kind of thing. Yes, I said, because honesty had already cost me too much to abandon then. I've startled at reflections before. And on the night of the shooting, the living room was brightly lit? Yes. So when you saw the two men, I know what I saw. That came out sharper than I meant it to. The sheriff did not react. He only wrote something down. Then came the question about Ryan. Had my boyfriend ever hurt me? No. Had we been fighting? No. Did he know I had a firearm in the cabin? Yes. Had he been upset about my staying there alone? He'd been worried, not angry. Was there any chance he, or someone he knew, could have come to the property without my knowledge? No, I said, and this time, the force in my voice surprised even me. The sheriff nodded once, but it was the kind of nod that means answer recorded, not necessarily answer believed. Then, he asked why I had hidden the jawbone instead of reporting it immediately. That was the question that humiliated me most, because there was no version of the answer that didn't reduce me. If I said I needed the money, I sounded greedy and morally compromised. If I said I didn't want to involve my family property, I sounded disloyal to the dead. If I said I was afraid of sounding irrational after months of fear and poor sleep, I sounded exactly like what they were beginning to suspect. A woman whose relationship to evidence had already been contaminated by trauma. So I gave him the full, ugly answer. All of it. The money, the shame, the hope that mourning would make it smaller, the way fear delays instead of clarifies, the way not wanting to be that woman again had outweighed doing the obvious thing. He listened, which somehow made it worse. By the time I left that room, I was so full of anger I had nowhere clean to put it. Anger at the questions, anger at myself for giving them reason to ask, anger at the man upstairs for existing, anger at the two shapes at the window, whether they had been two men or one trick of glass and fear, or some hybrid of both that my body would never stop believing in completely. Most of all, anger at the fact that the bones under the floor had turned what should have been a simple victim statement into an examination of my mind. The findings started arriving in pieces, not formally all at once, not as some satisfying reveal, but in fragments I overheard, was told carefully, or extracted from the expressions of people trying not to say too much too soon. The remains in the hidden cavity did not belong to one person. That became clear fast. More than one set, more than one time period. The forensic people were cautious about exact numbers early on because the remains were mixed, disturbed, incomplete, and in some places tangled with animal bones. But even without final identification, the shape of the horror had widened. Not all recent, that mattered too. Some material looked older. Some disturbance in the cavity looked newer. There were indications the space under the floor had been used and reopened, rather than filled once and forgotten. Mixed ages and sexes were considered possible from the start, though nobody gave me specifics in that first wave of information. They spoke in careful phrases. Multiple individuals, different stages, further analysis needed. Clinical language doing its best to contain a thing no one wanted to say like a sentence. Then, somebody found the child-size shoe fragment. I did not see it myself, I was told. A piece of small footwear, degraded and trapped among fabric and bone in the cavity. Maybe old, maybe very old, but small enough that nobody wanted to pretend it meant nothing. That detail broke something in me. Until then, awful as it already was, part of my mind had still been trying to keep the hidden space under the storage room in the category of rural violence I already understood in theory. Hunters gone wrong, drifters, men doing terrible things to other men in isolation. The minute a child-size shoe fragment entered the story, that category collapsed. Horror widened, its appetite widened. And with it came the local names. Not official names at first, more like old stories floating up because suddenly there was somewhere for them to stick. A hunter gone missing years earlier after heading into county land beyond the marsh. A drifter last seen walking near the old road north of town, asking about seasonal work and a place to camp. A teenage couple who had vanished after their truck supposedly got stuck off a back road during deer season. The vehicle found later, but not the kids. I don't know which of those names were ever tied directly to the remains under the cabin. Maybe none, maybe some. But once people start thinking with the word missing, every unfinished story in a county begins waking up. That was when the dread changed for me. Until then, the fear had still been mostly personal and immediate. What happened to me in the cabin, what I saw, what I fired at, what rose from that room. Once the discussion moved outward to disappearances, histories, unidentified remains, and possibilities stretching back through years, the cabin stopped being simply the place where I had almost died. It became a place other people may already have died. More than one. More than once. I kept coming back to the bed upstairs, to the fact that I had slept in that house, that I had made coffee there, folded laundry there, brushed my teeth, and stood in socks on those floors, and gone room to room, trying to make the place winter-tight, while under one section of flooring, hidden badly but hidden enough, lay the collapsed remains of more than one life. The first time that thought hit fully, I had to run from the motel room to the bathroom and get on my knees in front of the toilet. I didn't throw up much, just bitter coffee and acid. Boone came and stood in the doorway behind me, nails clicking softly once against the tile, and would not leave until I stood up again. After that, every memory of the cabin shifted. The smell in the storage room, the weird heaviness of the upstairs floor, the muddy odor, the red nylon under the porch, the little signs I had argued with one by one. None of them were separate anymore. They were part of one practical system: concealment, marking, reuse, maintenance. Even if I did not yet know by whom or for how long. That was the worst lesson of those first findings. Not merely that the cabin had been dangerous. Danger can still feel accidental or temporary. A trespasser, a squatter, a bad man passing through. This was different. The hidden cavity, the mixed remains, the repeated disturbances, the markers outside, the blood upstairs, the fact that someone had still been using the room recently enough for the smell to remain fresh and the soil in the jawbone to stay damp. By the second night in the motel, lying awake with Boone rigid by the door and the television on low because total darkness had become impossible, I understood something I had not wanted to name. The cabin was not just dangerous, it was used. Chapter 5. The police believed part of it. By the third interview, I could tell which parts of my story made people lean in and which parts made them start measuring me instead. The bones made them lean in. The hidden cavity under the storage room floor, the cut boards, the skull, the fragments of clothing, the red nylon woven through places where no one sane wanted it. Those things had weight outside me. They existed whether I spoke well or badly, whether I cried, went flat, got angry, or contradicted myself on a timeline by 20 minutes because I had not slept in 2 days. Evidence does not care if you are a good narrator. Everything else did. The men at the window, the shapes in the glass, the sense of something moving through the house before I could prove it was moving. The way the storm and the lights and the old reflective panes turned the cabin into a place where seeing and being seen stopped feeling like the same thing. Those details belonged too much to me, which meant they were always going to be vulnerable to the oldest and cheapest question institutions ask frightened women. Are you sure you really saw what you think you saw? Nobody asked it exactly that way. They had better language than that. They asked about toxicology, about my prescriptions, about my sleep, about whether I had eaten that day, how much whiskey I had consumed, whether I had ever had panic attacks severe enough to cause perceptual distortions, whether I'd mixed alcohol with medication before, whether I had ever misread environmental stimuli under stress. They asked in voices so level and careful that the cruelty of the pattern was almost deniable. They were not calling me a liar. They were simply circling the possibility that the part of the event not nailed down by bone and blood might have been refracted through a damaged nervous system. And the worst part was, I could not honestly refuse the premise altogether. Yes, I had taken sleep medication at times in the months after the attack. Not every night, not recklessly, but enough nights that I knew exactly how it felt to lie awake waiting for the pill to make me drowsy, and instead feel only slower and lonelier inside my own body. Yes, I had been prescribed anti-anxiety medication after the parking lot assault. Yes, I still took it sometimes when the fear climbed too high and ordinary coping stopped working. Yes, I had occasionally mixed that medication with alcohol, not in any dramatic, self-destructive way, but in the small, ugly way frightened people sometimes do when they are trying to mute themselves just enough to pass for normal by morning. Every answer I gave that was honest also made me sound less reliable. I sat across from deputies in institutional rooms that smelled faintly of coffee and copier toner and listened to my own life translated into categories: trauma history, prescription use, sleep disturbance, alcohol intake, possible heightened reactivity. Those phrases may all have been fair in some technical sense. Together, they sounded like a preface to dismissal. One deputy in particular, Barnes, always Barnes, had a talent for making skepticism feel administrative. He would nod, write, then ask the next question in a way that preserved his own neutrality while quietly reducing the room around me. So the silhouettes at the window were seen through reflective glass? Yes. With all downstairs lights on? Yes.
And before that, you'd already been under stress because of what you found under the porch. Yes, and you had consumed alcohol. 1 drink, on top of medication. Prescription medication, yes. He never said, therefore you imagined it. He didn't need to. The structure of the questions said it for him. What made me angriest was that the blood upstairs should have settled more of the conversation than it did. That became my one fixed point, the thing I kept returning to no matter how many times they tried to widen the frame around my state of mind.
The man upstairs was real, because his blood was real. Not theoretical blood, not a smear I alone claimed to see in bad light. They sampled it, collected it, photographed it under proper lamps with scale markers and gloves and evidence bags. There was blood in the storage room that did not belong to me. Blood at the doorway. Blood near the back corner where he had staggered or dropped. You can question my window silhouettes all day long. You cannot make a second person's blood into a symptom. I said some version of that more than once. Klein, to his credit, never argued with me on that point. He seemed to understand that if he pushed too hard there, he would break the only thing keeping me coherent through those interviews. Barnes would only say, "We're not disputing there was another injured party in the room." Another injured party. As if naming him too directly might commit the department to a shape of events they were not yet ready to accept.
The forensic follow-up became its own kind of torment because every real answer it gave seemed to generate 2 new uncertainties around it. First, the blood upstairs did not match mine. That sounds obvious, but I needed it said out loud, needed it in someone else's mouth, needed a deputy or forensic tech or whoever had the results to tell me that the male DNA profile recovered from the storage room stains was not me. Not incidental contamination, not an old smear so degraded it belonged to no one. A man had bled in that room. Second, there was no database hit, no easy name waiting in the system, no immediate link to a local offender or known drifter or recently arrested trespasser, just male DNA and silence. That silence worked on me harder than I expected. A match would have been terrifying, but at least it would have pinned the man to the world. No match meant he remained the same awful thing he had been in the room. Human, present, and not yet located anywhere anyone could point. Then there was the floor cavity. That part developed more slowly, and maybe because it came in cautious forensic language rather than dramatic revelation, it was the detail that settled deepest in me. The hidden space beneath the storage room floor had not simply contained old remains. There were signs it had been reopened relatively recently. The cut boards had been handled again, and not very long ago. Disturbance patterns in the debris, differences in how some material had settled versus how other material had not, fresher soil transfer, older bones underneath, and newer disruption above. Some of the remains were older, some of the disturbance was fresh. That was the phrase Klein used once, almost absently, while explaining why they couldn't give a neat count of victims yet. He didn't realize until after he said it how completely it stopped me. Older below, fresh disturbance above, which meant whoever had been using the room had not inherited a secret by accident. He had participated in it, maintained it, added to it, or at least reopened it. The cabin had not simply been the site of some old atrocity left behind by time. It was active enough, recent enough, inhabited enough that my arrival had interrupted something still underway. That should have widened the investigation outward. It did, in theory. More personnel, more property history, more questions about missing persons, more careful excavation and cataloging. But within the room where I was interviewed, where my own credibility was constantly being weighed against procedure and possibility, official attention kept drifting back toward me. Not toward whether the hidden site was real, but toward how accurately I had perceived the attack around it. Validation in one hand, institutional doubt in the other. That combination is harder to survive than outright disbelief because it keeps you cooperating. It keeps you explaining. It keeps you answering invasive questions in the hope that one more honest answer will finally buy you clean belief. One afternoon, after another round of questions about medications and timing and whether I'd ever confused sounds in the walls for people moving through a structure before, Barnes asked something so casually it almost slipped by me. "Did the red nylon mean anything to your family?" The way he asked it, offhand, as if following one thread among many, made me answer with less caution than I probably should have. "No," I said. "Not that I know of." He nodded, wrote something, and moved on. But the question stayed with me all the way back to the motel.
Did it mean anything to my family? At first, I interpreted that only one way. Had we used that kind of cord for hunting markers, camp repairs, trail tags, something practical that could explain why it appeared under the porch and in the woods? I told myself no, because I didn't remember any such thing. Red cord is common. It could have come from anywhere. I'd already seen enough meaningless seeming objects become charged by context to distrust my own instinct to assign symbolism. Then my uncle called that night. He did not ask first if I was all right. That is one of those details that turns ordinary disappointment into lasting suspicion. He asked how bad it was. He asked whether the property was shut down now and whether police had torn the place apart. He sounded irritated in a way he was trying to hide, which made it worse. Only after that did he circle belatedly toward me. "You okay? You hurt?" in a tone that suggested those questions belonged later in the call. At some point, I mentioned that investigators had asked about the red nylon. There was a pause. It was not long, not dramatic, but long enough that I stopped breathing for a second and listened. Then he said, too casually, "Don't go talking to them about old camp markers if you want to avoid gossip." I did not answer immediately. "Old camp markers?" I said. He made a little dismissive sound. "People tied junk all over northern properties. Hunters, trespassers, kids. You start telling county people every old strip of cloth means something, and next thing you know, the place has a reputation it doesn't need." That explanation would have worked better if he had not supplied the phrase before I did. Old camp markers, not junk in the woods, not whatever you found. A category, pre-existing, familiar enough that he named it without thought, and then seemed to realize he had named too much. "What markers?" I asked. "Nothing. I'm saying don't help them turn old nonsense into some kind of local legend." He changed the subject almost immediately after that, but the damage was done. Because now I had two incompatible things sitting beside each other in my head. My earlier answer to Barnes, no, red nylon didn't mean anything to my family. My uncle's warning, don't mention old camp markers. He knew the phrase, he knew the type, maybe not the whole truth, maybe not the bones under the floor, maybe not the man upstairs, but enough that the markers did not surprise him. That was when the isolation turned uglier. Until then, I had been alone mainly because law enforcement doubted pieces of me and the evidence refused to simplify itself. After that call, I understood I was also alone because the people who should have helped contextualize the place might already have been trimming the truth for years. Not necessarily out of malice.
Rural families have 1,000 ways of converting danger into local knowledge, and local knowledge into silence. Don't go back there after dark. Don't mess with that road in spring. If you find weird stuff, leave it. If you hear stories, don't repeat them. None of that sounds like conspiracy when it is inherited, one caution at a time. But standing in that motel room, with Boone fixed on the door and my uncle's voice still in my ear, it felt like something colder. The hidden grave site was real. The blood was real. The male DNA upstairs was real. The recent reopening of the floor cavity was real. And yet the system around all of it, family, county, law enforcement, memory, kept trying to file parts of the story under my mind before it filed them under pattern. That was the shape of those days. Enough evidence to prove I was not imagining the worst of it, enough doubt to ensure I would never be allowed the comfort of total belief. Chapter 6. My uncle knew more than he said. A few weeks after they pulled the bones from under the storage room floor, I went back. Not to the cabin, I need to be precise about that, because there are versions of me in this story I already struggle to defend, and I'm not interested in adding another. I did not drive back out to the property alone and go poking around in the trees like some woman in a bad documentary reenactment. I wasn't brave enough for that. And by then, I had finally become smart enough to know the difference between unfinished business and a death wish. What I did instead was drive back into the county. That sounds safer than it felt. By then I was living again in the ordinary world. Rent due, grocery stores, stoplights, work that wanted done whether I had slept or not. But the county had stayed lodged in me like a splinter. Not just the cabin itself, the whole surrounding silence. The way the deputies asked about my medication before they asked what the red nylon might mean. The way my uncle had slipped and called them old camp markers, like the phrase had been waiting just under his tongue for years. The way everyone seemed prepared to believe in isolated ugliness, but not in pattern. I could not leave pattern alone. There is a point after a thing happens to you when the official version becomes too small to live inside. At first you cling to it because it offers shape, hidden remains, possible trespasser, ongoing investigation. But if you were there, if you smelled the room and heard the dragging overhead and saw that cord tied not once but over and over in different places, the official version starts feeling less like truth and more like a container, built to keep truth from spreading. So I drove north on a weekday when the roads were dry, the sky low and colorless, and every mile made my stomach tighten the way it had before. I told myself I was only going to ask questions. Ask the kind of sideways questions people in rural counties answer more honestly when they think you already know enough not to waste their time. The first place I stopped was a bait shop on the edge of town. It was the sort of place that sold minnows, propane, jerky, line weights, coffee that had sat too long on a burner, and gossip disguised as weather talk. Men in those places never look like they're doing anything, but they miss nothing. I knew that going in. I also knew I could not walk up and say, "Did anyone around here use my family cabin as a grave site for years?" Small counties are built on subtler openings than that. There were 3 older men inside when I walked in, all of them in caps, all of them layered in the same shades of flannel, canvas, and old outdoor gear that make rural men look like they have been assembled from the county itself. One was studying hooks, one stood by the coffee station, one sat on a stool near the front window, with the kind of stillness old men earn after decades of not moving, unless movement improves the situation. The man behind the counter recognized me in the faint, half-remembering way people in small places do. "You're the one from that cabin place," he said before I had fully decided how to begin. It wasn't accusatory, just factual. I nodded and immediately wished I hadn't. Being recognized gave the whole errand a charge I had wanted to avoid. He poured coffee without asking if I wanted any and slid the cup toward me. That was not kindness, exactly. More like permission to stand there a minute and not pretend I was only buying line weights. I started broad, asked whether anyone local had ever used bright red cord or cloth to mark trails, camp spots, property lines, anything like that.
I said I'd found some old strips tied low around the cabin property and was trying to figure out whether they were just hunter junk or meant something practical. The men did not answer right away. That is one of the most reliable forms of answer I know now. The one by the coffee station looked at the one on the stool. The one on the stool kept his eyes on the front window a second too long before turning his head toward me. No one laughed. No one said survey tape or kids messing around the way outsiders do when they truly find your question unserious. Finally, the seated man said, "Red nylon?" I said yes. He scratched at the side of his jaw and looked back out the window again before he spoke. "Used to be cloth," he said, "long before nylon." It took me a second to understand the significance of the sentence because of how plain he made it sound, as if we had skipped over all pretense and stepped right into a conversation I had not known was already waiting. "Cloth for what?" I asked. He shrugged. "Bad ground. Places folks didn't want crossed careless." Nobody said anything for a second after that. The heater hummed under the worm fridge. Somewhere in the back of the shop, an aerator buzzed. Outside, a pickup went by too fast for town speed. The man behind the counter kept wiping the same clean section of laminate with a rag. "Bad ground how?" I said. The man gave me a look I would come to recognize in several other places that day. Not hostile, not even truly evasive. More like he was deciding whether I deserved bluntness or only implication. "Depends who's telling it," he said. "Could be old sinky spots. Could be somebody's private camp. Could be a place where dogs come back wrong." "Come back wrong?" One of the other men snorted softly into his coffee, as if he regretted being in the room for this conversation at all. The seated man only shrugged again. "Meaner. Or not at all." That was all he gave me. I left with bait I didn't need, just to justify standing there as long as I had. The next place was a diner half a mile down the road. A county diner is its own kind of courthouse. The same people rotate through it often enough that every conversation has a witness, whether anybody wants one or not. I chose it anyway, because diners make people nostalgic and loose-tongued, especially around midday when the breakfast rush is gone and the lunch crowd hasn't settled in yet. I sat at the counter and ordered pie I couldn't taste.
2 booths down, 3 men in hunting caps and work jackets were discussing tires, weather, and whether this year's deer season had too many out-of-state plates around the public land.
I let their conversation run for a while before I asked the waitress, a woman maybe 10 years older than me, with tired, kind eyes and the blunt efficiency of someone who had heard every local tragedy reduced to coffee order volume, if she knew anything about old camp markers in the county. Red strips tied low around property edges or trees. She gave me a look that said she knew exactly who I was, too. "Depends who tied 'em," she said. That answer told me almost as much as anything else. One of the men in the booth nearest me turned halfway around on his seat and asked, "You talking nylon or cloth?" Again, that distinction. "Either," I said. He leaned back, rubbed his thumb over his lower lip, and said, "Certain camps got left alone after hunting season for a reason." There was something so matter-of-fact in the way he said it that it chilled me harder than if he had lowered his voice. "What reason?" He shook his head once, not smiling. "Reason enough." The waitress topped off my coffee and muttered, "People tell stories when weather goes bad." But she did not deny stories existed. That became the pattern of the day. Nobody would hand me one complete explanation. Nobody said monster or curse or cult or any of the words people from outside counties like to force onto local unease because they sound dramatic and easy to repeat. Everything stayed lower than that, more practical, and because of that, uglier. At the hardware store, the same one where I had bought caulk and insulation before the cabin turned, I tried again with the older cashier who had once only told me the road flooded bad in spring. This time I asked whether anyone around there ever marked off rough camps or no-go spots with red nylon. He didn't answer at first. He set a box of screws on the counter, lined up the barcode with care that had nothing to do with screws, then said, "You hear enough up here, you learn some places ain't yours just because they show up on a map." That sentence lived in me for weeks. I pushed a little, asked whether he meant posted land, squatters, meth camps, old hunting disputes. He exhaled through his nose and looked tired suddenly. "I mean, some camps get found and left found," he said. "Old tarp jobs back in the cedar, fire rings, food cans, bedding. Sometimes nobody there when you come across them. Sometimes it's better if you don't go back checking." That was the closest anyone came all day to speaking plainly. The stories, when they surfaced at all, were always fragmented. Missing dogs, that one came up twice from different men in different places. Dogs loosed in the woods that either didn't come back or came back jumpy and half cut up with no clean explanation. Not mauled in the usual animal way, not shot clean either. One man claimed his brother's shepherd had returned after a night missing and refused ever again to cross a certain drainage behind camp. Another said he knew a hound that vanished near the swamp edge and was found 2 days later under a porch miles away, trembling and too scared to eat. Voices near the swamp. Not ghost story voices, not dead relatives in the mist, just hearing people where there shouldn't be people. Men talking too far back in low ground, someone laughing once, then nothing. Somebody calling a dog's name from deep enough in the trees that you'd have to ask yourself why anyone was standing there at all. The men who mentioned it never dramatized it. That made it worse. They spoke of it the way people mention sinkholes or bad wiring, a thing to avoid because other people had learned already. Deer hanging wrong from trees, That one I almost dismissed until an older man at the diner said it with such disgust that I understood he was not using metaphor. Not dressed deer at camp, not legal field work. Animals found suspended or tied in ways no hunter would bother with, partly stripped or left to spoil, more warning than harvest. He did not elaborate. He only said, "You see something hung wrong in the woods, you keep walking the other direction." Old tarp camps found and abandoned. That one I believed most easily because it lined up with what deputies had already found near my family's property. Small, hidden setups in cedar breaks and low cover. Places a person could stay unseen from road or trail. Places discovered by mushroom hunters, trespassers, teenage drinkers. Sometimes left alone out of pure county instinct not to inherit somebody else's problem. Some camps disappeared by the next week. Some didn't. Every story about them had that same ugly rural shrug at the center of it. Folks live strange out there. What no one did, not once all day, was make it supernatural in the clean, satisfying way outsiders would have. Nobody talked about demons. Nobody said forest spirit. Nobody named a local legend and handed me a tidy folklore package with dates and origin story and ritual rules. What they offered instead was something much more believable and much colder. A network of caution built from repeated human contact with places that felt wrong enough or occupied enough that ordinary people learned to sidestep them without forcing them into language. That is the kind of thing old men call superstition, not because they don't believe it, because naming it directly might obligate them to do more than avoid it. By mid-afternoon, I was sitting in my truck outside the diner with the engine off and my hands locked around the steering wheel, trying to order the day into something usable. Boone, who had come with me because I no longer went north without him, sat in the passenger seat, staring toward the road, with that same alert stillness he had kept at the motel and the cabin both. I realized then that silence around the area had not protected ordinary people from hysteria. It had protected the wrong people from exposure. Every shrug, every half-story, every just leave it be and bad ground and certain camps got left alone, all of it added up, not to folklore, but to social surrender. Maybe no one had known the full truth of my family's cabin. Maybe no one had known there was a hidden cavity under that upstairs floor. But enough people had known enough pieces of the pattern that the pattern had been allowed to continue. A strip of cloth tied low on a sapling, a tarp camp in cedar nobody revisits. A dog won't cross a certain run of ground. Voices near the swamp. Bones where there shouldn't be bones. And because all of it could still be spoken in the language of local caution rather than accusation, it stayed there, quietly. For years, maybe. I did not go back to the cabin that day. I drove past the turnoff once without meaning to, saw the road disappear between the trees, and felt such a violent drop in my stomach that I kept going with my foot already harder on the gas. I was not ready for that stretch of gravel, not even in daylight, not with county stories still fresh in my ears. But by the time I crossed back out of the county that evening, I knew something I had not known before. The red markers predated me. Maybe not the exact nylon strips I found. Maybe those were newer, cheaper, more durable versions of an older habit. But the practice itself, the logic of marking bad ground with cloth or cord and leaving certain places alone afterward, had been there before my stay, and was known, if only quietly, if only in fragments, by people who had lived around those woods a long time. That knowledge did not make the place supernatural. It made it worse. Because it meant the horror had history, and history meant witnesses, even if none of them had ever been willing to call themselves that. Chapter 6. My uncle knew more than he said. I drove to my uncle's house 3 days after I went back into the county asking questions. Not because I had calmed down, not because I thought a little time had given me perspective. I drove there because distance had done the opposite. Every half answer I'd gotten from old men in bait shops and diners had made one thing clearer. My uncle had known more than he had admitted, and if I waited much longer to confront him, I would start editing the confrontation in my own head before it happened. I would soften it, excuse him, tell myself he was old, or proud, or embarrassed, or some combination of all three. I knew myself well enough by then to recognize the danger of that. So I went while I was still angry. His place sat outside a different town, smaller and flatter than the county where the cabin was, with a machine shed out back and the kind of front porch built for practical sitting rather than decoration. I had been there 100 times growing up. Summer cookouts, Christmases that smelled like furnace heat and canned green beans and cigarette smoke even after everyone had quit smoking. Deer season mornings, when men came through the kitchen before dawn in orange caps and left coffee rings on every available surface. When I pulled into the driveway, I remember looking at the porch and thinking how obscene it felt that a place could still look so ordinary while carrying what it carried. My uncle was in the garage with the door open, working on something he wasn't really working on. A mower deck maybe, or an old snowblower frame. I think he only had tools in his hands so he wouldn't have to stand there empty if I showed up exactly as angry as he suspected I might. He looked up when he heard my truck, and his face did something I still haven't fully forgiven. Not relief, not fear, calculation. Just for a second, then it was gone under a rough, neutral expression, and he said, "You drove all the way out here without calling. I wanted to talk where you couldn't hang up." That landed the way I meant it to. He set the tool down slowly, wiped his hands on a rag that didn't make them any cleaner, and nodded once toward the side door like maybe we should do this inside. I stayed where I was. "No," I said, "here's fine." That seemed to irritate him immediately. Good. I wanted some irritation in the room. I didn't want him feeling parental or patient or inconvenienced by my emotions. I wanted him off balance enough to answer badly. For a second, he only looked at me. Then he said, "You okay?" It was too late for that question, and we both knew it. I laughed, and there was no humor in it at all. "That's what you're going with now?" His jaw tightened. "Don't start in like that." "Like what?" "Like I did something to you." I stared at him, really stared, at the deepening lines around his eyes, the old weather damage in his skin, the familiar set of his shoulders that I had once associated with family and steadiness, and now could only read as refusal in a bot. "You sent me there," I said. "That's what you did." He opened his mouth, closed it again, then looked away toward the dark inside of the garage. I could hear traffic on the county road beyond the property, a dog barking somewhere far off.
the tiny, dry tapping of a flag line against a pole from the side yard. Normal sounds. It made what we were standing in feel worse. "I didn't know what was under that floor," he said finally. It was not the answer to the question I was asking, which told me immediately I was right to be there. "I didn't ask what you knew about the floor," I said. "I asked what you knew." His face changed at that. Anger came up first, because anger is what men like him use when they feel the ground sliding under them and don't know how to stop it. "What exactly do you want from me?" he said. "You want me to tell you I put those bones there? You want me to tell you I knew somebody was living in that room? I didn't. I want you to stop talking to me like I'm crazy enough to be satisfied with half of it." That shut him up for a moment. Then he exhaled hard through his nose and said, "My father told me never to stay there alone in late season." Everything in me went still. The sentence landed with a kind of brutal simplicity, and because he said it flat, without drama, without preamble, it somehow sounded more truthful than if he had built toward it. "Why?" I asked. He shrugged, but not convincingly. "Because old men say things." That's not an answer. He shifted his weight, looked toward the yard, then back at me. "Because he said folks came through there sometimes." Folks? Drifters, hunters, men sleeping rough, whoever. That property's got water, tree cover, enough distance from the road that people can use it if they want to. He said it like geography alone explained everything. Water, cover, distance. The vocabulary of practical nuisance, not horror. I hated him for it in that moment, because I could hear exactly how many years of family silence had been built out of those same 3 neutral words. "And the red markers?" I asked. His mouth pressed thin. "What about them? You recognize them?" "No, I recognize what you were talking about." "That's not different." He looked at me sharply then, and for a second I thought he might simply shut down and refuse me anything else. That would have been easier in some ways. Easier than what he actually did, which was shift from denial into the partial admissions people make when they realize lying outright will cost them more than confessing around the edges. "People found cloth now and then," he said, "years back. Bits tied to saplings, fence wire, old corners of the property." "Red?" "Sometimes." "Did you ever ask why?" He gave me a look of genuine exasperation, as if I were refusing the rules of a language he had spoken all his life. You don't go around asking every damn question in places like that. That sentence told me more about him than the content did. "You found cloth markers," I said slowly, "and you just left them." He rubbed a hand over his mouth, then dropped it. "Sometimes there'd be animal remains too. Deer scraps, bones, stuff you don't want kids getting into." Something in the way he said animal remains made me think of the vertebrae tied with twine and red nylon in the woods. The old men at the diner talking about deer hanging wrong from trees. The piece of jaw in my gloved hand under the porch. "You knew there was something wrong with that place." "I knew there were reasons not to fool around where you didn't need to." That was his moral line, apparently. Not report it, not investigate it, not stop it. Just avoid activating it. I took a step closer without meaning to. "And you sent me there anyway." His eyes flashed then, not with guilt first, but defensiveness. "I sent you there to close up the place for winter. In daylight. For a few days.
I figured whatever old trash used to happen around there was done. Used to happen. I remember that phrase exactly because of how obscene it felt. Not whatever people said, not whatever stories there were, whatever old trash used to happen around there. As if violence could be folded into weather and neglect and left to age out quietly. "What did your father actually tell you?" I asked. He was quiet long enough that I thought he might not answer. Then he said if you found cloth tied low, you didn't stay. Said it wasn't for us." My mouth went dry. "Not for us," I repeated. "That's what he said." "What does that mean?" He shook his head, angry again now because meaning was the one thing he had never demanded from the warning and did not want forced on him now. "It means you don't make yourself part of somebody else's mess." I almost laughed in his face then, because the cowardice in that sentence was so naked it no longer deserved protection. "Did you ever call the sheriff?" "No." "Why?" His expression hardened into something I recognized from childhood, the look adults wear when they believe practicality excuses almost anything. "Because nothing good comes from getting involved." That line arrived with no shame attached to it. He saw my face and added, as if he were offering context instead of indictment, "Once, years ago, there was a tarp camp found back in the cedar by the low ground, before your time. Some of us came across it. Bedding, cans, signs somebody'd been there recently. We left it." "You left it?" "Nobody was there." "So you just walked away. What were we supposed to do? Start a county circus every time somebody roughs it on private land?" I could hardly hear him over the rush in my ears. That was the family habit in one sentence. Not evil, exactly, not active participation. The kind of rural moral failure people mistake for common sense because they inherited it young. If trouble doesn't force itself into your house, don't invite it in through questions. "And the human remains?" I asked. "You're telling me you never knew?" His answer came fast and harsh enough that I believed at least that part of it. "No, I did not know about human remains." I watched him while he said it. The anger looked real. The revulsion, too. He might have known markers, camps, bones that could still be filed under animal and nuisance and bad ground. But the hidden cavity under the floor had reached beyond whatever level of ugliness he had allowed himself to normalize. That did not absolve him. It only changed the texture of the betrayal. He had not known everything. He had simply known enough. "You recognized the nylon the second I described it," I said. He did not deny it. "Yeah," he said at last. "I recognized it. That simple. No more dodging. No more pretending the question itself was unreasonable." I felt something in me go cold and clean then, cleaner than rage. "You sent me there anyway." He looked older suddenly, not softer, just older. I thought it was old. Thought whatever it meant it was from before. Thought it was gone. The simplicity of that answer was somehow worse than if he had been actively malicious. He had weighed the possibility of danger against the convenience of sending me, and concluded the danger was stale enough to risk, old enough, gone enough. The kind of calculus families make with women all the time without ever naming it as such. I had needed the money. I had been unstable enough lately that perhaps, in his mind, I was also available for the risk. Used. Disposable. sent into a place he himself would not have stayed alone in late season, because he wanted the cabin shut down and the problem contained.
I turned away from him then, because if I hadn't, I might have said something unforgivable and still meant every word. He spoke to my back. The cabin always drew people. I stopped but didn't turn around. What people? Transients, hunters passing through, guys sleeping rough. It's got cover, like I told you, water. If somebody wanted to be left alone, it made sense. I looked back over my shoulder. And the markers? He rubbed at the side of his face, suddenly tired. Then he said the worst line of the entire conversation, the line I have never been able to fit back into a smaller meaning, no matter how hard I've tried. The markers usually meant they were gone for a while. I stared at him. Usually, gone for a while. Not random cloth, not teenage jokes, not old hunter nonsense. A signal system tied to occupancy and absence. Something understood by more than one person across more than one season.
Maybe not formally, maybe not spoken aloud at any campfire I was ever old enough to hear, but known well enough that an older man could say the sentence and expect it to stand on its own. They, I said. Who is they? He shook his head once, almost violently, and that was all I got. Not refusal exactly, more like the word itself had become something he no longer trusted himself to place in air. I left after that. I don't remember if I said goodbye. I don't think I did. I only remember walking back to my truck with my hands shaking, Boone barking once from inside because he had heard voices rise, and my uncle staying where he was in the garage, as if motion itself might make him more accountable. Driving away, I understood something that in some ways was harder to live with than the hidden pit or the blood upstairs. My family had not known everything, but they had known enough not to trust the place, enough to warn in fragments, enough to recognize markers, enough to leave camps unreported, enough to decide silence was safer than scrutiny, and somehow not enough, or not willing enough, to keep me out of it. Chapter 6. My uncle knew more than he said. The sheriff called me a little over a week after I confronted my uncle. By then I had returned to the ugly, reduced version of normal that follows any public catastrophe. Work emails, grocery bags, dog food, laundry. Waking at 3 a.m. with the shape of the storage room still waiting behind my eyes. Every day I told myself I would let the investigation belong to the people officially assigned to it. Every day, some part of me kept checking my phone like I was waiting not for information, but for permission to stop being haunted by what I still didn't understand. When the call came, I knew from the sheriff's voice before he said anything substantial that he had called because something real had been found. Not solved, not finished. Found. He asked whether I was somewhere I could talk privately. That phrasing alone made my mouth go dry. I said yes and sat down at my kitchen table, with Boone already lifting his head from the rug, alerted by nothing more than the tone I had answered in. The sheriff told me searchers had located a hidden camp in a cedar break less than half a mile from the cabin. I remember closing my eyes when he said it, because some part of me had already known. Not consciously, maybe, but bodily. The red markers had never felt like the habits of one isolated man improvising his own little kingdom. They felt maintained, repeated, passed through more than once. A camp in the woods made more sense than any other answer, and still hit me like a blow when it was finally spoken aloud by someone official. He would not give me every detail. I understand that now. Maybe I even understood it then. Active investigation, scene integrity, no contaminating witness recollection with unfiltered evidence. But there are ways people say I can't tell you that still tell you more than they mean to. And by that point, I had become very good at hearing around what was withheld. The camp, according to him, was not visible from any obvious path. It sat under heavy cedar cover in a low break beyond the higher ground behind the cabin, close enough to the swamp to stay damp, close enough to the property to watch it, and hidden enough that unless someone knew roughly where to sweep, they could miss it within 30 yards and keep walking. After I got off the phone, I reconstructed the rest from what he did say, from later fragments Klein let slip, from things I already knew about that land, and from the private violence of my own imagination. I don't pretend every inch of the picture is exact, but I know the shape of it well enough that when I think back now, I see it as clearly as if I had stood there myself. The tarps came first in my mind. Low slung, not pitched like recreational shelter, but draped close to the ground under cedar branches, where the dark stays green-black, even in daylight. The kind of setup meant to disappear rather than protect. The kind you crawl into more than stand beneath. Wet in some places, smoke stiff in others, maybe patched with duct tape or scavenged cord, maybe layered over bent saplings or old poles cut crude and fast. Nothing about it would have looked like camping the way ordinary people use the word. It would have looked like staying where you didn't want to be found. The sheriff said they recovered a coffee can full of cut red nylon strips. That detail stopped my breathing for a second. Not one or two lengths, not accidental leftovers. A can containing prepared pieces, cut to size and kept. That told me more than anything else that the markers around the property had not been random debris or improvised one-offs. They had been part of a supply, a maintained practice, something someone expected to use again. I pictured the can rusted around the lid and rim, maybe once used for nails or grease or old fishing tackle before becoming what it became. Inside it, those strips would have been dry and bright in places where weather had not yet reached them, faded and dirty in others, the edges frayed from handling, all alike enough to feel purposeful. Markers waiting to be placed. Replacements waiting for old ones to rot. They found food wrappers, too. That detail sounds small until you really think about it. Food wrappers mean repetition, mean ordinary life happening inside horror. Somebody eating crackers or jerky or canned stew and leaving behind the bright modern trash of it. Sheriff's offices and forensic teams can turn skulls and blood into evidence markers. It is wrappers that make the whole thing feel domestic in the worst way. Somebody stayed there long enough to snack, to open tins, to leave crumpled packaging under cedar cover and either not care or assume no one would come close enough to matter. There were rusted tools, the sheriff said. He didn't specify which ones. My imagination did the rest. Pliers, a hatchet with a wrapped handle, a folding saw, a shovel head with no proper shaft. Things that could belong to rough outdoor living or to something else, depending on the room you carried them into. Tools aren't frightening in themselves. It's the way they suggest routine, repeated tasks, maintenance,
a place where practical work got done over and over again beyond the sight line of any road. Animal skins had been found there too, not trophies, not properly cleaned or stretched. That was the impression I got from the way he said it, quickly, as if he regretted having brought them up. More like remnants.
Hides or pieces of hides, maybe left from trapping or skinning, maybe simply hanging on to the smell of the camp because they had once been part of whatever economy of use existed there. In my mind, the place took on that layered odor immediately. Old smoke soaked into tarp fabric, damp cedar, wet soil, the animal fat sourness of skins left too long, damp fur. And underneath all of it, the same dark iron edge I had smelled upstairs in the storage room. The sheriff did not volunteer the part about the sleeping bag. I got that later from Klein, quietly, after enough half-conversations and pauses and his own visible discomfort convinced me he thought I already deserved to know more than policy allowed. He said it carefully, almost apologetically, like a man setting down a glass thing he did not trust himself to hold. "There was a small bag out there," he said, "child-sized, old, dirty. Doesn't mean a child was there recently." That final sentence told me he already knew what my mind had done the instant he said child-sized. I sat very still while he spoke, because if I had moved, I think I might have broken something. A filthy sleeping bag under cedar cover, too small for a grown man, found in a hidden camp less than half a mile from a cabin where a child-sized shoe fragment had been recovered beneath the floorboards. It may have meant nothing direct. It may have been old camping trash dragged in from elsewhere. It may have been used only as padding or storage or weather cover. But the existence of it in that place changed the emotional weight of the whole investigation for me. Some lines, once crossed, never uncross. Blood traces were found there as well, though too degraded to settle much. That was another one of those details that both validated and denied in the same breath. Blood enough to register, not enough or not preserved enough to become certainty. Weather, time, soil, animals, people moving through later, any of those could have thinned it past usefulness. The result was maddeningly familiar. Another piece of the pattern made real but not made neat. No suspect was located. The sheriff said it in that flat, official tone people use when a sentence has become routine in their profession, but still lands like a stone in someone else's life. No suspect located. Search ongoing. Follow-up continuing. Public assistance requested if needed. What he meant was this: the man upstairs, if he was the one tied to that camp, had either bled and escaped or had not been alone to begin with. That question returned so hard after the call that it ruined the rest of my day. Was he working alone? For a while after the cabin, I had tried to force the answer into yes, because yes is easier. A single damaged man hiding near the property. A long-term squatter or predator who found an old cabin useful and turned it into something worse. One human center of violence. Horrible, but narratively survivable. Except that the red markers never felt singular to me. Neither did my uncle's line. The markers usually meant they were gone for a while. Usually. They, plurality, had been inside the language from the beginning, and I had kept trying to sand it down into one man because one man is the largest horror most people can still imagine without needing to alter the whole landscape around him. I kept thinking about the night I fled. Not only the men at the window, those silhouettes that later became so unstable under daylight and trajectory questions and my own fear, but one specific moment outside after I ran from the storage room. On the way to the truck, in that broken, wet rush between porch and yard, I had the brief, unmistakable sensation that something was watching from beyond the woodpile or near the left edge of the yard. I had not stopped to confirm it. I had not had time.
But memory kept trying to sharpen the impression afterward into a second shape, low and still, beyond the obvious line of the house. For weeks I argued with myself about that memory. Panic does that. It inserts extra motion where motion already exists. But once the hidden camp was found, once the coffee can of prepared red strips entered the story, once the sheriff's own language refused to settle cleanly around one solitary drifter, that second shape stopped feeling like embellishment, and more like the kind of fragment terror captures before logic can. Maybe not a partner in some formal sense, maybe not a co-conspirator standing guard, but another person moving through the same system. That is the word I came to privately, though I resisted it for a long time. System. Not in the grand conspiratorial way people use when they want horror to feel larger than evidence. I mean a smaller, uglier thing. A maintained territory. A set of understood markers.
A place used and vacated, and perhaps handed off. A structure of warning and occupancy that did not require cult robes or whispered rituals to function. Only repetition, silence. Enough shared knowledge to keep ordinary people backing away, and enough neglect to let those who did not back away disappear into the woods around it. The old men in the county had called it bad ground, or old camp, nonsense. My uncle had called it markers and advised not getting involved. Law enforcement called it a hidden camp and active investigation. All three categories described the same thing from different moral distances. The final detail Klein gave me should not have surprised me by then, but it did. Among the recovered items from the Cedar camp had been an old Polaroid of the cabin porch. Not recent. The film stock and the yellowing edge suggested years, maybe many years.
The image quality was soft and flattened, the way old Polaroids do, but the porch was recognizable at once. The sag in the middle boards, the angle of the rail, the fieldstone chimney edge in frame. No people visible, just the cabin front from several yards away, as if taken by someone standing off near the yard edge or the first line of trees. And lo, beneath the front steps, faint but visible even in the degraded image, was a strip of red, tied where no family decoration had ever belonged. That photograph did something to me no forensic language had managed, because it proved duration without anyone needing to theorize it aloud. The markers had been there long enough to be photographed and kept. The porch had been watched from the outside before I arrived. Whatever system the red cord belonged to, it did not begin with me finding a jawbone in the dirt. It had existed around that cabin long enough for someone to document it casually, almost possessively, and then carry that image back to a hidden camp in the Cedar, where it remained among tools, wrappers, fur, and cut marker strips. When I hung up after the later conversation with Klein, I sat in my kitchen with the room gone very quiet around me.
Boone was asleep under the table, one paw twitching in a dream. Outside, a neighbor started a leaf blower and then shut it off again. There was nothing eerie in the world immediately around me. That almost made it worse, because what I was left with was not a ghost story. It was inheritance poisoned by cowardice. My family had not built the hidden camp. The county men at the bait shop had not killed whoever ended up under that floor. The sheriff's office had not tied red nylon strips to saplings. But all around, the actual violence had been a ring of smaller failures, shrugs, warnings, avoidance, leaving things unreported, telling younger people not to ask too many questions, confusing silence for prudence, treating occupied danger as local weather instead of human action. That was the legacy I felt after the camp was found. Not merely that something evil had happened near a family cabin, but that enough people had known enough fragments of the truth over enough years to let the whole thing keep breathing in the dark. Chapter 7. It didn't end at the cabin. By the time nearly a year had passed, I had become very good at telling a shorter version. Not better, just smoother. There is a difference between those two things that matters more than people like to admit. Better would have meant I had found a truer way to speak about what happened, some shape that carried the weight without distorting it. Smoother meant I had learned how to move people through the story without letting them touch the parts that still felt alive. It meant I could tell it over coffee, in waiting rooms, in the careful half-light of conversations with people who asked because they cared, and people who asked because they were curious, and people who asked because once a crime gets into local news, it becomes a kind of social object others feel entitled to handle. In the shorter version, I was staying at a family cabin up north when I found evidence someone dangerous had been using the property. I heard noises. I panicked. I fired when I thought someone was outside, and later police found remains hidden beneath the upstairs floor. There had been a man in the storage room, yes. Yes, he was real. No, they never found him. Yes, it was horrifying. No, I don't like talking about it. That version had enough truth in it to function. It also had enough missing from it to make me able to sleep afterward. At least, on the better nights. By then, I was back in a smaller rental house on the edge of a town I had never planned to end up in for more than a lease term. It wasn't really home, but I had given up on the idea that home meant comfort. Sometimes it only means a place where the locks are yours, and nobody upstairs drops things hard enough to make you sit up in bed with your heart punching at your ribs. The house was old, but not old in a beautiful way, just old enough to settle strangely in the cold and let in air around one back window if the wind came from the north. 2 bedrooms, narrow galley kitchen, no basement. A tiny patch of yard and a chain-link fence. I rented it because it had no shared hallway, no upstairs neighbors, and enough distance from the street that headlights didn't sweep directly through the front windows at night. My job still wasn't fully stable. That was another part of the aftermath people rarely ask about, because it sounds less cinematic than trauma. The cabin did not simply leave me frightened. It left me administratively damaged. Missed weeks, interviews, follow-up meetings with law enforcement, sleep bad enough to flatten whole mornings. I had patchwork work before the cabin and patchwork work after it too. Remote assignments, temp engineering support, contract drafting when I could focus long enough to make the numbers and measurements behave. My money was always slightly behind me, like weather catching up on a highway. Never catastrophic, never comfortable. Ryan and I did not survive the year as a couple. I don't say that with bitterness anymore, though there was plenty of bitterness in it at the time. He had tried, that part remains true, but trauma has a way of taking all the ordinary future tense out of a relationship and replacing it with management, check-ins, explanations, silence misread as patience,
Patience, misread as pity. After the cabin, everything between us seemed to arrive already under tension. He wanted me to move toward normal life again. I wanted him to stop talking about normal like it was a place I had chosen to step away from. Eventually, there were too many careful conversations, and then one conversation that wasn't careful at all. And after that, there was only the practical choreography of ending things, without pretending it was mutual. Boone aged in the year after the cabin. Not dramatically. He was not ancient overnight, but something in him had shifted, in the same direction as something in me, toward watchfulness as a baseline. He barked more at delivery trucks than he used to, hated men standing too long near the fence, would not step onto a dark porch without first stopping to scent the air, like he expected it to contain instructions. Certain sounds made him rise from sleep at once. Boots on gravel, a bump outside the kitchen window, anything dragging lightly along siding. People say dogs live in the present. I think that's true, until fear teaches them a future too. Our routines hardened around that. Curtains got closed before dusk, never after. That one started so quietly I didn't notice it becoming rule. At first it was just common sense on certain evenings, especially if the sky went dark early and the living room window turned reflective, before I was emotionally ready for it. Then one night I realized the sun had already slipped below the neighboring roofs and the curtains were still open. And the speed with which my body crossed the room to fix that was so automatic and urgent, it embarrassed me. After that, the curtains closed when the light outside was still technically usable. I stopped waiting until it felt necessary. Necessary had become too subjective. I checked locks more than once. That is probably the blandest true sentence in this story, and maybe one of the most revealing. I checked the front door lock when I came in, then checked it again after changing clothes, then sometimes once more after brushing my teeth, because the second check no longer seemed to count if I had thought about other things in between. The kitchen window latch, the back door, the little side gate in the fence, even though no one could have opened it quietly enough to matter. Each ritual bought only a few minutes at a time. I kept doing them anyway. I scanned windows for reflections before I looked through them. That too became reflex. Whether it was my own dark television screen, the microwave door, the black gloss of a parked car window, or the living room glass after sunset, my eyes no longer trusted the first image they received. I would angle myself, move slightly, confirm what belonged to me and what belonged to the room, then only after that allow myself to look outward. Most people would not notice that sequence if they watched me do it. Trauma often survives socially because it hides inside movements that can still pass for ordinary caution. What I could not tolerate at all were footsteps overhead. That narrowed my life more than I want to admit. I stopped visiting friends in upstairs apartments if there were people living above them. I would rather stand in a parking lot in the cold than sit beneath the slow-paced tread of an unseen neighbor and feel my body prepare for impact each time the boards answered back. Hotels became their own category of negotiation. I refused cabins altogether, refused motels with exterior corridors. refused first-floor rooms facing tree lines or parking lot edges where someone could stand outside the glass without being noticed immediately. I developed a private rating system for temporary shelter based entirely on sight lines, ceiling exposure, and the number of strangers who could move past my door unseen.
None of this felt dramatic from the inside. That's the trap. Behavioral contamination rarely announces itself as ruin. It arrives as efficiency, preference, common sense. Little systems you build so you can function well enough to keep getting groceries, answering emails, walking the dog, paying bills. Then one day you realize the systems have quietly replaced most of your freedom, and you no longer know whether you are surviving something that happened or serving something that taught you. I edited the story depending on the audience. That may be the ugliest truth in the aftermath, uglier even than the curtains and locks and window scans, because it was the first thing that made me understand survival had changed not just my fear, but my ethics. When people asked casually, I left out the jawbone. That detail always changed the room too fast. A hidden grave site is terrible in an abstract way people can process.
A jawbone under the porch, with teeth still in it and red nylon tied around it, is too intimate, too tactile. It makes listeners touch their own faces unconsciously or go still around their mouths. So I learned to omit it if I wanted the conversation to remain manageable. I left out the hidden pit sometimes too. Not always, but often enough, especially when the person asking had children, or was already half regretting the question, or clearly wanted a version of the event that could remain news rather than become personal. In those tellings, the storage room simply contained evidence or had remains concealed under the floor. Language does cruel work for us when we need it to. Concealed under the floor sounds procedural. It doesn't force anyone to picture the skull turned on its side or the old flannel scraps caught among long bones at angles no person should ever have to see. I almost always left out the second shape. Not the man in the room, the other one. The one I have never been able to swear to under any standard anyone else would respect. The low, still impression beyond the woodpile as I fled. The sense, maybe memory, maybe panic artifact, that something watched me leave without intervening. That piece stayed mostly mine, because saying it aloud always tilted the whole story too close to unreliability again. Once you admit a second shape you can't prove, listeners stop hearing the blood sample, the cut floorboards, the recovered camp. They hear only your uncertainty. I left out my uncle's knowledge. That omission is the one I understand least generously in myself. At first I told myself I withheld it because it was complicated, because family shame is sticky, and I did not owe every curious person the map of our failures, because I wanted to protect living people from being reduced to one terrible moral miscalculation. All of that may be partly true, but another truth sits underneath it. Leaving him out allowed me to preserve the horror as an event rather than as a culture of silence. If I included what he knew, the old warnings, the cloth markers, the camps left unreported, the line about they were gone for a while, then I had to say something larger and colder about the place I came from, about the kinds of people who call themselves practical while handing danger down as folklore,
about the ways families keep ugly things survivable by never gathering them into one sentence. That truth implicated more than one man in one room. It implicated the rest of us in degrees. I began hearing myself while I told the shortened versions and realizing I sounded a little like the county men in the diner. Not in accent, in method. Leave out the worst image, round off the edges, turn a pattern back into a series of odd, isolated details. Warn, but don't expose. Carry enough truth to sound honest and enough omission to keep the machinery behind it covered. That realization came one evening after I had told a neighbor the simplified version because she had seen an old article shared online and recognized my name. I had stood in her kitchen with a mug of coffee in my hand and said all the manageable things in the manageable order. Cabin, intruder, hidden remains, investigation ongoing, difficult time. Thank you for asking. When I got home afterward and closed my own curtains against the dark, it hit me so suddenly I had to sit down. I had become part of the silence. Not the original silence, not the worst part of it. I hadn't tied markers, left camps unreported for decades, or sent anybody north alone because I thought danger had gone stale enough to be convenient. But survival had changed me into someone who now selected which truths to release into the world based not only on relevance or privacy, but on their ability to preserve social stability. That is how places like that keep operating long after one crime scene is photographed and bagged and entered into evidence. Not because everyone knows everything, because everyone knows enough to trim. The cold ending did not begin for me with the red nylon appearing later. It began there, in the ordinary life nearly a year after the cabin, when I understood that surviving had altered my speech. It had made me a person who withheld. And once I saw that clearly, I could no longer tell myself I had come back untouched just because I had come back alive. Chapter 7. It didn't end at the cabin. It happened on an ordinary evening, which is the only way it really could have happened if the point was to make sure I understood there was no such thing as ordinary anymore. I had stopped at the grocery store after work because I was low on everything tedious and necessary at the same time. Coffee filters, eggs, dog food, paper towels, the sort of things that make a life look intact from the outside, even when it isn't. It was late enough that the parking lot had gone from busy to scattered, not empty but thinned. Sodium lights humming overhead, a shopping cart clattering somewhere 3 rows over, a minivan idling near the pharmacy side while somebody loaded a child into the back seat. The sky still held a trace of color beyond the stores and rooftops, that bruised blue-gray stretch just before full dark when parking lot light and evening light overlap and make everything feel flatter than it is. Nothing about the scene invited fear. That's what has always stayed with me hardest. If you had asked me 10 seconds before it happened what kind of evening it was, I would have said unremarkable, mild for the season, a little damp. The kind of evening where people are thinking about leftovers and laundry and whether they have enough gas for the morning commute. Boone was with me, because by then, Boone went almost everywhere with me that he was allowed to. He sat in the back while I ran inside, and when I came back out with 2 bags on one arm and a carton tucked against my hip, he was already standing with his paws on the seat, looking past me through the rear side window. Not frantic, just attentive in the way that had become too familiar. My rental had a small paved pull-in behind the house rather than a true driveway,
and by the time I got home, the light had gone from parking lot dusk to neighborhood dusk. Porch lights on, one television audible through a wall somewhere nearby, the muffled rise and fall of a sitcom audience laughing at something I would never hear clearly enough to understand. A neighbor's dryer vent breathing warm, lint-smelling air into the cooling evening.
A dog barking 2 houses over and then stopping when somebody called it in. Ordinary. I parked, killed the engine, and sat for a second, like people do when they're not in a hurry to carry groceries inside. Boone had already shifted toward the rear door. I picked up the bags, opened my door, and stepped out into the thin cold. The yard lights around the rental weren't bright enough to feel suburban in any generous way. Just one porch bulb, one weak side light near the gate, and the washed amber spill from a street lamp farther down the block. My car and the fence and the patch of winter-thinned grass all sat in that flattened, mixed light where nothing looks dramatic enough to deserve your full attention. Then Boone froze. He had jumped out of the back seat and landed beside me, but instead of immediately pulling toward the porch the way he usually did, he stopped dead in the little strip of drive between my car and the fence. One front paw lifted slightly, head angled. Body gone hard. And then he growled. Not the louder bark growl he used for delivery people or men talking too close to the gate. Not the irritated warning he gave when another dog passed too near. This was the exact same sound he had made at the cabin. Low, sustained, vibrating more than sounding. A sound that seemed to come from deep in his chest before he had fully decided whether it was for warning or fear. The grocery bags cut suddenly harder into my fingers because every muscle in me clenched without permission. I looked where he was looking. Fence line first, then the side yard, then the porch, then the narrow gap between my house and the neighbor's, then the parked cars beyond the street lamp wash. Nothing moved. No figure stood by the gate. No one waited near the hedges. The little chain-link fence cast its harmless, crooked shadow across the ground. A television flickered blue through somebody's curtains next door. Somewhere behind me, a car door slammed on the street, and the man laughed once, distant and unconcerned. I turned in a slow circle, Boone still growling beside me. Nothing. That's the thing I need to make clear. There was no dramatic watcher under the streetlight, no dark shape detaching itself from the edge of the yard, no silhouette standing at the fence. If there had been, the terror might have had a cleaner target. Instead, there was only the normal neighborhood and my dog reacting as if the line between normal and not normal had just been crossed in front of us. "Boone," I said, too softly to matter. He did not look at me. His eyes had fixed on something lower than my own line of search, something close rather than distant. That was what made me glance back toward the car, toward the driver's side mirror I had just passed, without noticing anything unusual. At first, I only saw a pale little shape hanging there, and my mind refused it. Not because it was hidden particularly well, because recognition and denial hit at the same speed, and denial won for one full second. Some piece of trash, I thought. A strip of fabric blown there. Packaging. One of those little stupid accidents objects have in public spaces that become your problem only because they've attached themselves to something you own. Then I stepped one pace closer and saw the nylon. Faded red, not bright anymore, not fresh. Weather stiff and dirt darkened along one edge, but unmistakably the same cheap synthetic cord I had seen tied to saplings, fence wire, porch supports, and one human jaw under my uncle's cabin steps. It had been looped around the base of my driver's side mirror in a tight, practiced knot. Not dangling randomly, not snagged by chance. Tied. My body knew before my mind had fully absorbed the rest of it. Something was threaded through the knot. Small, pale, curved. I stood there with the grocery bags hanging from my hands and watched my own understanding catch up in pieces. The texture first, bone, not plastic. Then the shape, part of a jaw, smaller than the first one, or perhaps only a fragment of one. Then the teeth, still set in it, not many, enough. The world narrowed so hard and fast it felt physical, not metaphorical tunnel vision, real. Tunnel hearing, tunnel sight, tunnel body. The neighbor's television dropped away. The street lamp hum dropped away. The distant bark of the dog and the idling car at the corner, and the dryer vent and all the harmless suburban noise of the block fell back behind a rushing silence that seemed to start inside my own skull. My hands went numb around the bag handles, not weak, just numb, as if sensation had withdrawn to some place more urgently needed. I remember the carton of eggs slipping against my hip and nearly falling, and how absurdly far away that felt from the actual event. Boone's growl deepened. I took another step toward the mirror, and there was no longer any possible argument left. The bone fragment was real, teeth still fixed in the pale curve, dirt dark in the deeper recess where the shape turned inward. The red nylon pulled through a familiar knot I had seen before, in other places I would rather never have seen again. My stomach rolled so hard I thought for 1 second I was going to vomit right there in the drive. I didn't. Instead, I looked up. Fast, wildly, yard, fence, porch, neighbor's windows, side gate, parked cars, shadows under hedges, the narrow strip of sidewalk beyond the small front lawn. Every line of sight at once. I don't know what I expected. A watcher not quite moving fast enough to hide, a shape slipping behind the next house, someone at the far end of the block standing too still under the sodium light. Anything to meet the force of what had just appeared on my car with an equal and opposite presence. There was no one, or if someone was there, they were hidden well enough to let the message stand on its own. I turned again, scanning farther this time, the alley access behind the neighboring garages, the dark gap where the chain-link fence met the side of the shed, the stretch of street beyond the parked sedan under the lamp. Still nothing. Ordinary quiet, a television laugh track from next door rising and dying, the faint metallic ping of an engine cooling from somewhere up the block. My own breathing suddenly too loud. I did not scream. That surprises people when I tell this part, at least the few people who hear the longer version. They ask what I did first, and I think they expect me to say I dropped the groceries, shouted for help, ran inside, called the police before the first bag touched the ground. Those all sound like appropriate reactions, visible reactions, reactions belonging to a woman who still thinks attention will save her. What I did was stand there, completely still. The grocery bags were cutting deeper into my fingers by then, the cheap plastic handles thinning under the weight. I could feel one bag biting into the first joint of my right hand, and knew dimly that it was hurting me. but the pain seemed to belong to another room. Boone stood beside me, shoulders high, staring not at the mirror now, but past the car, into the failing light beyond it, ready either to lunge or retreat. I don't know which, maybe both. The piece of jaw moved slightly in the evening air, only slightly, enough for the teeth to catch the porch light for one sick flash as it swung. I had the absurd thought that the knot was the same style as the one under the cabin porch. Not exactly the same in every loop, of course, but the same kind of hand, the same confidence, tight, efficient, meant to hold outdoors. Nausea came in a colder second wave then, colder because it carried understanding with it. This had not been random vandalism, not neighborhood cruelty, not some impossible coincidence involving old rope and a piece of animal bone and my already damaged mind reaching too greedily for connection. The marker had reached me. That was the phrase that formed in my head, and once it formed, it stayed. Not someone left this. Not even they found me, though that came later too. The marker had reached me, meaning the system around the cabin, whatever human shape it took, whatever number of people had touched it over the years, whatever mixture of warning and territory and occupancy those red strips truly represented, was not contained by police tape or county roads or my refusal to tell the whole story aloud. It had crossed distance. It had crossed categories. It had arrived here, in a rental drive behind an ordinary house where a neighbor's television leaked softly through the wall, and nothing outwardly threatening stood anywhere in sight. I don't know how long I remained there before I could make my hands work again. Long enough for Boone to stop growling and start trembling. Long enough for the cold to reach through my coat. Long enough for the handles of the grocery bags to leave deep red grooves in my skin. When I finally moved, it was only enough to take one careful step backward, still staring at the mirror, still half expecting some second sign, a knock from the fence, a voice from the street, movement from the side yard, to complete what the bone had begun. Nothing came. And that silence, that complete suburban silence around the red nylon and the teeth and the little pale fragment turning on my mirror, was somehow more frightening than if someone had been standing there, smiling. Because silence meant the object itself was enough. It had done exactly what it was meant to do. By the time I carried the groceries inside, I already understood the truth I had spent a year trying not to say too clearly, even to myself. The cabin had not stayed in the county. It had come home with me. Chapter 7. It didn't end at the cabin. The worst part was not finding it on the mirror. The worst part was what I did next. I looked around one more time after I finally got the groceries inside, not in any useful way. I stood just inside the open kitchen doorway, with the bags on the floor, and Boone pressed so close to my leg that I could feel him trembling through his shoulders. The porch light threw a weak cone over the patch of yard and the parked car. Beyond that, the rest of the little rental property dissolved into ordinary evening shapes. Fence, hedge, the narrow run between my place and the next, the parked cars farther down, the sagging shadow of a neighbor's gate. Nothing moved, no one called out, no engine started, no figure detached itself from the dark and walked away. Whatever had tied that marker to my mirror had done it without needing to be seen afterward.
The front door was still open behind me. Cool air moved across the threshold.
One of the grocery bags had tipped over and rolled an onion halfway under the kitchen chair. Boone kept his eyes on the drive, not the food, not me, not the room. My own heartbeat felt high and thin in my throat. I could have called the police right then. I knew that. I need to say that clearly, because this is the place in the story where people want me to become the corrected version of myself, the version who has finally learned. Find evidence, call it in, let other people own the danger. I knew all of that. The thought occurred to me immediately. It was standing there in plain view, as available as the phone on the counter and the emergency contacts in it. I didn't do it. Instead, I went back outside, only far enough to the driver's side mirror, only because I could not bear the idea of leaving it there in the dark where anyone passing could see it before I decided what it meant. That is the explanation I gave myself at the time. It sounds almost practical, but practical people don't carry jawbone fragments tied with red nylon into their own kitchens. Practical people preserve scenes. They call someone. They make the thing belong to procedure. I reached for the marker, with a grocery bag still cutting into my left hand, and my right hand shaking in a way that made the knot harder to untie than it should have been. Up close, the nylon was even more familiar than it had looked from a few feet away. Same cheap synthetic weave, same weather-burned stiffness at the edges, same kind of confident, close-drawn knot that used only as much length as needed and no more. The bone was lighter than I expected, and somehow still heavy enough to turn my stomach. That contradiction is one I know now by touch. Bone has a way of carrying history in its weight, wrong, too little for what it once was, too much for what you want it to mean. The little fragment swung once as I loosened the knot, and the teeth caught the porch light for a second, with that soft, dead shine I already knew too well. I brought it inside. That choice matters more to me now than the mirror itself. Inside, I set the groceries on the floor, found yesterday's newspaper in the recycling stack, spread 2 pages over the kitchen table, and laid the marker down in the middle of them, as carefully as if I were afraid of waking it. Boone would not come close. He stood halfway between the kitchen and living room, staring at the table and then at the dark front window, ears working, body held in that same strained, undecided line I had seen at the cabin whenever he could not determine which direction danger was coming from. Under the kitchen light, the bone fragment became more specific and less survivable. A section of lower jaw, not large, not fresh, not anonymous enough for me to hide inside uncertainty. A few teeth still set in place, one root-dark recess where another had been lost. Dirt dried into the deeper seam. The nylon looped through it and around itself in a knot that made the back of my neck tighten before I had even fully identified why. I knew that knot. Not abstractly, not because all simple utility knots start to resemble each other once fear has touched them. I knew the hand of it. The original jawbone under the porch had carried the same style of tightening. Pulled snug, doubled back once, the cut end left short and efficient, no decorative excess, no awkward fumbling. It was the kind of knot made by someone who had tied it often enough that fingers no longer needed thought to do it. I stood over the table and looked from the bone to the blinds over the kitchen window and back again. Then I started checking the house. Not like police clear a structure, not with any meaningful skill. The kind of frightened domestic patrol I had by then perfected through repetition. Front lock, back lock, window latch above the sink. Side gate visible through the slat gap? Yes. Mudroom door. Except there was no mudroom here, only the little laundry nook by the back entrance. And for one split second, my mind supplied the old cabin anyway. The oil-stained toolbox, the pegs, the contractor bag hidden under a bench that no longer existed. I shut off every light in the house except one lamp in the living room. That wasn't strategy. It was instinct. Too much interior light turns windows into mirrors. I had learned that too thoroughly to ever forget it. With only one lamp burning low, the rooms fell into manageable shadow, and the glass gave me back at least some version of the outside world instead of my own face layered over it. I drew the blinds nearly closed. Then, because nearly closed is not closed enough for someone like me anymore, I came back and adjusted them until only a narrow slit remained between two slats at eye level. Through that slit, the yard looked reduced and fragmented. A strip of drive, part of the fence, a slice of the street beyond, the rear quarter panel of my car. The rest was implied darkness, the kind that asks your mind to finish what your eyes cannot. I kept my face back from the window and looked through the gap, the way you look at a wound under a bandage you aren't ready to remove. At first, I saw nothing. Then I thought I saw someone. Not a clear person, not enough for any useful description, just a vertical suggestion near the edge of the parked cars beyond the fence, or maybe near the alley side rail where shadow from the neighboring shed collected. Too still to identify, too narrow to trust. It might have been a post, a trick of overlapping shadows, the dark edge of a half-open gate. It might have been exactly what my body, after a year of training, is always ready to produce from low light and uncertainty. I stayed there anyway, staring through the slit until my eyes watered from not blinking enough. The shape, if there had been one, did not move. I did not investigate. I did not go onto the porch. I did not call out. I did not walk next door and bang on a neighbor's door and say, "There is something on my car and maybe someone outside, and if you hear anything strange tonight, do not ignore it." I did not alert anyone. That is the part I mean when I say the worst part was what I did next. Not that I brought the marker inside, not only that. It was that once it was inside, once it lay on newspaper under my lamp, and I had confirmed the knot and checked the locks and taken up my position behind the blinds, I did what the county had done, what my uncle had done, what every old man in every bait shop and diner had been trained by years and weather and habit to do. I contained it, privately, quietly, as if the first duty of the survivor was not exposure, but management. I stood there with Boone rigid in the half-dark and realized the coldest possibility the story had yet offered me. Maybe they had never needed to kill me at the cabin. Maybe killing me would have been less useful. A dead woman becomes evidence. Search radius, headlines, pressure. People bring in machines and cadaver dogs and volunteers and floodlights. Land gets cut open. Questions get asked by people who are not from the county and don't care who gets embarrassed. A living woman who escapes carrying only fragments is something else entirely. She is a witness, yes, but a witness whose own story is already tangled with fear, medication, uncertainty, and shame. A witness who learns quickly which details make listeners drift towards skepticism. A witness who edits herself to remain legible. A witness who closes curtains early, scans tree lines, notices markers instantly, and warns selectively, if at all. A witness who becomes careful, observant, and quiet. Useful.
That thought made me step back from the window like it had heat in it. Behind me, on the kitchen table, the little piece of jaw lay where I had placed it, centered on yesterday's newsprint as if arranged for inspection. Boone gave one soft warning sound toward the front of the house and then fell silent again. I looked back through the blinds. Nothing now, or nothing I could trust. And standing there in my own living room with my own dog and my own locks and one lamp on low, I understood the final shape of what had happened to me. Not just what had been done around me in the cabin, what survival itself had turned me into. I notice red cloth instantly now, not only nylon, any strip of faded color tied too low on a sapling, caught on fence wire, looped around a porch rail, threaded through junk in a ditch, fixed where no decoration belongs. I see it before I register almost anything else nearby. My eye goes to it the way some people's eyes go to exit signs or loose dogs or smoke. I have stopped saying certain details aloud, not because they became less true, because I learned what speaking them does to a room and to the people in it. And because some part of me has mistaken that knowledge for wisdom. I would never casually send anyone into deep woods again, not for cheap rent, not for a quiet weekend, not for a family favor, not for some romantic idea about clearing your head alone in a cabin where the nearest porch light is half a mile away. I hear people say they need solitude, and my first instinct is no longer to envy them. It is to imagine sightlines, road access, old camps, markers low on fence posts, and whether they would know enough to turn around if they found one. I have been trained. That is the truest sentence I can offer at the end of all this. Not healed, not merely damaged. Trained by the cabin, by the investigation, by the partial belief, by the county's silence, by my family's silence, by the red nylon on my mirror and the fact that I brought it inside before I called anyone. I stood at the blinds so long that the lamp behind me began to feel louder than the house. Eventually, Boone moved to the front door and sat there, staring at the narrow black seam under it as if he expected something to breathe through. I looked once more through the slit in the blinds. Low on the fence post near the side gate, so low I could not swear it had been there 10 minutes earlier, something narrow and faded moved very slightly in the still air. It might have been old tape. It might have been a leaf stem. It might have been exactly what I knew it was. I did not open the door. I did not wake the neighbors. I did not call out into the yard. I stood in the dark and watched until I couldn't stand it anymore. And even then, I did not go outside. That is